Hey everyone, it's the Drinker here, and I'm on a live stream with Gary Nerdrotic. And I guess I'm going to start with a question. Remember when Star Trek was actually good? We do, and that's why we're here tonight to talk about it a little bit. And it's a pleasure to have you on tonight, Mr. Nerdrotic. How you doing, man?
I am doing well. Thank you, Mr. Should I say Mr. Critical Drinker? I've never known, or Mr. Drinker. What do you
I don't
prefer?
know. I mean, yeah, I've never gone by a surname with my YouTube handle before. Just Drinker will do fine.
Okay.
We're on like first name terms now, I would say.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Hail, everyone. I am very happy to be here. Thank you. Like oh my God, this was medicine that I needed so much. And just like last time, we covered Rathacon last time, and this movie got to me got a little emotional at the end.
Yep.
Because that's how bad Star Trek is now. And you remember, like, this thing was arguably one of the top greatest franchises ever. I don't think it's arguably. It's one of the top three. So
Yes, and a franchise that was, inspiring and really moving at times and thought provoking and intelligent. I that's what Star Trek was all about, and that's what movies like this exemplify. And yeah, for me, like I kind of mentioned this on Twitter, like I see this as being like pretty much the last good Star Trek movie. I know people are chiming in like, "Oh, but what about First Contact?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's a great, science fiction action film with some elements of Star Trek in it, but it's not really like a great Star Trek movie for me." And I kind of see this one as being the last really good one. I don't know if I'm alone on that one, but that's kind of the way I went with it.
I agree. No, yeah, First Contact was okay. I liked it at the time, but you see, the inconsistencies in it later, and just Picard action hero, and well, it also what hurts it is what I've seen now. I'm not gonna lie, like watching Picard and Star Trek Discovery has really tainted Picard has tainted my view on Patrick Stewart and everything now. And that's why sometimes it's best not to watch this stuff. I mean, we have to cover it for our channels. But if you're out there and you are like considering watching Picard, don't, because it will change your view on the actor and the character. And you don't want that tainted.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, absolutely. As for Lower Decks, yeah, I'm just not even going to watch that. I'm not going to do that to myself. So this is what I'm kind of forced to do, like go back to older things like TNG and the original series movies and stuff, and it's nice to be able to talk about them, and that's kind of what we're going to do tonight. Just to let everyone in chat know as well, obviously I'll keep an eye on chat as it's going through. We will do as we always do, like we'll cover all of the super chats more towards the end, just so that we can kind of go through the movie and discuss that, and not kind of be jumping in and out. But yeah, rest assured it will all be covered. But yeah, in all other respects, I guess we're good to go. And thank you, obviously, for everyone who's joining us tonight. Hopefully, we'll give you a little bit of entertainment, because God knows we could all use a little bit now, and especially to talk about like movies and stuff that were fun and good, and that if you haven't seen, then we can sort of recommend them to you. So
this one, I mean, I love all of the original series crew films in their own way, even the quote unquote bad ones. I watch them over and over again. It's been a good couple of years since I've seen Undiscovered Country, so I'm glad I watched it just a couple of short hours ago. And it's everywhere. It's like on Hulu and Sling and Amazon and yeah, I wonder why CBS All Access isn't working. All their good stuff everywhere else.
It's a mystery. Yeah, I mean, I was going to say the thing that pissed me off, because I did the same as you. I watched it today because I wanted it to be fresh in my head when we talked about it. But the version I got, it was on Sky Movies, which is kind of what we have over here. It was a weird, like, cut down version where some of the scenes were missing. Like, this is skipping ahead, obviously, but near the end, they unmask this assassin that's been killed, and you get to see that it's actually one of the Starfleet officers. That bit had been cut from my version, and I was properly pissed off, because this is one that's like not like pre-Watershed or anything. It's just like should be the full movie. I don't get why that's the version I saw.
Yeah, that's horror. Usually they on TV versions for commercials here in the States, they put in all the cut footage on some, not on everything, but on a lot of stuff. You get like the extended version, not the shorter version. That's kind of an important scene, don't you think?
It really is, yeah. So I mean, like if I skip over certain things that just weren't in my version, then please let me know. Like I'm sure I'll remember it because I have seen the full version at times, in the past. It's been a few years, so I might be a little bit rusty with it. But that was definitely a bit that stuck out where I was like, what the fuck? That's meant to be in there. It just cut away. God.
Which
people are mentioning is.
Oh, sorry. That leads, and we'll get to it. I won't say it, but it leads up to like one of the best little scenes in the movie.
Yes.
So
yeah. People are saying I don't sound drunk enough yet. Well, give me time because I like to start these streams sober and then kind of work up to drunkenness because I need to at least be able to manage the stream and get it off to a start. Because I've tried to do them totally pissed before, and then if something goes wrong, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So this is how the best way it works for me. But yeah, so thinking about like Undiscovered Country, it's pretty much the last movie with all of the original series crew in it, and it's very much a kind of swan song for them. It came out in like 1991, and it obviously references a lot of real world events, and it kind of feels like a lot of things kind of coalesced around this movie to make it happen and to make it work well. I imagine by that point, by 1990, 91, the TNG was already well established by then. They were probably even thinking, right, eventually we're going to move these guys into movies because the original cast are getting old now. They're probably very expensive. We pretty much need to wrap them up in terms of movies. And I don't think, obviously the Final Frontier hadn't done particularly well. So there was probably another emphasis on, let's get these guys finished up and moved on. But how to do it. And then real world events were obviously happening while this planning process was going on. The Cold War was ending. The Soviet Union was coming to an end. And all of that stuff ultimately figures into the movie, sometimes in very on the nose kind of ways, which I'm sure we can cover as we go through. But it just kind of felt like a lot of factors all kind of came together around the same time. Like I don't pretend to know a lot about the backstage politics of it or anything, but I do get the impression that even by 91, they were starting to think about TNG as becoming the new sort of mainstay of Star Trek, and maybe it was time to sort of transition the original crew out, just because they were getting on quite a bit, and they were, I would imagine, getting very expensive to use.
Yes, that what I remember at the time. Well, I mean, everybody kept on thinking that well, for one, when Star Trek V came out, the big rumor was Kirk was going to die. And then they hinted, and I think that was just done for marketing. And I agree with you. I don't know this for a fact. I wasn't reading. I mean, you got all your news from like Starlog or going to a comic shop or some sci-fi magazine. There was no internet. But I remember thinking that the Star Trek V was probably it. And I think what was going down in history really inspired them to make this story and give it one more shot. I don't know if the wall didn't come down and Gorbachev and all that. I don't know if we would have gotten a Star Trek 6. I'm not sure. But it really matched the history of the time. But yeah, Star Trek: The Next Generation was at that time hit its stride and was an absolute established juggernaut of a series that everybody was watching and talking about. And they crossed it over, right? Because they had unification that was supposed to parallel Star Trek 6. And they even reference Undiscovered Country slightly. Well, they did it in the novel. I can't remember if they did it in the show or not, because I read the novelization of the show. It's a long story. I couldn't watch the TV show.
Right.
So I had to read the book. I was preoccupied at the time against my will. So,
right.
So they had those two parallel stories going, and this was like peak Star Trek for me, almost peak Star Trek. And Spock, of course, guested in Unification. So they were both going at the same time. And it's impossible to to talk. I mean, you can't talk about this film without talking about the history of the time. And I don't know how old you are. If you remember that time, people never thought the Cold War would end. I never thought it would end. Now, I was a teenager. I didn't think about it intensely as an adult would, but it was just something that was in my life since I was born, and it was always there. And the wall coming down and Chernobyl and Russia, all that stuff happening was surreal at the time. And it didn't feel real at first. You're like, nah, that something's going to happen. And I think the movie kind of plays with that. The movie kind of plays with like what could have happened. And, and that was the big topic of the day when the wall was coming down. It's like, what are we going to do with the military industrial complex? There was actually people thinking it would end.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, we soon found a way to get around that. But no, I mean, like for me, like when all this was happening, like I was alive. I just wasn't old enough to really understand it. Like I remember seeing the news pictures of the wall coming down in Berlin, and being like, "Mom, why are they breaking that wall?" And she was like, "Quiet, son, Mummy's drunk." But yeah, like I was too young to really understand the significance of like the end of the Cold War and all of that stuff. It's only like in retrospect that I can look back and think, my God, that was momentous times. Like I couldn't wrap my head around how the world that entire generations had lived in and grown up in was pretty much swept away in the space of like a few months. All of this stuff ended and the Cold War was suddenly over. Where the hell do we go now? And this, like you've referenced there, this movie really plays on that fear of like, what the hell is this future going to be? What is this new world going to look like that we're all going to have to live in? And how do both sides put aside this animosity and this aggression that they've had their entire lives? Excellent basis for a movie. I really love it. And I guess TNG had already established that, like, by the time of Picard and all that, the Klingons are kind of at peace with the Federation. Worf's even serving amongst them. So that between the time of Kirk and the time of TNG, something must have happened to bring that about. And this movie, takes care of that, and it transitions you into that new world that's ultimately going to be the TNG world. What a brilliant way to sign off and to pass that torch on. By creating this new world.
It really was. Yeah. It bookends. So, I mean, like, because the whole series, I mean, it wasn't, the villains of the Klingons were kind of based on the Russians, I guess. They were, an ally, So it was a bookend. It made tons of sense. And it was cool as hell to have Worf's, great grandpa in it. And
that was weird. That was a weird choice.
It's weird. It was the synergy of it, the synchronicity of it. Sorry. It just kind of came together perfectly for the time. And at the time, everybody loved the movie. I walked out like, I was like, my God, I didn't think they would do something as good or even close to as good as Wrath of Khan. And it was not an action-packed. It was a real Star Trek story. That's what the best part about it, because it's like the first half of the film is investigation, diplomacy, and some comedy, which was always that's the one thing that separates the original series crew Star Trek from Star Trek The Next Generation. Is I just think they're better, they're funnier, they're more personable, and everybody was way more involved in Star Trek. They were like invested in it. Yes, they hated each other. George Takei hated William Shatner, and wanted to be a captain. Such a
he finally got his wish, and obviously we'll talk about that. And going on what you say there about the cast being some more likable and maybe more personable. There's a scene later in the movie that perfectly encapsulates why I love Kirk more than Picard, and I'll get to it and I'll talk about it when we get there. But yeah, this movie showcases a lot of that. And yeah, someone in chat's mentioning we're actually wrong. Apparently it was actually Rocky Balboa that ended the Cold War. I'd forgotten about that. That defeat of Ivan Drago is what brought about the end of the Cold War in that speech. Everybody can change.
Yo, Adrian. Oh God, that was
there
guy.
was
I love that movie though.
there was a great God, some guy like replicated this for real. It happened like totally like organically. It was an MMA fight in Canada, and like the local like Canadian fighter was up against an American, and he just like his strategy was to basically run away for the entire fight, and like as a result it totally stunk up the joint, and the crowd started to cheer for the American guy because he was like being aggressive and actually trying to fight him. And by the time it got to the end, he gave a speech just like what Rocky did. It was amazing. I loved it because it actually worked. It actually worked in context, and everyone loved him.
That is brilliant. Oh my God.
Anyway,
Um,
so
little
should we do our thing and kind of go through the movie and
Yeah,
kind
let's
of
do it.
try and make sense of it? So, I'll do my best anyway with my cut down version that I actually saw.
Yeah.
So I guess the movie starts with a bang, literally. Like you get your credits, and then you're in space, and suddenly there's just a big fucking explosion that happens out of nowhere, and you're like, "What just happened? I don't understand." And then it cuts over to the USS Excelsior, where George Takei finally gets to live out his power fantasies and become a captain. And I don't know if it was just like, I've had to watch fucking Bill Shatner for like 20 years being Captain Kirk in full Bill Shatner mode, and now I'm going to like go one more. But the way he kind of acts and talks, he's like very, very over the top in a way that he isn't normally. It's hard to describe, but it's like he's like, I'm a captain now. I have to be in like super authoritative mode. So every line he gives is absolutely like hammered home.
Yeah, he went full butch. You never go full
Yeah.
butch.
You don't know.
And listen, I've always thought it was so petty of him to like, I want to be a captain. I want to be a fake captain in my pretend show.
Yeah.
That always bugged me about because it was famous how much they hated each other. Like but I don't know, man. I don't know how. I mean, they did hate each other, but they worked together, so there must have been some kind of begrudging respect or something between the two. But yeah,
I mean, they were. I guess they were actors, and they're professional enough to like get through their scenes together. It's not like Marlon Brando and fucking Val Kilmer in Island of Dr. Moreau, where they're just having a standoff and they refuse to come out of their trailers.
Yep.
You know, there's a little bit of professionalism there. So like, fair enough. You know,
at least both actors wanted to wear their pants on the scene, and unlike
this is true. This is true. So yeah, like the Excelsior is doing sciencey stuff. Like they're on kind of a routine patrol, and all of a sudden, like Sulu's making his log entry, talking about how great a captain he is or whatever, and suddenly they get a warning that there's a big energy wave coming their way, and they don't know where it came from, but they're like, "Oh shit, Seal's up!" And then the ship gets hit by this giant, blast wave. That's just traveling through space, which actually looks really cool. Like the special effects they used there are good for 1991. It holds up pretty well.
They were spectacular. I remember it was ILM, and no, we were like, because there hadn't been a Star Wars for so long, and Star Trek was our science fiction fix for as far as like space, spaceships and space battles. That was it. So ILM got to work with them and cut their teeth, and at the time our jaws were on the floor. We're like, God damn, we'll get to the other scene too, but yeah, that was I thought it was a brilliant opening. I mean, aside from the overacting, the ship getting hit hard, and they're all like, you see the people being thrown out of their bunks, and he were like struggling to get back to his captain chair. I thought that was cool as hell. Great opening.
Yeah. And also, what was I going to say there? Yeah, like I know that the special effects for the previous movie were pretty terrible. And it's because they used a different production house, and I think they were constantly wrestling with shrinking budgets on that film, so everything had to be like done cheap as possible, and it looked like garbage. Like, I don't know. I'd love to see a remaster of that. Like Shatner can bring his full vision to life somehow, but I don't think so. I don't suppose it'll ever happen. But yeah, this movie looks generally really good, and solid special effects from ILM. So the blast wave eventually passes, and Sula's like, "What the fuck just happened there?" And his crew are scanning around. They're like, "Look, the explosion came from a Klingon moon called Praxis." And they look at it, and it's like, yeah, the whole thing's been blasted apart. There's only like a little chunk of it left. And yeah, they realize that there's been some kind of explosion there. They also get a transmission from it, like only lasts a few seconds, but it's like this guy screaming in like terror, like flames everywhere and stuff. It's like really well done. It's simple but effective.
Very effective. And it blew up because of lack of safety measures. It was going to be an environmental disaster in space somehow.
So Praxis is their key energy production facility. So it's it's a very big industrial component of the Klingon Empire. They need it, and suddenly it's been blown up. And then they get like a transmission from I guess like the Klingon PR department or something, and it's this guy who looks shit scared, going like, "Oh yeah, there's been an incident on Praxis, but not to worry, everything's under control. Don't ask us any more questions. Go away now." And then he just signs off.
He says that and the transmission's going to end right now.
yeah. I really wanted an awkward pause where he's like, "Fucking go, end, come on."
See him messing with the button a little bit.
Yeah, but they obviously shot it so that this guy himself is rattled by what's happened, because he probably knows the extent of this disaster and he's trying to cover for it, and he looks shit scared, which tells you straight away this is a major problem. But then so Sulu's like, okay, we better call this one in, and that's when you flick over to Starfleet headquarters, and I think this is like a couple of months later. Like they reference it. During the briefing that you see, but it's like 2 months ago Praxis exploded. So anyway, Kirk and the rest of his like senior officers file into the briefing room to find out why they've been called up. Like they're not sure what's going on, and that's where they're briefed that, look, Praxis has exploded. This is a major disaster for the Klingon Empire, and as a result, they are now in jeopardy. Like their empire is going to collapse if we don't help them. And their home planet is going to become like uninhabitable, because that's how they get all their oxygen or something. So the result is, the Klingons are backed into a corner now, and they want to. Yes, and so they are wanting to make peace with the Federation. Okay, so the question is, like, how do you handle this? Like, and this is where we find out that there's kind of two factions within the Federation, within Starfleet. One of them is sympathetic, and the other one is like kind of the warmongers or the hawks, who are like, look, this is our chance to like bring the Klingons to their knees, and then we can dictate like the peace terms with them. They're kind of debating the implications of helping the Klingons. I think the suggestion is, like, if we make peace with them, we're going to basically disband a lot of Starfleet. We're going to dismantle our bases along the neutral zone. It's going to make us vulnerable to them, and it means like lowering our guard when we've spent all these decades being wary of them. And so it's a real quandary in this scene. And I think Cartwright is one of the most outspoken ones. Admiral Cartwright, he's like, look, this is our chance to like properly ruin them and dominate them forever. And I think Kirk kind of falls into that camp as well. He's very much like, yeah, fuck the Klingons. Like, they're not trustworthy.
No. And Brock Peters, bring them to their knees. Brock Peters plays Cartwright. Great actor, by the way. He voiced Darth Vader in the Star Wars radio show. That's why that guy's seared into my memory.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and he's, hey, let's bring him to our knees, and we'll have a better negotiating position. And Shatner or Kirk is like, yep, I completely agree with him. And Spock is disappointed and is, and listen. Leonard Nimoy, probably one of the greatest actors of our time, at least with one particular character, because he can act with the movements of his eyebrow and his eye,
he really can,
and show and really kind of convey that disappointment he has immediately in Kirk but of course, him being Vulcan doesn't think about his Kirk's resentment.
Yes. So the gist here is like the Klingons have made peace overtures, and Spock has become like a negotiator with the Klingons over the past month or so. Without Kirk's knowledge, he's been kind of hammering out some kind of deal where they can start peace negotiations. And what they want is for Kirk to lead the Enterprise to escort the Klingon, chancellor to Earth so that they can have a summit about it. He's going to be their olive branch that they're going to extend, because Kirk is one of their biggest enemies. You know, he's the guy that they're most afraid of and that they most hate. So it would, you know, in his mind, it makes sense for Kirk to be the one that they send. Kirk is not pleased about this at all. Obviously, you know, he hates the Klingons. For pretty valid reasons, to be fair. Like, not only has he spent most of his career fighting them, they are responsible for killing his only son. So he's got a professional reason to distrust them and a personal reason. And I think what you get then is, like, the rest of the crew and the senior admirals and stuff, they all file out of the room, and it's just Kirk and Spock together. And they have a little bit of a confrontation about what they should do next. Like, Spock wants him to go. Kirk's pissed off that Spock has volunteered him for this mission. And that's when you get that amazing line from Spock where it's like, they're dying, and you just get Kirk just straight away launches in with, "Let them die."
Let them die.
Perfect. You know,
such a great way to open things up, and it takes care of something I've always I really didn't like, was David's death. I thought it was just kind of I thought it was useless and pointless, and it felt like they just wanted to get rid of the actor, and it was like a narrative problem to have Kirk with the son beyond the second, and I hated how he died. I really did, but this made it so much better. It gave it purpose.
Yes.
So that's what
it was. It was a brutal death, like you say. He didn't die in a heroic fashion or anything. Oh, he did sort of save Sarek.
Savick, yeah.
Savick, sorry, I keep getting them mixed up. He kind of sacrificed his life to save her because she was going to get knifed in the back, I think. And he died in just a really brutal way. I just remember him getting knifed right in the gut, and it was played out quite well. And just like, wow, this guy's just gone. Like, just really all of a sudden dead. Just no big fanfare about it. Not a heroic like blaze of glory or anything. Just knifed in the gut, dying in the dirt. I thought it was all right, and I guess the whole point of, like, Search for Spock for me was, like, how much is Kirk willing to sacrifice to get Spock back? He loses his ship, he loses his command, he loses his son. Pretty much everything that's really important to him. He gives all of that up so that he can bring Spock back, because he does all of that for his friend. And I think that's quite a good message. It's not really good to sacrifice one life for another, but it shows the lengths that Kirk was willing to go to for Spock. But either way, like you say, this now gives a real narrative purpose to David's death, because Kirk is consumed with hate for the Klingons, and the venom in his voice when he delivers that line is just perfect. Like, I've said it before when I mock, like, modern Trek. If this had been like Kurtzman or JJ who'd been shooting this, Kirk would be yelling and hammering his fists on the table and throwing shit around and pitching a fit about how much he hates the Klingons, and Spock would probably end up fighting him. But you don't need that. You just need a guy delivering that line, like, he's not screaming it. He's just got all that hatred in it, in his eyes, in his voice. That's all you need, and you get everything you need from that.
You do. Is justified as it is. It is pure prejudice. It's like F them all. And you're right. Kurtzman would have had him yelling, and then they would have hugged later and talked about family.
No, you know what would have happened? Uhura or someone would have had to come in and, like, separate them and tell them how they need to do better. And, they need to, like, let go of all this testosterone that's making them argue. That's what you would get from Star Trek nowadays. Because it's all about the message.
The message.
Anyway, fuck you, Alex Kurtzman.
Right.
Dick. Hate you. Anyway, enough hatred. Let's move on with the movie.
Nicholas Meyer, the director of the film, by the way, who directed Wrath of Khan. Yeah. And was going to be involved in Star Trek, and then wasn't, and that's a damn shame, because he was never a full on Trekkie or anything, but he understood it as far as putting it on film, which is a hard thing to do. because I still think ultimately this is a TV series and always will be a TV series, but they pulled this off. We almost took the films for granted in the 80s and 90s. They were always there,
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
we got another Star Trek movie, and they were like, people would make fun of them, but like it was like this very comfortable thing to have. Every couple of years we get a Star Trek movie. All the odd ones suck, all the even ones are good, and it was fun. And you knew right away. We're only like a few minutes into the movie. I knew I was watching something great. Like this is like not just like a decent Star Trek movie. Like this is going to be great, and it delivered.
Yes. You see, Star Trek grappling with what were at the time very contemporary issues, and doing it in a smart way where you get kind of a balanced view from both perspectives. Like Kirk, ultimately he realizes that he was wrong to feel the way he did, but based on everything that's happened to him, you can sympathize with him. You don't feel like he's comically wrong, that like this guy's just a lunatic. He has valid reasons for feeling this way, and that's what Star Trek used to do well. It would portray both sides of an argument or a question or whatever fairly and in a balanced way, and let the viewer kind of make up their own mind to some extent, and show that there was merits to both arguments. Now it's not about that. It's just about the platform and the message and all that, and lecturing you, and that's kind of the difference. Just treat your audience like dumb cattle that need to be told where to go. That's the way to do good sci-fi.
Right. And then you got one actor playing this part for, at the time, 30 years. And at least I felt like you're getting his best performance in his last one. Like he just brought it. And when he said, "Let them die," in that scene, you can see again, I really enjoy this. I'm sure you guys too. I love it when an actor just acts with everything they've got. And you can tell when he said that there was a little bit of shame. There's a little bit of shame that goes with it, but then there was no F's to give either. So That's like this mastering of the character Kirk. That's why recasting is ridiculous.
Like Shatner's, like for me, he's always going to be the one and only Kirk. I don't care about Chris Pine, as good an actor as he is. I don't want to see him as Kirk. God forbid they ever show Kirk in like one of the Kurtzman TV shows or whatever. That's just going to be disastrous. I can almost imagine it now.
If it continues, it's coming. Hopefully it won't.
Yeah.
They could do that all day long, and it doesn't take away from this, though. I mean, in a few years, that'll be forgotten. This will be remembered. You and I just watched a movie that's old. My son walked by behind me, and he saw it, and he goes, "That looks like an old movie." And then he stopped and started with me for like 15 minutes. Got into it instantly. So that's the mark of a good film. When you can capture the attention of a 14-year-old, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I watched it today in like one sitting. I didn't take a break to pause it and go off and make a coffee or whatever. And I didn't fuck about with my phone or anything like that. I was just watching, and I was like glued to it, and I was captivated because the movie is smart and interesting, and that held my attention. And God knows that's a rare thing nowadays.
It is.
So, but yeah, and so Kirk delivers this line, and like you say about Nimoy, he can convey a lot just with like a little raised eyebrow or something like that. And you see this look of it's kind of a mixture of surprise and disappointment on his face when Kirk says that. He's like, it's like he's realizing the scale of the challenge that lies ahead of him. Kirk has not behaved in the way I expected when I presented him with this mission. And it's like, okay, we're going to have a real hard time with this one. And it pretty much sets up your dynamic of the movie. The world around Kirk is changing, and he is not ready for it. And he's kind of scared about what this could mean. And like all of the actors in it, he's, Wrath of Khan dealt with Kirk, starting to get older and dealing with all the angst that comes with middle age and all that sort of thing, and worrying about getting older. Now he just is old, and there's no hiding it. His hair's going gray. He's gaining weight. I mean, I'm sure that wasn't Shatner's choice necessarily, but there it is. It figures into the character. He's an older man now. and he's perhaps a little bit past his prime, and he's kind of set in his ways, and he's afraid of change, and that's fine. It's a great dynamic to set up, you know.
And they even mentioned that a little bit later in the movie when he's talking to the Chancellor too. They said, you know, it's going to be the hardest time for us. You know, this change, our generation's going to have the hardest time within it.
Yes.
Yeah.
The people that have lived their whole lives like this, yeah, that's going to be a big deal for them. So, yeah, excellent dynamic for Kirk. Very like kind of unpretentious, I guess.
Yeah.
And you know, to say like you know, let's just be honest, he's old now and he's got flaws, and his way of thinking now is not compatible with the world that's around him. Cool, really good. And it gives us a lot to work with dramatically. So I like this whole bit. So yeah, Kirk and the others, they go aboard the Enterprise. As far as I remember, that's them casting off to go off and meet the Klingons. And they go aboard. This is the new Enterprise. You know, obviously you saw a fair bit of it in Final Frontier. But it's a very different sort of bridge than what you got in the original one. It's that one in, say, Wrath of Khan or Search for Spock. It had a cozy kind of feel to it. Like all the consoles and everything were kind of rounded. The lighting was subdued. But now it's very stark and bright and metal. Like there's no comforts there. There's no kind of coziness or comfort there. It's all very like militaristic and kind of efficient, and clinical.
And they used I don't know, I can't remember because you know it's been a while since I've watched all the movies together, but distinctly when they walk on the bridge, it is old school original series sound effects with the door opening and the in the background. I'm like, oh, it sounded so good. I was watching it with headphones on, and I noticed that immediately. And I also noticed that they didn't give us like uber shit porn like they normally do. Like, every movie's, well, not everyone, but like every chance they get that, when the Enterprise is taken off, there's some dramatic music and a very slow moving Enterprise moves out and takes off and, good shit porn. This one, they boom, we're out, and you could tell that they were trying to still save money on this one. But the effects didn't suffer from it. There wasn't as many, but they didn't suffer from it. They were.
Yeah, I guess it costs a lot of money to wheel that big, like 30 feet long, miniature out and get it on a crane and everything. Because I think they were still wrestling with the same fucking one that they'd had since like the motion picture. Just this huge monster of a model that weighs like 3 tons, and you've got to like maneuver it around and stuff. I guess it's like a pain to move. But yeah, I definitely one of the things I picked up on. That whole sequence is very brisk and efficient. They're just out and away they go. I don't know if you noticed this actually, but it made me laugh out loud. You get to see, rather than the ship, it's like the reactions of the different people, like Kirk and McCoy and stuff. And then you go down to engineering where Scotty's like looking at the warp core with like kind of satisfaction, like, yeah, it's working well. But there's a dude next to him, like an extra. He's stood there like open-mouthed in amazement. Like, I don't know what they told him to look like, but it's like he's never seen a warp core in his life. And it just really
I'll have to watch that. Yeah. Oh, that's brilliant.
It just really stuck out. I was like, oh man, like you could have toned that one down a bit, sir. I'm sure you've been on a ship before.
Extra, yeah. He probably got like a free lunch, a stipend, or what do extras make, like scale or something like that.
Oh, like when I did it, it was like £100 a day or something. So that'd probably be like 120, 130 bucks.
Oh, maybe. You were an extra? Really?
Yeah, I did it for a while. When I was at uni, it was like a way to kind of pay, for all the shit I needed, mostly booze money.
Well, yeah, it's better than, porn.
Yeah, well, I didn't quite have the physique for that, but it was just a lot of like crime dramas and all that got filmed in Scotland, and it was pretty easy to get cast. Like if you're a young guy who's like 6'2", you'll get cast as a police officer or a soldier like all the time. It was easy money. You just spent most of your days just sat around doing nothing. It's great. But yeah, it's pretty boring. But yeah, that was the thing I did.
Flew out to was it Belfast? Where were they for a couple of years, I seriously thought about it because I had my beard like super long. I wanted to go be an extra on Game of Thrones. Never followed through on it though.
Yeah. Oh, that would have been pretty cool. Like I did Outlander once or twice.
Oh, sweet.
But I was just again cast as a soldier. I was a World War II soldier. I actually hadn't done it for like, yeah, I hadn't.
Torture scene in there.
Yeah.
You saw that episode. It's oof.
No, I mean honestly, like I watched the first 2 episodes and I was like, oh, this is fucking boring. No more. Yeah. It's almost as boring as the fucking books. Like they are just so long and so tedious. Jeez. Yep.
My wife loved them. I tried to read them because I know they were like inspired from Doctor Who, and I couldn't do it. So
yeah. Yeah, the author is like probably the most self-indulgent writer I think I've ever seen. Maybe more than George R. Martin. Like I think they have about the same length of time between books. So yeah, whatever. Anyway, what the hell was I even talking about? We went off at some mad tangent there.
Talking about the extra with his mouth gaping open, looking.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I want to find that man and just congratulate him. Well done. You gave me a laugh, sir. But anyway, this is where Kirk goes onto the bridge as well, and we get to meet one of the major characters of this movie, Valeris. Is it Valeris? Valeris. Valeris, yeah, Kim Cattrall. Wow. So it's basically Saavik.
Saavik, yeah, and I think it was supposed to be Saavik, and they changed their mind. I can't quite remember. And I
think Gene Roddenberry, put his foot down on that one, and said either Gene Roddenberry or Nicholas Meyer, sorry. Because he was kind of like, Saavik would never do this, never betray the Federation. No.
Yeah. It might have been both. Gene, I don't know how Gene died before the movie came out, but he probably was around during the productions, and I can see Gene doing something like that for sure.
Yeah.
And it's bad to see, like right when it starts out, it says for Gene. You're like,
yes.
And listen, Gene was a complicated guy. He wasn't like the nicest human. He was a TV producer. So, he got around a little bit, did a little, some casting couch here and there, normal Hollywood fare. But he did have a good vision, a very good vision.
Yeah. Apparently, like, because I've read Shatner's autobiography when he talks about the movies, and like, Roddenberry kept, like, whenever they came to make a new movie, he kept coming back with the same fucking idea of like, the crew go back in time to the 1960s to try and stop the Kennedy assassination, but then it messes things up and they have to like make it happen again, like they have to reset it. And they kept just telling him, look, we've done things like that in the original series and it wasn't really that great, and like that idea's played out now, let's not do that. When that basically was his idea each time, and I think they almost gave him TNG just to give him something to do. Like, oh, it's like, okay, you just go and do your new TV show and stop bothering us so we can make our movies. And he started off TNG, and I think the first season wasn't great because he had such an influence on it, and I think then other people kind of took over and he got pushed to the sidelines, and that's when it really took off after like season 2, I think.
Yeah, he was a better ambassador, not unlike George Lucas. A decent idea man once in a while at one time, but then you get past your prime. You just do.
Yeah, and it's not to knock Gene because, like, like you say, everyone has their time, and maybe he just was past his, and that's fine. God, he's done more with his life than I'll ever do with mine. That's for sure. So fair play to him. But either way, so you get to meet Valeris, and she is a young Vulcan officer who's like an up-and-comer, and she's Spock's protege. So, he's got high hopes for her. Yeah, much like Saavik was. She's a bit by the book, and, she tries to quote regulations to Kirk when he's leaving space dock. Like, I think he wants to use too much thrusters or something. I love how Shatner's just like, you heard the order. It's like straight away just fucking lays down the law. It's like, listen, this is my ship and we do things the way I want. If you got a problem with that, there's the airlock. Perfect. Like that's Kirk in a nutshell. He's polite enough to people, but he is not going to take any shit. And on the bridge of his own ship, he is not going to be told what to do. I love that about him. Yep. Picard would have been like, especially new Picard would be like, I'm so sorry. I didn't know the regulations.
Maybe I should listen to a woman.
Yeah. I'm so old and confused.
I am. Thank God I'm a old confused robot now.
Yeah. Fuck's sake.
So
Did you ever watch Red Letter Media, the review they did of it?
yeah, that was I think it's their best work, honestly.
Yeah, I was properly laughing out loud when it's like, did you give him like a bad back as well? This like new robot version of Picard.
Prostate problems.
Yeah. It's like,
Robot.
you could make him into anything. You can make him a strapping young man, but you make him this old cripple again.
Yeah.
Genius. Oh man, I hate that show.
I really did too. Well, it might not happen, so that's a good thing. Apparently, there is a well, we don't know, but there's rumors that there's a civil war going on at CBS right now between this new head of film development, Emma Watts, and Kurtzman. And my God, I hope it's true. I hope everything is true about it, and Emma Watts becomes the hero we need.
Yeah, because God knows Star Trek could use something. Anything. Like Kurtzman's got to go. I don't know who you can get to replace him, because who the fuck cares about Star Trek that would be able to produce a good show? I don't know. But yeah, just stop making all of the things that you're making right now, because they're not adding to Star Trek at all. They are just devaluing the brand, what's left of it. But either way, so yeah, so this is
further away, right? Because we see this and it reminds us like it was beyond great. Great doesn't even begin to describe it. Like I said earlier, it was like it was everybody's, for lack of a better description, your comfort, your happy place, a place to go and chill out or enjoy something and turn your brain off to the real world. For so long, it was so good. Nothing, and we took it for granted. I used to criticize Rick Berman. I'll never ever do that again. I will apologize to that guy to my dying day. That I ever said anything bad about him.
Yeah, I would have him back in a heartbeat if it meant getting rid of Kurtzman.
Yep.
And his main, like the main thing you could hold against Berman is that he just played it safe.
Yep.
And it was all a bit stodgy and a bit predictable, but fuck, man, like that's a million times better than what they're producing now. At least he understood Star Trek. At least he had kind of understood what made it work. Man.
Yeah.
And anyway, what was I even talking about? Which part did we get to? Oh, yes.
Yeah. Well, that's reviewing a TV show with me. I've got the attention span of a gnat on meth. But we were talking about Lieutenant Valeris, and she's coming on. She is Spock's protege, and she's basically Savick. And I love Kim Cattrall. I think she did a great job in this film.
I'm not so sure, and I'm going to say why. I felt like she showed a bit too much emotion
in the beginning.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of like little. There's like a lot of little smiles and stuff. Like, yeah, I feel like you shouldn't be doing that. Like,
and I don't know. I had a massive crush on that woman throughout the entire 80s. Because she was in big trouble.
She was, yeah. What was her name? Gracie Law or something? Yeah.
She was just hot. So
she was beautiful woman back in the day.
That stuff, but yeah, I like Kim Cattrall. Big fan.
Yeah, but yeah, I have to say, generally, I preferred Kirstie Alley's kind of take on it.
She was the best. Vulcan. That sucked that she wasn't in Star Trek 3. I was so disappointed with that. But
yeah, and it was just money, wasn't it? She wanted too much.
She wanted money. And I hated her for it for a long time, but her act on Twitter has been kind of great lately. So I like her.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I genuinely, I didn't even know she was still alive. I have to be honest. I didn't know.
Calling out cancel culture and calling out all the idiots on Twitter. So, and speaking actual common sense, something.
Oh man, yeah, I love people like that. Gino Carano has been doing it quite a bit recently as well, and fucking right on, girl. Yeah, brilliant, love it.
I liked her, but I mean, well, way too emotional for a full, Vulcan. Because Savick wasn't full Vulcan, right? Wasn't she Romulan?
She's half Romulan or something.
Yeah, half Romulan.
I wasn't sure. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was her or it was Valeris actually that was half Romulan, because it would perhaps explain why she's a bit more morally flexible.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell if anyone in chat knows. Is it
She is
Savick or
Vulcan.
Valeris, who's
Savick.
half Romulan?
Yeah. So Valeris is Vulcan, and Savick is Romulan and Vulcan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a shame. After 3, you never really hear of Savick anymore. So I don't know what became of her.
I'm going to the wiki right now.
Yeah, someone's saying Savick was the one that was half Romulan. So
it just says, well, in Wikipedia it just says Vulcan, but I thought she was half Romulan, half Vulcan. There it is, right there, and is half Vulcan and half Romulan. So that is Savick. Okay, so there's no excuse. She should have been less emotional.
Yeah. I don't know if that's just maybe it's down to the direction, maybe it was down to Kim just perhaps not interpreting it quite the way she should, but whatever. It's like, it's fine. The impression you get anyway is that she's a young up and coming officer who's very sharp, and she's Spock's protege, so he's quite proud of her. And then you get a scene in his quarters where she comes in to speak with him, and this is a really interesting scene because I didn't really appreciate it like back when I first watched the movie. It wasn't until I rewatched it this time where I was like, she's actually going there to to try and tell him about what she's planning to do. I think she's in two minds about whether or not she should tell him. Ultimately, she's not able to. It's like she you can tell that something's on her mind and she wants to say something, but it never quite comes out. And then Spock kind of talks to her more about how he's intending to retire soon and that he wants her to be the one to replace him and all that sort of good stuff. But yeah, I didn't appreciate it until I rewatched the movie just this time, that she was going there to make a confession to him.
Yeah. And logic is the beginning of wisdom. And the thing about that scene is I always wondered, like, where did they come up with, okay, Spock's lighting a bunch of candles, right? And he's pouring water in he's pouring some liquid into a cup, and it looks very Zen, like he's practicing some custom. And who comes up with that? Okay, pour the water in this one, and then this one, light that candle, and then she eventually drinks out of the cup, and he says, I'm leaving. This will be my last as a crew member. This is my last journey on the Enterprise, and I want you to take my place. Obviously, setting up something later, which was very cool, though. Very cool.
Yeah, I assume it's meant to be some kind of ritual that they do, like Vulcans. Maybe it's part of meditation or whatever. And I think scenes like that, you need something happening. You couldn't just have him sat there talking to her. Like he has to be doing something. And it's like, okay, you just give him some props to work with, and it's like fucking a glass thing. You pour some water in, you sprinkle some herbs in it. Oh, okay, it's like fine, that'll do. It just gives him something to occupy himself.
And he's talking to her in her reflection in the mirror too. So he's staring at the mirror, and they shoot it. It was very cool how they did that. So
yeah, and they also talk about the painting that he's got on the wall, the expulsion from paradise, and it's Spock explains that he keeps it as a reminder that everything has to end, and very appropriate since this is his last mission. And in a larger sense, this is the end for the original crew. So okay, cool. The theme that runs obviously all throughout this is their final journey. This is their last mission. All good. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
So then that's when they rendezvous with the Klingon battle cruiser with Chancellor Gorkon on board. And I just want to say, by the way, I like the battle cruisers more than the birds of prey. Like, those things look badass. They're huge. They're imposing. They're like battleship gray. They look like proper warships. I really like it.
Yeah.
And it flies right in atop the Enterprise. Like, you just see it coming in from above. And Kirk even is looking at it like, shit, like, never been this close to one of these things before.
No, and even Chekhov goes, "Shields up, Captain." You get a sense that this is all happening a little too fast for everybody. Even though it's been a couple of months, this has all been laid on them, and they're like, "Oh crap, this is actually happening. We're gonna have to." And then they ask that we see David Warren, right? Is it
Warner? Yeah, David Warner.
David Warner. Yeah, he was in Time Bandits, and when he shows up and they have to invite him to dinner, and he says yes.
Yeah, I love that because Kirk's just like he kind of half-heartedly asks them over. It's like, "Do you want to come to a diplomatic dinner?" Thinking that the guy will refuse, and he's like, "Oh, we'd be honored." And you just see this look on Kirk's face, like, "Fuck, I didn't think he would say yes. What have I done?" So it's a pretty brief exchange, but it's like, Gorkon comes across as like a fairly reasonable man. He seems quite polite, I suppose. It's fairly amicable so far. But yeah, Kirk's like, he kind of storms past Spock as he leaves the bridge. It's like, "Oh, I hope you're happy." He's obviously like pissed off that he's having to do this thing now. Yep. So that's when the Klingons beam aboard and we get to meet them all. So you get Gorkon. Obviously, he's got this badass cane that's made from like the biggest tooth I've ever seen, which just looks cool. The camera kind of starts at their boots and kind of moves up, so you get like a proper view of all these Klingons, and they look pretty cool. Actually, I'll give them their due.
Badass. They look like Gene Simmons. They had Kiss boots on with little spikes.
Yeah. And they're all like, they're like steel, like metal all the way around them and everything. Everything's like really industrial and heavy and clunky. It's like, yeah, that's cool. That's how Klingons would dress, I imagine.
Right, like an 80s metal band, and when they're walking around, it's all ka-chunk, ka-chunk, everything's
and what's great is it's all like, older men in their 50s and 60s dressed like this.
And they got all these huge guys, right? So they're all like a foot taller than Kirk and McCoy and even Spock. Of course, the boots, obviously, but no, it was, and their that first meeting is hilarious. Then Christopher Plummer just chews up scenery. Dude is great.
Oh yeah, people are talking about him in chat. Like this dude, like he's not quite Ricardo Montalban, but he's close. Like there's not many dudes who can sit there quoting Shakespeare in the middle of a battle and make it work, but he nails it. Christopher Plummer, I salute you, sir, even though you were in Knives Out.
Okay.
The other thing, actually, David Warner, who plays Gorkon, he was in Star Trek V.
That's right.
Yeah, they just brought him back. It was like, "Hey, you were good. Do you want to be in it again?" Okay.
Yeah.
Playing a different guy. Fair enough. And I think he was in TNG a couple of times as well, apparently.
Oh, God, yeah. Like he got around.
Yeah. But I love how like Christopher Plummer is there as Chang, who's like the chief of staff for Gorkon. And straight away he just looks different from all the others. Like his hair's different and he's dressed kind of differently. And like, you notice him immediately. Like this guy's something special. This guy's something kind of unique. And yeah, that's a pretty cool way of introducing him. And I think that's when Kirk kind of takes them off to the dinner. To the men. Which is good stuff. Apparently, this is the one alcohol I've never had. I'll never get to.
Yeah. I think they had some. I don't know what they actually made it out of, but at Cork's Bar in the Star Trek experience in Las Vegas, which I mean, it's just a damn shame that thing is gone. It was so cool. At Cork's Bar, you can get a Cardassian cooler. And I do believe they had the Romulan ale. Again, I had no idea what they made it out of, and I wasn't drinking at the time. Then my wife indulged quite a bit, though. She said it was all right.
Yeah. Was it blue? Like in this?
Blue. It was blue. Yeah.
Oh, okay. They keep referencing Romulan ale all the time. But anyway, you get to see them drink it because I think Valeris suggests it. It's like, look, that'll probably make things easier if we're all pissed. It's like, oh, okay. Shatner's just like straight on board with that. Or like Kirk, sorry. But yeah, so they sit down to dinner and it gets off to a pretty rocky start because, they're all hostile to each other and the conversation's really awkward and they're not quite sure what to say. But I think it's Gorkon who proposes a toast to the undiscovered country of peace and the new world. The future. That's what he toasts to. And then they start to talk a little bit more. That's when you get the bit about Shakespeare, where I think Chang's like, "Oh, you've never experienced Shakespeare until you've heard it in the original Klingon." It's like, all right, was William Shakespeare actually a Klingon? I don't know. Okay.
Yeah. They, it's. I think maybe they were hearkening back to when God, I can't remember what episode in the original series where Chekhov. Oh, it was the one with the Klingons where Chekhov was saying that all these American things were originally Russian. I can't remember which one it was though.
Okay.
It's the
But
one with
either way, like,
Scotty gets in the fight with the Klingons.
yeah, the Klingons from the original series are amazing. Like, they're just guys
them.
with brown face paint.
Yeah.
I do love it in, I think it was The Trouble with Tribbles or something, where they go back in time, like the crew of DS9, and they're looking at them like, what the fuck happened? How did they turn from like what they are into Worf? And Worf is just like, we do not discuss it with outsiders. So,
Right.
brilliant.
And that was the best way to explain it. Now they explained it later, and it worked. They still haven't explained Star Trek Discovery Klingons though, which they could.
Yeah.
It'd be easy. It's a big empire, and they look different.
Yeah, that'd be enough.
And that's all the Klingons from the Discovery or from the back corner that they never talked about before. They're like,
they're like
zealots.
They're like Klingon hillbillies or something.
Yeah.
You know, they're all inbred or something. But yeah, so this is an interesting scene, and this is kind of what I was talking about earlier, right? Where why I like Kirk so much, because Chang quotes Shakespeare, or I think Gorkon does it, and Spock's like, "Oh, that's from Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1, or something." And I'm like, okay, you're obviously well read and all that sort of thing. Then Chang starts launching into it, and he's saying, like, to be or not to be, that is a question that preoccupies our species, referencing the fact that the Klingons don't know which direction they're going to head with all this peace initiative. And he says, we need breathing room. And that's when when Kirk just chimes in with, Earth, Hitler, 1938.
Yep.
And that right there is why I fucking love Kirk.
Yeah.
Right? He's, he gets his point across effectively, not very diplomatically and not very delicately, but he makes his point, and he's subtly mocking the others for like being all high-minded by quoting Shakespeare. He's doing the same thing, but he's quoting, obviously a dictator on Earth, and he's referencing how dangerous the Klingons are in his mind. It's like an in-joke on his part because they probably won't understand what he's saying. And that right there is what draws me to Kirk. Like, when you look at a character like Picard, as awesome as he used to be before Alex Kurtzman got a hold of him, there was always a feeling, I guess, that he was a little bit stuffy, and a little bit pretentious, all the, like, he spends his free time, reading poetry and drinking Earl Grey tea and listening to classical music. And it's all very high-minded, but it's a little bit like, a little bit stuffy and a bit too intellectual, whereas Kirk is not that kind of guy. He's much more of a working class sort of character. And that's not to say that he's dumb or he's ill-educated or anything, but he's just more relatable. He's a regular guy. I think he's from Iowa originally. He's probably quite a rural upbringing, but he's put in this position and he's got there through intelligence and determination and all the rest of it. And that is why I love him so much. For me, he's so much more relatable and more compelling than Picard ever was.
Yep. He is the best captain, equally as well read, but just doesn't have a stick up his ass. But I like Picard. Don't get me wrong. I liked him in TNG.
Oh yeah, I do.
Brilliant. But Kirk was always better. And of course, he was the first captain, the one I grew up with. I was watching Star Trek when I was 5. I think that's when I started watching it. Real young. I didn't understand all of it when I was watching. It kind of scared me a little bit, but that's how I liked it. And it was constantly on. Again, I'm old. We had 3 channels to choose from back in the day, and 2 of them were always playing Star Trek and Twilight Zone. So that's a good thing.
Yeah. No, it's like, as much as other people had like Luke Skywalker or Han Solo or Indiana Jones or whatever it might be, like, I had Captain Kirk. Like, he was my hero growing up, and he's the guy that I always like respected and looked up to. He was brave and he was smart and he was courageous. He was relatable. All of those things that you just want in a hero, and that's what always found so compelling and so relatable about him. And this is what you get to see elements of here, and I really like that about him. just the fact that he's at this really important diplomatic dinner and he's not afraid of like, you know, poking fun at his guests and like criticizing them a little and risking you know, shit going wrong. But either way, like it kind of sours the mood, all of this, and that's when Gorkon's like, you know, I can see that we've still got a long way to go with all of this. But again, kind of, he's still got a hopeful element to him. He's like this is my job. I'm going to try and make this work. And that's when he brings Kirk aside, just when they're about to beam off the ship, and he's like you said earlier, you know, if there is going to be a new world, then it's our generation that's going to have the hardest time living in it. And Kirk doesn't even respond to it because I guess he can't really think of anything to say to that, and he doesn't need to. Like the point's been made, and you can see that it's kind of struck a chord with Kirk, even if he doesn't want to acknowledge it. You know, he's like, oh, okay, you know, this is going to be difficult for all of us.
And this is and that's how negotiations begin. So,
yep.
And you know, I love that that dinner scene. It was so awkward, and you know, the Klingons are all eating, you know, like Klingons eat, and
with their hands,
and it's trying to display the prejudices, and they even say, you know, that Gorkon's daughter, I forgot her name, she says, well, like, listen to your prejudice, it's humankind. And you know, she says the Federation is just Homo sapien, which is not true at all.
It's pretty diverse. I mean, I always got the impression it was human dominated, but there is other species in it. But yeah, Chekhov tries to. They're all kind of trying to make it work. Like Scotty chimes in with a little bit. Chekhov says that, you know, we believe that all species have certain inalienable human rights, and that's, like you say, Gorkon's daughter is like, listen to yourself. Like, it's all about humans, and you know, your whole dialogue, your whole mindset is steeped in this kind of prejudice against anyone who's not human, which is fine. You know, it's a good way of pointing it out, or a good way of looking at it. You know, this is a very different Starfleet from the one you get in TNG. It's one that's more militaristic. It's one that's it's got the same ideals, but it's facing different challenges, and as a result, it's a different kind of culture.
Yes, and it's, you know, it just sets up the tension, and when I was watching it at the time, you know, we were just waiting for just waiting for the other shoe to drop. You're like, something's going to happen here. I didn't expect for it to be it just didn't have, you know, it didn't have a space battle till the end, but it didn't bother me. I was eating this movie. I just remember how much I loved it first time I saw it. I was, because, you know, I still like Star Trek V, but I was bummed about it. But I remember the day that, you know, I watched it opening day. A friend of mine and I, who we watched all our Star Trek movies together, we waited in line to go see it. And I walked out of that. At the time, you know, sometimes you become prisoner in the moment. And I was like, that's the best Star Trek movie ever, you know, and later came to my senses, and, you know, Wrath of Khan's better. But I remember being into this thing immediately, and just like, again, like I said earlier, I knew I was watching something great. And thank God. Oh my, sorry, I got distracted. There's a giant bird window. Yesterday on my live stream, a bird flew into my window, and now
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, it just landed right in front. Holy shit, that thing is huge.
This happened. This happened in my living room once. Like, because you know how birds have got like a certain amount of oil in their feathers. It's what keeps them, like, it makes them waterproof and all that sort of thing.
Yep.
A fucking seagull flew right into my living room window, but you could see the imprint of like its head and its wings where it landed.
In your window.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. God damn. Sorry, I got distracted there. But no, so you could, you know, you feel the tension building. You know, something's going to go down, because even though the dinner didn't go like well, it wasn't this total disaster, and you can tell there's something up with the general. And you know, Christopher Plummer kind of owned that scene. He owns every scene he's in, and I don't know why they decided to make him bald. But it really worked. You know, they kind of, you know, maybe to have him sit out and not look like the rest of the Klingons. And I love his. I'm just looking at a picture of him now. His bolted on eye patch.
Yes. It's like, have you got bolts going into your fucking skull? Like, how does that work?
So I know, right? And they're fine with it.
Yeah, no, it's cool. And like you say, it does make him stand out. And I think, the Klingons with their sort of wild hair, they look a bit uncouth sometimes, but they obviously wanted a guy who was much more calculating and cold and intelligent, and that's what you kind of get when you've got a bald Klingon like that. Like it's much more sleek, I guess.
Yep.
That's how he comes across. And like you say, yeah, he very much dominates the scene. Like when he comes to talk to Kirk, he leans in like real close, like inches from his face to talk to him. And Kirk doesn't really say anything to him, but he's like, again, he quotes a few lines from Shakespeare when the ship's bell goes off, and he's like, "Have we not heard the chimes at midnight?"
Yep.
And he's having a little laugh to himself. Like, that guy's fully in control of that situation, and Kirk just has to kind of put up with it.
Yep. And he was just dying to talk about Shakespeare with somebody too, because he probably couldn't talk about it with too many Klingons. So he's like, "Oh yes, get to mess with these guys and quote Shakespeare over and over again. It's great."
Yeah, I just think him and Khan would have had a fantastic time of it. I want a movie with the two of them just going like a road trip or something. It'd be a blast.
Oh, that'd be great. And you see that they see Kirk as just a pure warrior, and Kirk doesn't see himself obviously as that. And that's not the first time it's happened either, but they see him as a cold and calculated warrior. And he's like, "Wait a minute, I'm not cold and calculated. What are you talking about?" Starfleet is peaceful. And they even mention that, they bring up like what's going to be, the role of Starfleet. And they're, we're still scientific missions and peaceful. But I think this kind of, I never thought, because there's a debate within the Star Trek fandom, is Starfleet is it a military organization or a scientific organization? It's obviously military. Obviously.
In this time frame, absolutely. It is well militarized. It definitely veers much more towards science by the time you get into TNG. But in this frame, yeah, like the way it's conducted, the way the ships are run, its primary mission is, like, I guess, peacekeeping, really, but it's a military force. But what's interesting there is, like, how you said, like, I think it's Spock who says it, like, I believe the captain feels like Starfleet's mission has always been one of peace and science. Kirk's about to correct him, because he's like, "Oh, far be it from me to disagree with my first officer," and then he gets interrupted, so he never gets to finish his point.
That's true.
But clearly, he was about to say, I think, Starfleet is necessary, and I don't think it should be mothballed and all the rest of it. So, you get it. Like, he's got a completely different mindset to Spock on this one, and he's not about to just pretend otherwise for the sake of diplomacy. He's going to speak his mind. Again, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, and that was a real conversation that was happening at the time. Again, I know it sounds silly now, but there was a lot of conversation about ramping down the military, mothballing ships, shutting down, all the nuclear weapons that we had aimed at each other, which, I mean, to this day, we haven't shut them all down. We still have plenty of them, still aimed at the same old locations, and some.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, but they're out there in the, in the Midwest, largely. There's a bunch of them in North Dakota. Yeah, they line the Midwest and up near the Canadian border.
Well, not to mention all the submarine ones that they've got. The Americans, they've probably got like dozens of nuclear subs with missiles.
My cousin was a nuclear tech on a sub all throughout the 80s. And, he can't tell every story, but he said the 80s were just playing tag with Russian subs. They all knew where each other were, and they would like mess with each other. And $1 billion subs were out there playing like games, and one wrong move and it could have been World War III. And, at the time we thought we had the most advanced equipment, but, my cousin was telling me like shit went wrong all the time. And it's like, and he's like, "Yeah, there's a bunch of times we almost went to war."
Yeah.
Mistakes. And freaky little stories there.
No, it's a fascinating era. that Cold War age, when we were kind of balanced on the brink. And I don't know, like you don't know what to relate it to now. Like, we've still got conflict, we've still got tension in the world, but it's focused in a different way. And yeah, the dangers come from sometimes from within. But yeah, won't verge too much into that.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, no, it was always there in the background. So it was like this constant tension that you just learn to live with. And then, like, every 6 or 7 months, there'd be some international incident that get everybody worried. I guess the worst one was the Korean airliner that was shot down by a Russian plane, a South Korean airliner with a U.S. senator or congressman aboard. And that was bad. That was in the early 80s, though. That was when everybody thought, oh, this is it. And then there was a couple of times we didn't hear about. But yeah, it was just constantly there. So when it did actually happen, again, it was surreal. You're like not used to it. And it was a change that, even people who were for it weren't ready for, because we just never thought it would come. And I think this movie does a very good job of kind of showing all sides of that.
Mm-hmm. And it's skipping ahead a little bit here, but it's kind of ironic as well, because the ultimate kind of conspiracy of this movie is a cabal of like Starfleet and Klingon and Romulan officers conspiring to thwart the peace talks, and trigger like either a conflict or maintaining the balance as it is. But it's kind of ironic because it's like Klingons and Romulans and Starfleet all working together to stop Klingons, Romulans, and Starfleet working together.
And that's the ridiculous enough, because that could have been real. That absolutely could have been real. And it shows the absolute lunacy of all of it. So,
yeah. So, I should also kind of clarify, I guess, the reason they're doing all of this is because they are worried that if they don't make peace with the Klingons, if they don't take this opportunity when it comes now, then more kind of hardline elements within either the Klingons or Starfleet are going to come to power and trigger a war anyway, rather than sort of submit to some kind of humiliating peace agreement. As one of them even says later, it's better to die on our feet than to live on our knees. And that's very much in keeping with the Klingon culture. So there's a real risk here that if they get this wrong, war is going to be the only alternative. So there's a lot at stake in this movie. And that's why, Kirk is compelled to do this thing, I guess. And that's why he's kind of, when the Klingons beam off the Enterprise, he's kind of pissed off with himself that he messed it up so badly. Like, he feels like everything got off to a really bad start with all of this. Because it's like, as soon as the Klingons beam away, everyone kind of relaxes a little bit. Like, and I think Uhura kind of sits down on the transporter pad. They're like, "Oh God, thank God that's over. We fucked this up big time."
When they all beamed away, they're
yeah.
After they're all rubbing their heads, I'm gonna sleep this one off. And Kirk is doing his log, and I love how he did his logs in this, because it felt so natural and real. It's just him, like, kind of getting ready for bed, and half mumbling when he's drunk on Romulan ale. And then he mentions, like, no more Romulan ale.
Yeah.
Missions. And then he gets called right back to work as soon as he lays down.
What do you not notice as well? Like, he's going to bed in his uniform.
Yes.
Like, we've all had nights like that when we come back and it's like, oh fuck it, I just pass out in my clothes. Like, you don't even get a chance to undress because you're like, you just want to go to bed. That's the kind of position he's in. And
was me last night. My wife got in like super late, and I was recording a video, and I think I went to bed at like 4. And I woke up in my clothes. I don't remember.
Yeah. I woke up on the kitchen floor a couple of times actually after a night's out. Did you pass out, or did you just go, I'm down here, this looks comfortable? I passed out. Like, one time I took my boots off, right, put them on the floor, and then threw up in them, like in them and on the floor, and then just lay down and passed out. But I still had my fucking coat on, like, from coming in. And yeah, my girlfriend came in at the time and she was fucking raging at me. I was like, she was like, she thought I was dead because I was lying stretched out on the kitchen floor in my clothes with like vomit everywhere. And then she was like, right, well, I'm not cleaning this shit up. You're gonna have to do it. And so yeah, I had to clean this stuff up, like with the like one of the worst hangovers I've probably ever had.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I ended up throwing the boots out because I was like, "There's no salvaging
Yeah.
them; they are done." But yeah,
At least you managed to
that's
save the floor, I guess.
yeah. So yeah, I mean, Kirk's not quite at that level, but yeah, he's having a rough time of it. Like
He's
Romuaniel
always
doesn't sit well.
buttoning his uniform. Does that. Yeah, it's like Shatner hates having the uniform buttoned, so he's got to have that one flap hanging down all the time.
Yeah,
We all remember it in Wrath of Khan because it had that blood. It had Peter Preston, the nephew,
yes,
had
yeah.
his blood on his So
Is the
uh,
word given, Admiral?
the word
Yeah,
is
the word's given.
so sad.
So yeah. But yeah, so he's in a bit of a rough way, but then he gets a call to the bridge, so he's got to go back up there. And like I like how Chekhov is actually on duty. Like Kirk gets to go to bed, but
Yep.
Chekhov is actually supposed to do a shift like this. It's like, man, can you just like have a break? But yeah, either way, so Spock's there and he's found like a weird radiation leak or something like that, and he's like, "This is unusual." And like, I love how Kirk just goes like, "Spock, I'm really tired. Like,
Uh-huh.
is this what you called me out of bed for?" But then he's like, "Look, it's a radiation surge. It's like this is potentially dangerous." And that's when Kirk kind of snaps back into like captain mode. And they're
Yeah.
not quite sure where it's coming from. So like, what's this odd thing going on? And then before he can do anything else, like they witness like a torpedo just suddenly gets launched and slams straight into the Klingon battle cruiser, and cripples it. And straight away they go to alert. They're like, "What the hell's going on here? We didn't fire
Yep.
on them." And it's kind of a little bit of chaos. Like everyone's trying to like understand what's just happened. Like, why are they opening fire? What's going on? The Klingon ship has been damaged, and they lose their artificial gravity, so everything just starts floating. And yeah, so it's quite a cool scene. Like you really get the feeling of like of panic and chaos as all this is unfolding.
Yeah, and again, it's not that was you didn't see a scene like that back in 91. Somebody start floating and they had the CG blood, and I know a lot of people talk about, and we'll get to that in a second, but yeah, that
Oh
I thought
yeah,
that scene was so cool. When they floated, they lost their gravity, because I don't remember seeing that in Star Trek before. Maybe I did, and I didn't remember it, but I thought that was just the coolest scene, and it was creepy. And you see the Starfleet guys in their uniforms and their mag boots walking
yes,
through in the chaos. And the second shot, it's the second when the second shot goes, you see the shock on Kirk, and yeah, he's just kind of, usually Kirk is quick on stuff, and he doesn't do anything while it's
yeah,
happening. He's like, what the is going on?
yeah. And so yeah, he's contacting Scotty, like, what the hell are you doing? Like, why are we firing? And Scotty's like, well, there's you know we're fully loaded, like we haven't fired any torpedoes, so like they don't understand what's going on. And yeah, in the midst of them trying to work out what's happening, these two guys beam aboard the Klingon ship. They're wearing spacesuits and masks so you can't see their faces. They're wearing magnetic boots so that they can walk around while everyone else is floating. And they're basically just gunning down everyone that they see along the way as they make their way to Gorkon's conference room or whatever it is. Yeah, there's the blood, which
Yeah.
you know it's not the best. It's not ILM's best work. I'll give
No,
them that.
that was
It's
early computer graphics. That was 1991 computer graphics, and they were really proud of it. In this, they have like nice tight scenes on it, and it's got like this little sound effect to it.
yeah.
One guy gets his arm shot off, and it's like all the little pink pellets come off, and yeah,
It moves. It's weird. Like it moves as it should. Like the physics of it are fine. I think the problem is that the rendering is just really like
yep.
low res. It looks like something out of a PlayStation 1 game. It's just like it needs more detail. I think that's the problem. Like Terminator 2 did liquid effects to a better standard. I think that's what they should have been aiming for, but I guess there wasn't the budget to do something like that here, so it's pretty ropey, and it's like, oh, okay, I can, it's a shame, but it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, and that movie came out the same year.
Yeah,
91.
But I imagine it had a much bigger budget because it's a James Cameron movie.
I'm thinking it did. Yeah, 91 was a pretty good year for movies.
It was, yeah. I don't think they'll say that about 2020.
Nope. No. Oh God, no. I don't know if they'll say that ever again. I mean, that's I mean, you've got this great thing you can do on your channel forever. You can go back and do like your Demolition Man video was freaking brilliant. So, and I, just sorry to go off on a little tangent. I always told my son, because, we've seen strife in the country before. And since the Orange Man got elected, it's been pretty divided. He was asking me, he was concerned. He's all, have you ever seen anything like this? Well, not in my lifetime, but I said, son, it'll be time for the revolution when we are in Demolition Man, when they start ticketing us for dropping an F-bomb. Yeah. And we're almost there. We're almost there. And yeah.
If you misgender someone, you're in violation of the verbal morality statute, and that's it. You're cancelled, man. I just think with that sort of thing, I think it will reach a tipping point where people are just like, okay, enough of this insanity. Stop now. And it feels like we're getting closer to it. So that can only be a good thing. That's why when all this stuff happens, and people like more and more like insane kind of things you can't say and things you have to say and all that, rather than fight against it, I say embrace it, go all out with it, make it as insane and unworkable and impractical as possible. Just embrace all of it, because you're just hastening the inevitable.
Yep,
it's great. Just put your foot on the gas, drive that car right to the edge of the cliff, get it there as fast as you can. So
yeah, 91, Undiscovered Country, Terminator 2, Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves with
God.
Yeah, and The Fisher King. So yeah, good. All movies I enjoyed. Robin Hood was terrible, but it gave us Alan Rickman.
It did.
Who was brilliant in it. So
it's I'm gonna cut your heart out with a spoon.
Yep.
He just absolutely tears the arse out of those lines. I just remember it for that Bryan Adams song, man. That was in the charts in the UK for like a year. Like every time you turned the radio on, that freaking song was playing. Couldn't escape it.
In the back of my head. Yeah, as an earworm for sure. And you look at Bryan Adams, you're like, how in the hell did that guy ever get famous? He makes like basic music. He's freaking Canadian. No, just kidding, Canada. Yeah, but people liked him.
Yeah. But yeah, either way. So these guys in spacesuits make their way to Gorkon's chamber. They kill the guys with him, and then there's a pause, and then they shoot him as well. And it's like, oh shit, man, he's dead. And the flashback to,
like he stares at it for a minute too. He's got they're both floating there, right? The Chancellor and I don't know, his assistant or whatever. And they pause for a minute, then they fire. So he has the time to think about it. And he gets shot like right in the whatever, I guess the gut, and the pink pellets come out of both sides. Yeah. And then you get that big close up of the globular, and it starts making that weird sound. It's like when they were in there, like, oh my God, look at this computer graphics. We can use computer graphics.
This is the future.
And you're like,
but yeah, so they leave him floating around, and off they go, and they beam off. But you see a little bit of Klingon blood float onto the transporter pad, which is going to be important later. But yeah, so you flash back to the Enterprise bridge where Kirk's trying to figure out what's happened. They're trying to hail the Klingon ship. That's when Chang comes on the comms, and he's like, "You've attacked us under a flag of truce, and we're going to destroy you for that." So great scene. The Klingon battlecruiser has regained power, and it just rights itself and swings back around towards the Enterprise, and it's coming right at them with the torpedo port open, and you just see like the red glow as it's preparing to fire. It's proper like sinister, intimidating looking ship, and it's bearing down on them. And you just hear Chekhov keep going, like, "Shields up, Captain." Like increasingly urgent. Like, why are you not doing anything?
Yep. And then they surrender like
Yes.
immediately.
Yeah.
And
Not
which was
not Kirk's style at all.
nope. Nope. But then watching that, you're like, oh damn. But that was the diplomatic decision to, so Kirk's still doing his job, following those orders, and not being the swashbuckler that everybody, the caricature of him. A lot of people think, who don't watch a lot of Star Trek, thinks he's always just making out with an alien and breaking rules, which he does once in a while. But
yeah, that drives me nuts. That it really does. I'm sure I've ranted about this before, but like, yeah, this implication that Kirk is some cowboy who just plays by his own rules and like runs in there, guns blazing, just gets people killed, doesn't care. That is absolute nonsense. Like that's nothing like his character. In the movies, he is a smart, calculating, thoughtful commander who really considers the safety of his ship and his crew first and foremost. And he might disobey orders on occasion when he's forced to, and there's no other option. But there's always a justification for it.
Yep.
And it's such a derivative, like a simplified version of who they think Kirk is, and that's what they went for with the movies with J.J. Abrams. That's why he's just a clown now.
Yeah, and they do the same thing with Spock. They just they make him seething with anger all the time, like this boiling anger just under the surface, instead of, I don't know, having him be Spock without emotions. And then and we talked about it before, on that rare occasion when he shows an emotion, it has impact. It means something. Yeah. And it, it even took Leonard Nimoy time to figure out the role, but once he did, it's masterful, and nobody will ever be able to do it. So just stop.
Yeah, definitely. So Kirk has surrendered, and he wants to go over to the Klingon ship to find out what's happened, because he knows that people have been injured, they've been attacked. So that's when McCoy goes with him, and he leaves Spock behind on the Enterprise to take command. And you see Spock put his hand on Kirk's shoulder, which is quite subtly done. Like, you don't immediately notice that something significant's happened, but you do see him put a device on Kirk's uniform, so that he can track him, which you find out later. But it's quite it's neatly done. I think it didn't stand out too much. So that's when Kirk and McCoy beam over, and they're escorted into Gorkon's chamber where he's dying. And McCoy does his best to try and save him, but he's not able to. I think it's a good scene with DeForest Kelley, because he doesn't often get that many scenes in the movies. Like, I think it's more Spock and Kirk's the main relationship, but it's great to see him do stuff. It's great to see him get a chance to really act.
That was the one that you're right. I mean, they gave him and Kirk time together, and so they could do their buddy thing too, and it really worked. And he went out, with I love Dr. McCoy.
Yeah, he's got this great sarcastic sense of humor, doesn't he? And that is one of the reasons that one of the good moments of Star Trek V that really stood out is the scene that McCoy gets with his father, where they have these visions of like the most painful memories of their lives, and it's when he has to help his father to die, basically, because he's dying from some horrible terminal illness. And McCoy's the one to do it, and my God, the guy plays that scene brilliantly. Like, he doesn't often, DeForest Kelley doesn't often get that much of a chance to do these big dramatic scenes. But that scene, he nails it, man. You're glued to the screen watching that. That was a highlight of that film for me.
Yep. DeForest Kelley's brutal. I miss him. And I'm glad, they had time together, because they work together just as well as Kirk and Spock. They're a good little buddy cop thing they had right in the middle of the movie.
Yes,
and that was such a cool thing to go out on, that they end up on a prison. I don't want to get too far ahead though. We'll get there, but I love that part. That's one of my favorite parts of the movie.
Yeah, it's a great setup for them, and they get some good scenes together. So, but yeah, McCoy's trying to save Gorkon's life, but he doesn't really know his anatomy because he's not, well versed in Klingons. And the guy's seriously injured, so he's not able to save him. But Gorkon regains consciousness just long enough to give some parting words to Kirk. Asking him, I think he says to him, "Don't let it end this way." And then he passes away, which is an interesting thing for that character to say because he doesn't know that Kirk wasn't responsible for this whole thing. But even then, in his dying moments, he's still trying to preserve this hope of peace.
Yep.
So,
showing trust.
Yeah.
And his dying moment. So yeah, that had to be impactful on Kirk enough. And and Kirk did go on the ship. That was a crazy thing to do, but surrender, that's all they could do. So Kirk was already getting past his prejudice, was already well past his prejudices, trying to make things work.
Yeah. So with Gorkon dead, they're placed under arrest, and that's when we get our kind of act 2 of the movie, I guess. Like now that Kirk and McCoy have been placed under arrest, Spock assumes command of the Enterprise, and people within the crew like Scotty and stuff are like, well, we can't just leave them on board, we have to get them back. And he realizes, well, we can't start a war with the Klingons over this. We have to be smarter about this. We have to figure out how this was done, what's actually happened here, and then we can I guess come to them with proof that this has been orchestrated by someone else and that we're not responsible. So that becomes his focus for the time being, whereas Kirk and McCoy are taken away and they're put on trial.
And they are screwed. But this is what Star Trek is. And, we don't want to bring up Kurtzman too much, but this is what they don't get. They always talk about fans missing the memo. It's problem solving. So, in other movies, this would have been some big action scene where they set up an escape instead of, going through the diplomatic BS. And you see Sarek, and he has to take the side of, the Romulan, and they and the Klingons. They can't give up these prisoners, even though the president's trying to fight for them and stuff. And yeah, I think all of this is, it's a big sham. But that's what Star Trek is. And that's why it works so goddamn well in this movie. And no other franchise or anything could have done it, because that is something that's solely unique Star Trek. Because you can't get a lot of people to sit down and watch too much diplomacy when it's, when it's a sci-fi, when it's sci-fi adventure.
I'm always of the opinion when it comes to things like space battles and all that sort of thing. In Star Trek, for sure, less is more.
Yep.
When you take the time to establish the setup, the characters, the factions, the ships, all that stuff, on the rare occasions when battles do happen, they feel so significant because you understand what's at stake, and you understand like every torpedo hit can mean something. It can change the entire balance of the battle. All of that is what makes it work so well for me. That's why Wrath of Khan worked really well. That's why this movie works. There's not loads of battles. There's not loads of big action scenes, but when they do happen, it grabs your attention straight away because it's important.
Yep, absolutely. And that's so lost now. It reminds me of this kind of out there, but there's so the Incredible Hulk. He's not always the Incredible Hulk. He's Bruce Banner. And they went away from that for a long time, but there's this Bruce Jones run in the mid-aughts. A lot of people hated it, but I loved it, where he rarely became the Hulk. He was not the Hulk. For long periods of time, he wouldn't be the Hulk, but when he became the Hulk, it actually meant something, and you saw the power of it. And they really went hard into less is more, and it worked. And that's what works here all the time. And that's been the biggest problem. And we've said this a million times before about Star Trek. It's not something you pour a ton of money into. And this movie was restricted by budget, but you can't tell. You cannot tell. And that's why, because it's a TV series and it's meant to be that. It's not Star Wars. It'll never be Star Wars. It's not going to be something that's going to sell overseas. It's not going to be something that you can even do now as a space adventure series. It is a TV show with problems.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah. Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, when you compare this movie to modern Trek or any kind of modern sci-fi movie, yeah, I mean, you can see the budgetary shortcomings a little bit. Like some of the sets look a little bit like hokey, and it's very obvious that it's the soundstage. But it's fine because it's not a movie that needs that. It's not about spectacle so much as ideas and problems and situations that you have to try and resolve. And that's what the Star Trek ethos was all about. That's what makes it interesting. So yeah, it's they've tried to focus on the wrong things when they brought Star Trek back with the J.J. Abrams movies. It was all about the show and the spectacle and the giant space battles and the Enterprise getting the shit kicked out of it over and over again. Like, it's just no, it's overwhelming after a while and it just loses its impact.
It is, and that's the biggest problem Hollywood has right now. They can't simplify things for some reason. It's just impossible for them to maybe, they did it like Star Wars did it with The Mandalorian. I mean, I know a lot of people don't like it and it was mediocre, but that was most definitely the right thing to do with that franchise, was to simplify it. And I think all of Hollywood needs, they're probably going to be forced to now because of budgetary reasons, and maybe we'll get something good out of it.
I hope so. I've said before on stream, like, this mindset of Hollywood now, where you're sinking, $200-300 million into a movie, and God knows how much in marketing, and you have to crack $1 billion to even think about turning a profit. You can't sustain that. And even if you did keep producing movies like that, they become just safe and predictable because you can't afford to gamble when there's that much money involved. You have to play it safe. You have to just produce the thing that worked before and just keep running it out until eventually it's run its course, and then you'll reluctantly move on to something else. If your movies have got a budget of 100 million or 50 million or whatever, you can be so much more creative because there's less to lose. And that's what they're able to do with films like this. Didn't have a huge budget, but it didn't need it because it didn't need to make the insane amounts of money that movies do nowadays. So if we can get away from that, yeah, okay, we won't get the crazy special effects that we've had with some movies, but I don't mind if it results in better stories and more interesting characters.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. Amen. Amen. And they. It's the corporate involvement, I think. That's why, just the stakes have gone higher. I remember when Titanic was being made, and that was considered just gaudy. It was, I don't know if you guys remember, but people thought it would be the biggest bomb of all time.
Yes.
They thought it was just going to be a total disaster. They heard about all the problems on the set. The thing had gone massively over budget. They were taking twice as long to shoot it. Cameron was, the rumors that he was just a maniac on the set, and it just became like the biggest movie of all time for it. But at the time, but now everything's $250 million, right? So
Titanic was a work of absolute genius from a marketing point of view, because on the one hand, you've got it's a disaster movie, so guys are going to go see it to watch that ship sink, and watch it split in half and shit's exploding and stuff. Oh, it's cool. On the other hand, you've got this really corny love story with two beautiful people like falling in love, and it's tragic and all the rest of it. So you're going to get, like, women are going to go see it. And so guys are going to go with their girlfriends to see Titanic because they know they're going to get laid that night if they go take their girlfriend to see that. And so everyone did, and it just became this like a phenomenon. And I remember, like, I was in like early high school then, like, I was like freshman, I guess you would call it. And even then, like, all the girls were talking about how much they loved, like, Leonardo DiCaprio in it. They were obsessive about it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's way over in Scotland. Even there, it was this thing that everyone just knew about and everyone talked about. And I genuinely think that movie was a piece of marketing genius. I'll give Cameron his due on that one.
Oh, hell yeah. I have a very crass description of that film, because it was the first time a movie production, or James Cameron, forgive me, James Cameron tapped the clitoris of America and the world in a way that no other film had in my living memory. And the women were going to that movie in droves. They were having these huge like watch parties where they go and remember that movie made more money like after its release. It did okay like through November, and it was number one from November to April. Now, like you're never going to see something like that ever again. I mean, but I'm old enough to remember Raiders of the Lost Ark being in the theater for a solid straight year, and filling theaters for a year straight. And now it's like a couple of weeks. But yeah, it was a weird phenomenon, and it was still considered gaudy at the time. It's like this movie cost like $200 million, and now the rumors out there that Rise of Skywalker cost $600 million to make. With
was
the
that including marketing? Yeah. I could believe it was easily over 300 in terms of just production budget, and then they spent a ton on marketing it. They're never getting that money back. That movie bombed.
And I think it's just up until recent, it's a recent thing for Hollywood to be this corporate. They still have to do this, right? They still have to find investors for films, and they get some rich ass dude who wants to have his name and credits, so he pays for 100 million of it or 50 million of it. But now it's got to be that much, and there's very few people with that much money. So it just becomes this, and that's what's ripped the soul out of Hollywood, and the creativity is, we have to satisfy our investors. So we need the sure thing. So we got to go do the marketing research, and basically have these cookie cutter plots. And that's where Marvel's going down that road too, unfortunately. And that's what's happened. We've lost Martin Scorsese wasn't wrong when he criticized the MCU and the loss of cinema. But I think it's a natural thing. I think the more sophisticated storytelling prior to 2016, when Hollywood lost its mind and decided to go woke, was happening in serialized television. So that's where that was moving naturally. I have no idea. Maybe it'll go back to good cinema, because they are going to be forced to make movies for less and be more creative, and we're probably going to get much better stuff if it's not filled with a bunch of freaking politics, which I have no idea.
Yeah, they've like last year demonstrated that shoving politics into your movies, it doesn't sell. How many high-profile flops did we have last year? Dark Fate, Rise of Skywalker, Birds of Prey, like all of these films that pushed all this stuff just flopped big time. Bloody Charlie's Angels as well. Like the list goes on and on. That sort of thing can't keep getting made. Like studios can't keep producing movies that lose hundreds of millions of dollars for them.
No.
It's just eventually the money will run out and they can't make any more movies. So yeah, it has to end at some point.
And Undiscovered Country did politics perfect. Absolutely perfect. It showed all sides of the argument, and you put your main character, Kirk, on an adverse side, showing his bigotry. But you still, like you said earlier, it's justified. They killed his kid. So of course he's going to think that way. They presented all the sides with potentially of course an unbiased scientific approach. They wanted to see, they put it in there. Of course they had their side, and peace will win out at the end, and war is bad, and we all know war is bad, and that's how political it got. And that's, now it's just partisan, and it's obvious. And if we went back to doing this, and I've said it before, that they misinterpret Star Trek a lot, and when you hear people describing it now, they always talk about the diversity and the politics of it, but it's a space adventure. First and foremost, it's a space adventure with problem solving. And then the politics will come after that. And we all know what the politics of the creatives behind it were, but they at least showed every side and were as neutral as possible. And that's why it appealed to the most people as possible, because it didn't alienate anybody. That's why Republicans and Democrats and freaking anarchists and Christians and Muslims loved Star Trek. Everybody loves Star Trek. That's why.
It asked you to think about politics perhaps from a different point of view by presenting it in the light of science fiction. It didn't lecture you on politics and tell you what you needed to think. because it trusted you to be smart enough to take the lessons that were presented in each episode and have a think about it and draw your own conclusions from that. And that's where it works, because it doesn't need to lecture you. The more you try to lecture people and the harder you push on stuff like this, the more you push people away. And that's where we're at now. But
it's not fun. And this film remembers to be fun. It's very serious subject matter, but there's plenty of humor in it. The dinner and in the prison encampment, which we're going to get to, even the trial, there's even Bones trying to crack a joke, while he's about to.
I love that.
Yeah, that was great.
Not many men would crack a joke while they're on trial for murder, but Bones has a crack at it. I was just going to say, could I just take a short pause for 30 seconds or so? If you could just perhaps
I will vamp. Go for it. Yeah.
If you just talk with chat or something, just briefly, I will be right back.
Thank you. Talk to the chat. Let's see what we got. Lord Thoth says, anyone interested in a Star Trek 6 discussion after Amazing Star Trek can check out the Space Book on YouTube. He's plugging his own stuff in the chat. As long as it's afterwards, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you, Lord Thoth. People became dumber when reality TV started up, and that is the problem. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your name, Saron. I apologize if I mispronounced that. TV definitely did get dumber on the broadcast level. Yes. So when I talk about the serialized television getting better, it was more like HBO was on the forefront, and then the streaming services came in. And in the mid, just prior to the election, we were getting some really sophisticated, good TV, like Mr. Robot before it went off the rails, Westworld season 1 before it went off the rails, Legion season 1 and 2 before it went off the rails, Taboo, which never got a season 2, but was just a brilliant single season of television. Of course, we got True Detective. I mean, there was a 2 to 3 year period where it was just brilliant. And listen, when Star Trek was starting up, before Kurtzman got involved, it was Brian Fuller was involved, and Nicholas Meyer. I think they were well on their way to making something very good, and Kurtzman weaseled his way in there and got rid of Fuller. Now Fuller gets a little too political, in my opinion, too, but he also, I don't know, he knows how to draw stuff back. Plus, he has worked on Star Trek before, and arguably American God season 1 was good. Season 2 was terrible. But yeah, I think, reality TV did, it hurt a lot of things. And that was the writer's strike. The writer's strike really, it hurt Hollywood to this very day. And it happened in 2010, right? I think it was 2010. And Kurtzman was one of the people who crossed the picket line, by the way. That's how I got a gig.
God bless Alex Kurtzman, a man who fails upwards.
It truly does. YouTube, you're welcome. Yeah, I don't even want to bring up cuties here. It was it's filthy.
I was like, I'm not even going to make a video on that. I wouldn't even feel comfortable making revenue off it.
I did the video and I was like, I was just angry. So, I did that video angry, and I usually do, and I probably won't, I'm not going to make a habit of, I really want, I really just want to review stuff like you do. I just want to review things. I have a big, long Umbrella Academy review that I'm going to put out, and I've been working on a Picard review for 3 months, and I'm going to finally put out. But it's a lot more fun. It's a lot more work, but it's a lot more fun reviewing stuff. Dude, if I could talk about Undiscovered Country for the rest of my time on YouTube, I'd be happy. These are fun. I absolutely love doing this, Drinker. So if we, every month or so do something like that, or a couple months or 3 months, whenever you're ready, I'm good. I
absolutely
can do it all day.
No, honestly, there's nothing better than talking about a film with, that you enjoy with someone who also loves it and is passionate about it. And you can share with people what works well about films, and just like a little bit of like, things that have moved you or things that you find appealing personally. And it's just good. It's good for your morale. It's good for your outlook. These things that I do, like these live streams, they're just like a little holiday for me where I can just be like, oh, I'll be positive about a film that I really like. It's nice.
It
We're
is.
allowed to have fun occasionally with this stuff.
I think the thing writing on this movie, and I think you would agree here, it was really important for all Star Trek fans that this crew got a proper send off. I mean,
Yes.
like that's what we were hungry for. Is that, like, we didn't want to say goodbye at all, but if we wanted to, it better be freaking epic, and it was. And that is such a rare thing. That is, I mean, to meet expectations, to meet fan expectations.
To let them go out with dignity, and having achieved something very special and kind of brought their worlds in line with what we knew was going to be the future, like TNG, having accomplished something really amazing with their final mission. You couldn't ask for more. I just thought it was a perfect send off for them. I love, yeah, it maybe indulges in a little bit of sentimentality at times, but I don't care because it's
Good.
earned it. It spent 25 years earning it, and I am cool with that.
Yep. The signatures at the end, which we'll get to, everything about it. As sappy as it was in some areas, it was perfectly sappy for me. I love that stuff. So I'm with you. Bring it on.
Yeah. Where did we get to? So yeah, they're Kirk and McCoy are on trial, aren't they?
Yes, they're on trial.
And simultaneously, I think the diplomats are arguing about what should be done, and I think Gorkon's daughter has now assumed command of the Klingon military. She's like the sort of de facto chancellor now, and she kind of says to the president of the United Federation of Planets, "Look, we'll go ahead for now with this peace negotiation, but nothing else better happen, and we are not giving you back Kirk and McCoy. They have to stand trial, and they're going to be the ones who are the scapegoats for this." So that's where you're at. They can't expect any help from the outside for now. They are on their own, and they've been put on a show trial, pretty much. I also, just before we get into the trial bit, I really like the scene where Gorkon's daughter is she's talking with her senior generals, and one of them is right in there like, we should attack them now while we can still do it. We've got an opportunity to strike, and I would rather take my chances and have a war than just submit to the Federation and just give up. And that's the faction that she's dealing with here, the hardliners who want war at any cost. But she, to be fair to her as a character, she is pretty level-headed. She's like, that's not what my father died for. He believed in peace, and I'm willing to see it through for now. She's got grit as a character and determination. So, you get to see a bit of her mettle being tested.
Right in 1991, prior to any time where there was no women in film back then. No. So, I mean, it's pretty good
women before 2016. Or sorry, no, 2018. I think it was. Women had never done anything of significance in movies, and they weren't allowed to make decisions. They were never leaders. They never did anything cool, and they never showed any determination.
It was
so
all
thank God for modern cinema.
Yep. It was just the men playing the women, and it's just like Shakespeare. No, she was, despite the nepotism. Okay, a little bit of nepotism in the Klingon Empire there. She did a very good job, and again, the most important thing is all the characters' decisions made sense. They absolutely made sense. It made sense for Kirk and McCoy to be sacrificial lambs in the diplomacy, and so much so. And then you see Sarek, he's disturbed by it in a Vulcan way, and you could see the duplicitous Romulan there, like yeah,
he's just there, like he's just kind of like hanging around.
They they went to the casting book when they opened the book where it's like, okay, shifty, untrustworthy looking guys. Okay, there's one. Let's cast him.
I love because this guy had been used several times before as the Klingon ambassador. and he's just an absolute blowhard, like, oh my god, this is an outrage, an attack upon Klingon citizens. He's just your typical, I guess he's an equivalent to like the Russian ambassador in like the UN. Always bloviating over things, and he's just full of crap. But like that's the kind of way politics is played. So the actor they got, I love him. He's so good.
Oh, I can't remember his name, but he's a character actor, and he like was in every TV show, every broadcast TV show in the 80s. And I still can't remember his name, but that's what the Star Trek movies did. They would, they would fill them with character actors and it works. And God damn, Christopher Plummer was so good in the trial scene that he just ate it up.
Yes.
And I loved, so they start out, they get there, they make their opening statements. You see Worf's great grandpa is there as the defense attorney. And the judge is like, for one, they're in like this pit or something, and it looks like Thunderdome. And the judge has a gavel that's a ball that sparks. It's so freaking metal. I love it. I just love everything about it.
Yeah, every time he slams that gavel down, like sparks fly off it, and he's got like some kind of metal claw that he uses to hold it. It's just like cool. Yeah. There's like they do that thing, and you don't get it much now, but it seemed to happen a lot in the early 90s, where a character will start speaking in whatever the native language is, and you'll get like a short cutaway of them being translated or whatever, and then it'll just revert to them speaking English for ease of understanding, for the scene to flow better.
That was awesome how they did that. I thought it was brilliant. I saw somebody in the chat say, William Shatner is in love with himself, and he most certainly is. But
oh yeah,
after meeting him a couple of times, I think a lot of that gets. He most definitely is very proud of himself and proud of his work, but he's also like really confident. And there is a difference between, because a lot of insecure people can be narcissists. As a matter of fact, narcissism, like a lot of it comes from insecurity. But he's a confident dude. Just in my brief conversations with him, he is a confident dude, and that does turn a lot of people off. I don't think he's confident. He's not egotistical in the way where he tries to truly belittle others. At least, again, that's just in my limited time speaking to him. Like I've seen him 3 or 4 times at conventions and stuff, and said like a word to him like hello. He's just very comfortable in his skin.
I honestly would, in my lifetime, I know the window of doing this is closing probably quite rapidly, but I'd love to meet him just once, just to like shake his hand and just say thank you for doing this, for creating this character, or at least portraying him. And doing all these conventions, all these movies that you've done, I don't mind too much about him being like narcissistic or a bit in love with himself and perhaps a bit overconfident. I don't care. He's earned it, in my opinion, and I'm totally cool with that. But I would just genuinely love to thank him just once and talk to him and say that.
Yeah, it was a cool experience. It was expensive, but it was cool. And I'm glad I did it. And I did the same thing with Stan Lee with my kid, and got to see him before he went. And there's also, the 80 factor. I mean, like you get to 80, you do not care. There's no more pretense. There's no sparing feelings. You don't have time for that stuff. You get right to the fact of the matter. And he's still has all of his faculties, right? So at
this dude, I mean, I don't know if he's had work done or whatever it is, but like he does not look like a man who's pushing 90.
No, not at all. I think a little like light work has been done, but I couldn't really tell. And listen, he drinks. He's a drinker. And to be,
I like him already.
And to be a drinker that long, and still look that good, that's just good genes right there. That's good stock.
Yeah, some people just have that, like they don't, I don't know, they don't get wrinkles as quickly as other people, whatever it might be. I mean, I'm sure that whatever he's got on his head is not his hair, but like that's just life. But like, yeah, generally he looks better than Patrick Stewart does, and Patrick Stewart's like 10 years younger than him.
Yep. And you know what, the fake hair looked like, they do a pretty good job in the movies, right? But I saw it like up close, and I was really impressed. I was like, holy crap, that looks freaking real. Like they've really done. I don't know what he uses, but it's probably the most expensive thing. But they've come a long way in that department because that his hair looked real. So yeah, I don't know if you got transplants or it's one of those glue on toupees or something like that, but it looked good.
Yeah. No, and in the movie, yeah, it looks fine. Like in this movie, anyway. I remember, like, glanced at, I guess, his hair, and it's like, yeah, it looks reasonable. Like it looks like it could be his. It's fair enough. But yeah, so hair pieces aside, like he's on trial, and as we were saying, Plummer's there as the prosecutor. I don't know why they don't have an actual lawyer there to do it, but like he's fucking doing it because it's cool. And he starts out quite calm. Like I think he cross-examines McCoy, and he's like, I believe you drank quite a bit of Romulan ale that evening. And he's asking McCoy like what his status is, his medical status, and that's where he cracks a joke. In the most inappropriate moments, like, you're on trial for your life, sir. You don't want to be fucking around. But McCoy's just like, yeah, aside from a touch of arthritis, I'd say I'm doing pretty good. Like, nice.
And he's like the only one laughing.
Yeah.
So good.
But he's sort of getting McCoy off guard because he's leaning in, and he's all chummy with him, and he's like, talking with him like quite calmly. And he's asking him if his hands shake, and that's when it starts to get a bit more serious. And then he accuses of him being incompetent, either because he intended to kill Gorkon or because, he was just old and incompetent and he drunk too much. The clear implication, though, is that he meant to kill him. Like, that's what he wants the court to think. So he makes his point. McCoy's not really able to defend himself, I guess, because he's out of his league, I guess. He's not a lawyer, and he doesn't really have anyone to speak on his behalf. Then he gets to Kirk,
and he corners him. Well, because obviously a captain is responsible for their crew. They don't know where the shots came from. They have a bunch of circumstantial evidence, but that doesn't matter. It's a kangaroo court. I mean, it should have mattered that the assassins' faces were covered by helmets. But that obviously that got stricken from the record immediately. And when Grampy Worf tried to bring it up, and Kirk was just trapped in this. But the buildup for so what Christopher Plummer did was right. He eased up to it. He started talking about the Romulan ale, and then he just built up to making this case. And I love that one scene. I forgot what he said, but he's all, "Don't wait for the translation. Answer me now."
It's when he plays Kirk's log entry where he's talking about how he doesn't trust Klingons and he never will. And he's like, "Play it again." And then he plays it again. And he's like, "Were those words spoken by you? Don't wait for the translation. Answer the question." It's just yelling at him, fucking right in his face. Brilliant. Like, really just launches into this tirade against Kirk. But Kirk, to his credit, doesn't match him. He doesn't try to yell back. He's just very reserved, and he realizes that he's been screwed, and that he can't deny it because it is true, and he just has to admit, "Yep, that was said by me. Those were my words."
Yeah, how the hell did somebody get access to his log, and give it to him?
It's almost like Valeris was standing right outside his
right
quarters, which is weird because she was stood there in an open door, right? And he never noticed the door being opened. Like, I thought they made the whoosh noise whenever they open.
The subtleties that they've completely lost is you catch the fact that Kirk at that time realizes, they probably suspected they were being set up anyway, right? But then that's their confirmation. Oh, somebody on the Enterprise is effing with us right now because they got access to my personal log. So and there you go. And that's they don't have to come out and tell you that, and or show a flashback of somebody stealing, putting in a little USB drive or whatever. Right?
Yeah, it's like, remember, everyone, these are important bits of information you have to know. Like, they just allow you to put the pieces together yourself. Again, with Spock putting the patch on Kirk's uniform, there's no flashback to that. It's not like we get to see it again from a different angle or whatever. It's just there, and you either remembered it or you picked up on it or you didn't. there it is. You're just left to figure that out yourself. But yeah, that piece of information is damning, and it's enough to like sink any case that Kirk might have had. And so they are sentenced to imprisonment for life on the penal asteroid of Rurapenthe, which is basically just the gulag.
Yes.
In Siberia.
And they make no secret of it. They call it a gulag. And if you work, what is it? If you work well, you will be treated well.
Yeah. Well, it's all snowy and like, you know, it's Siberia, basically. They've been put to the gulag.
Right. But there's Iman. There's always Iman.
Yeah. God damn, she was hot.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know what she's been in. Like, she's kind of before my time, but I looked at her in this movie and I'm like, nice. Yeah. They picked their casting well there. What was she, a model or?
She was a model, supermodel.
Right, okay.
And she was with Bowie. She was Mrs. David Bowie for a long time.
Okay.
Her or the other? I'm pretty sure it was her.
Yeah.
David Bowie. God.
Yeah.
The God.
Yeah. So that's where they get sent. As a result, they're going to be spend their lives there, which are probably going to be very short lives if Christopher Plummer has anything to say about it. Meanwhile, the crew of the Enterprise are working to piece together what had happened. They start to get some clues about what had gone on during this assassination, and I think that's when Spock hits upon the idea of like, okay, if Starfleet officers beamed aboard, then they would have had to be wearing magnetic boots, so they couldn't come back. They couldn't beam back without keeping those boots on. So they must be here someplace. Also, those people must have altered our ship's logs to make it look like we fired torpedoes. Again, whoever was responsible for this must be on board the Enterprise, and that's what prompts them to start searching, I guess, like to try and find these uniforms and these magnetic boots. Yep. I think, is this the same point where Spock figures out about the cloaked bird of prey, or is that something that happens a bit later?
That happens a little bit later, but it's still within the investigation because they start surmising that, you know, it wasn't us. You know, Scotty comes out and says again, like, there's no way we did not fire these. He's all, well, so we got to figure out where they came from. And that's when him and Chekhov, they start talking about the possibility of another ship. But I think it's all during the whole investigation scene. Yeah. While they're looking for the boots too.
Yep. So they are doing that, and Kirk and McCoy are transported to Rurapenthe, which gets a great introduction. Like they are brought in, like a door opens in the ground, and it's snow everywhere. It's like a horrible, like frozen wasteland. And the leader of this penal colony comes out, and he's like, "Oh, well, you're stuck here for the rest of your lives. You're screwed. But you know, if you work hard, then you'll probably survive a bit longer. And if not, you'll end up like this asshole." And they bring out some guy in his underpants, and he just gets dumped on the ground and pretty much freezes to death, like within 10 seconds. That's him done. And it's just a good demonstration of how harsh this place is. Like, you can die anytime, really, if you don't do your job and you don't follow the rules. So they're taken down underground.
They are. Sorry. No, I was like, and I love that this cast that was all in their 60s at this time, right? They decided to take Kirk and Bones out with a prison scene. they go to prison. They have fights, and I love worked in a good fight, and then actually Kirk making out with an alien. Which
it's like all the greatest hits from the original TV show, and I think that's what they were going for. Like, give Kirk all the things he used to do, like a good fist fight, a hot woman to get on with, some good banter with people. Cool. It's good. It's a little nostalgia trip.
Yeah, and Kirk's confronted by this giant alien who wants his coat and wants him to show loyalty to some prison leadership there, some alien leadership. He's all, you got it, but you can't have my coat. So,
yeah, and he's like, I don't think it would fit you anyway. This thing's about 7 feet tall. I think does it not like, because Kirk kind of walks right into this alien and it's like his head goes up to its chest and you
Yep.
just actually hear Kirk go, "Oh my God."
Yep.
That's brilliant.
Then Iman misses David Bowie, and she's, by the way, she stayed with him right up until the end. They were married for a long time. That's rare for like a
Yeah.
rock star and a supermodel. So that must have been some like true love right there. That's kind of cool.
That's rare these days.
Yeah, but she was very hot, and she was smoking some little cigar or something that keeps you warm. She gives a little bit to Kirk, and it looks like Kirk smoking a little blunt, in prison.
Yeah, he's got that look on his face like, "Whoa, I didn't expect this."
Which was hilarious. And so they have their little prison adventures there, and they're gonna try to work on their escape, or at least how do they survive. And Amon tells them that there's a bounty on them. So and he also goes, okay, yeah, this is actually a real setup, and they're trying to kill us, and we need to stay alive somehow.
Just to reference that as well, how weird is it to see a Star Trek character smoking?
Oh yeah. Yeah, because Gene did not like that at all.
Right.
No, he was very anti-smoking, and you think, of course, now, but not back in the 60s. No, like the tobacco companies were advertisers. So Gene didn't allow any smoking in his show in the 60s, and that was controversial at the time.
Yeah. But yeah, like again, Kirk is a guy who would just do it. Like Picard wouldn't touch that thing, but Kirk's like, yeah, fuck it, I'll take some.
Right.
And they look good. Like I was going to say as well, like McCoy and Kirk, like they I guess it's taken a week or something to get there, so they haven't shaved for like a while, and they look rough, but like it makes them look kind of rugged and quite cool, like quite badass, I guess, especially Kirk. He's not like the clean cut like captain anymore. He's down and dirty with the prisoners, and it just it's quite a good look for him, I think.
It was, and their big fur coats. Then of course he gets in a fight and it's got a spotlight, so it looks like they organized fights, and maybe it's for all the fish who show up and see if they're gonna end up being a bitch or they're gonna get respect. And Kirk gets in a fight, and it's a pretty funny scene where
he's kind of, because he's getting his ass kicked, really, isn't he? Because this thing's like way bigger and stronger than him.
I love he uses some of his own moves against him. The whole karate chop on the shoulders, and he pounds him down like 3 times, and then Kirk has to kick him in the knees, and of course that's where his balls are.
Yeah.
So, moaning. The moaning goes on, and Kirk and McCoy kind of walk away, and then Kirk goes, but as they walk away, there's one more moan that sounds way worse, and all men can identify with that moan.
Oh yeah, we've all been there. Like you say, they're walking away from it, but you still get this like because it cuts to that scene, because it's like Spock's on board the Enterprise, and he's like, if I know the captain, he'll be formulating his escape as we speak, and then it just cuts to Kirk getting his ass beat, and McCoy's trying to cheer him on, like he's like, oh, you got him where you want him. It's like get his ass kicked.
Oh my God, he's so funny in that scene too. He looks kind of drunk, so I don't know if he was probably on some like prison ale, like Pruno. I don't know if what you guys have over there, but we have Pruno here, which is made out of you get oranges from the kitchen, right? And you ferment them with some yeast or bread. You use bread, some sugar. You let it sit under your prison cot for a little. Hopefully you don't get caught, and you put it under there, let it ferment, and I guess it's a pretty strong liquor, and it's pretty easy to make.
I'll keep that in mind.
Keep it in mind. Yeah. If it ever gets too apocalyptic, get some bread, oranges, water, sugar, and you're good.
No, it's always good to know. You got to be resourceful when it comes to stuff like this.
You really do.
But yes, Kirk kicks this thing in the balls and its knees. I don't know how that would work, but yeah, it's enough to take it down. And that's when Iman approaches them, and I think that's when she shares the possibility of escape with them, because she sees them as a good bet to get out of the prison.
Yep.
And she's like, look, I can get you out of here, but you have to get us off the planet. So, oh no, I'm sorry, I'm totally wrong with that. She doesn't approach him until later on when they're in their bunks.
Yep.
I think she's just like, yeah, they'll respect you now because you beat this guy in a fight, so kind of well done. And then I think she just leaves them for the time being, and it's only later where they're in their bunks, kind of talking together about how Kirk is, afraid of the future, and he doubted himself, and he didn't trust Gorkon. He kind of realizes he was wrong about all of that. That's when she approaches him, and she just kind of pops up from nowhere. It's weird. It's like she's just there beside him in his bed. But yeah, that's when she offers to try and help them escape. And if they get her out, if she can get them out of the prison, they have to get her off the planet. So that's the deal that they strike. And she kisses him just because, so Shatner could have his original series moment of kissing the beautiful. And he's got like a rock in his hand that he's going to like use to bash her head in, because he thinks like she's another prisoner out to rob him or something. And you just see him drop it, because he's like, holy shit, I've pulled this girl. Like, she's half my age. Nice one.
And then McCoy's like, what is it with you?
Yeah, he just looks so pleased with himself. Like, oh yeah, still got it. That's good.
But there's a little twist with her, Martia. And yeah, so they're working on their way out. They've got to get to the surface, right? And in the meantime, I think that's when, isn't that when they discover? No, the boots get discovered. I just saw this movie like a couple hours ago.
I know all the scenes. It's just hard to know what order they come in. I think
they coming back and forth. So.
Yeah, they discover, because you're flicking back and forth between the Enterprise and Kirk and McCoy. I think they discover the boots first, and they are in some guy's locker, and they're like, yeah, brilliant, nailed one of the assassins. So they bring him into the room where they're all waiting, and it's like, Chekhov looks all pleased with himself, and he's like, so if the shoe fits, then wear it. And he drops the boot next to the guy, and he's like some weird alien that's got like hands for feet or something, so he couldn't have worn those boots. And I don't know, I assume that was kind of a fuck up on Valeris's part, where she's like, she hid the boots in a random locker, thinking that would like lead people off the scent.
Yep.
Only to find out that it's a guy who couldn't have worn them in the first place. So she's like, God damn it, I've screwed up here. Or like, if she planned all of that, or if she wasn't even the one who put them there. It's never really explained, but
no, I think, again, that's one of the subtleties. I think they just expect you, like, she was part of the investigation and she was just going to play along, because nothing really does connect directly to her. It's only until a mistake of hers later. But yeah, she just goes ahead and goes through with the whole investigation. As long as she delays things long enough, that's all she needs to really do. And in the meantime, the Enterprise is being called back constantly, so they're having to say, the good old, well, we got something wrong with the warp drive. So Spock tells Scotty to explain that there's something wrong with the warp drive, and it could take weeks. In the meantime, Sulu is out there, and we get this little cameo, which was a big deal at the time. Remember?
Oh, Christian. Remember when Christian Slater was like the hot new thing in Hollywood?
Yes.
That was a while ago, wasn't it?
It was. So yeah, Sulu gets woken up, and it's Christian Slater explaining that the Enterprise is delayed in coming back. And Sulu's all, okay, monitor it. And Starfleet was asking them if they had heard from the Enterprise, and Sulu lies and says, no, we don't know what's going on. We don't know what their location is. And Christian Slater like questions it, and he's all, are you hard of hearing, man? He gets all butch again, Sulu. And then he goes back to sleep. Oh my. And you could just tell it was so goddamn important for him to be a captain.
Yeah.
It's just it's hilarious. It works. And there was a ton of rumors of him getting his own series. And Mark Zickrey, who's written some Star Trek, and he's Mr. Sci-Fi here on YouTube. He also wrote the Twilight Zone Companion. He did a like a fan made Star Trek episode with Sulu and his daughter. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Nice.
Better than anything Kurtzman's done, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I heard like with Christian Slater, he was in it for no other reason than because he was a pretty big star at the time, and he was a big Trek fan, and he was just like, you're making a new Trek film, can I be in it? They're like, oh, okay, we'll find a fucking cameo for you. And they just put him in for that. Like, that was as simple as it was. He just wanted to be in a Star Trek film, so they put him in. Great. Love it.
I've always thought because he was like dollar store Jack Nicholson, but I've always thought he was a good actor. I mean, he's been in movies. I love True Romance, and he's been and again, Mr. Robot started good, ended horribly, but he was good in that too. But he just never got past that. He also got in a lot of trouble with that. Remember that, I forgot, what were they called? They weren't called the Rat Pack. They were called
the Frat Pack or something, or the Brat Pack.
Yeah, it was Kiefer Sutherland and Julia Roberts and Christian Slater and a bunch of them. They were like new up and coming movie stars at the time, and then they all ended up. Yeah, I think Julia Roberts was the only one who got big. God, remember when she was big? She was like. She would be in a movie and people would go see it and it would make money. And
it's not, it's not many female leads that are big box office draws, but she was one of them for a while. But now she's old, so I guess people don't care anymore. And with Christian, and with Christian Slater, he kind of he was a product of the 90s. Well, sorry, the 80s, I guess, but he kind of peaked in the early to mid 90s. I remember him in a bunch of John Woo action movies, like he did Broken Arrow, and I think it was Heavy Rain or Hard Rain or something like that. And then just kind of disappeared after that.
Oh my god!
I fucking love Broken Arrow because I love the music to it, and I love John Travolta. He is just having the time of his life in that movie, and I can't help but love it. It's great.
Do not fire at the nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
Oh, it's such a good movie. Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah.
John Travolta had the biggest comeback ever. I mean, he was a big star in the late 70s, early 80s. He was on Welcome Back, Kotter, and then Saturday Night Fever, and everybody was calling him the next Brando, and then he just disappeared. Absolutely disappeared. And then he made, of course he gets into Pulp Fiction, and then he's in everything again.
I mean, he did Broken Out. He did Face Off. I fucking love Face Off. I love him in that. He just when he's playing the bad guy, he is just having a ball. Love it.
But he they put him in a bunch of serious movies too, and I think he was nominated for a couple of Academy Awards, and I just kind of chalked it up to he fell out of favor with the Scientologists, and then sacrificed the right people or did what he ever had to do to get back in the good graces of the Scientologists, and they gave him a second wind in his career. I'm sure it had a lot to do with being in Pulp Fiction too. So
it could be. Someone was asking in chat, and this is a genuinely serious question that we must address. Which one was better, Broken Arrow or Face Off?
Face Off.
Yeah, I'm going to say Face Off as well.
Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage. You don't even need to say anything more. Just Nicolas Cage.
No, that's the one clip I kind of, taking a cue from the Critical Drinker with your awesome, I always use the laugh from Nicolas Cage when I want to mock somebody. When he's
Is that when he's on drugs and he's at that guy's penthouse apartment? Yeah.
He's in his apartment. They're talking about murdering kids or something like that. I can't remember exactly, but
he's talking about how he wants to take his enemy's face off.
Yes.
And the guy just thinks he's messing around, and he's like, it's funny as fuck, man. And then they're just laughing hysterically.
Yep. It's such a bizarre movie, and it's great in every way.
Yeah. I really love it.
Birds. At the end, all the birds in the church.
Yes. Oh, John Woo, he loves his doves in slow motion doves.
Yeah, that movie's got a great ending. And now I want to watch it. I'll probably watch it.
we'll do it. We can talk about that one day.
We can. Okay, let's
One
do
fine
it.
day. One day we'll cover Face Off because God damn, I haven't seen that movie in like 10 years.
God, we need movies like that again, though. Like ridiculously fun, stupid action movies. It wasn't really that dumb. I mean, it was kind of dumb, but it was fun.
It was a
fun.
concept movie, yeah, and it didn't worry too much about the details of how its concept was implemented, but it got you where you needed to be, and wow, there's like properly good action scenes in it. I will say that, and actually some pretty interesting characterization when two men start to absorb little bits of each other's lives, maybe become a little bit like each other, and sorry, we're going off on a tangent, and we could probably have a whole stream about that, but that's for another day.
Yes, most definitely. But back to the prison scene. And we're switching back and forth between the investigation and so yeah, Kirk is regretful. He makes out with the alien, then they work out their escape. And I want to jump. Like, I love this scene. It's my favorite scene in the movie. I got moments that I love, but I love it when Kirk fights himself. So we find out that the alien was a changeling, and we're not really sure what gender. It's one of the two genders.
You're saying wrong things. That's wrong think there, Gary. Everyone knows there's 5,247 of them.
My bad. And so Kirk he finds out in the elevator. He's got a look on his face like, oh shit, when he finds out she's a changeling, and then she changes into a little girl to get out of her shackles, and it all ends up she ends up betraying Kirk and McCoy, of course, and they fight. And one of the best lines, you're fighting yourself. It must have been your life's ambition.
I wanted him to snog himself just to see Shatner fulfill his ambitions.
It had to have gotten brought up.
But you know what's awesome just before that, actually? Like, because they've gotten beyond the shield that's like basically this thing that stops you from beaming off the planet. So they've gotten themselves outside of that. So they could be beamed off at any moment. They're just waiting for the Enterprise to arrive. They've made camp, and the changeling has set off these flares that can give them a bit of heat. And so they're sitting around. She changes back into herself. And McCoy asks quite, rightly, like, is this actually what you look like? Mm-hmm. And she just kind of cryptically says, I thought I'd assume a pleasing shape.
Yep.
So God knows what she actually looks like. She could be some weird, like, tentacled blob thing. But it's good, it keeps you guessing. But then she says to Kirk, it's up to you now. We're out. You have to get us beamed off. And so he stands up and he's like, okay. And then he just fucking lamps her one right in the face, like knocks her to the ground.
Yep.
That's just Pete Kirk. Like, he's not got any issues with hitting a woman. He just knocks her down. And you understand then he realizes that she's been playing them. Like he's saying to them, like, where'd you get all these convenient clothes that are keeping us warm? Don't tell me that flare that you've got is standard prison issue. Like this is a setup. You wanted us out here so that they could kill us. And she admits, that's pretty much what it is. They couldn't like have McCoy and Kirk killed in the prison because it would look really suspicious. But if they were executed while they were trying to escape, well, that's a believable, story that they can feed to people. So that's why this has all been engineered. And then she changes into Kirk for reasons, just so they could have a Kirk on Kirk fight. Yeah. And she also headbutts McCoy to the ground, which is good.
He does. Oh my God. That was it was great. I was laughing my ass off in the theater when it happened. That was still, that's one of the best lines in it. And, it's proper to end that way. Kirk fighting himself. But you're right. They're only missing him making out with himself. Probably what they do now, though. So,
well, I mean, like you say, the line is there because it's like, oh, I can't believe I kissed you. And, alternate Kirk is like, must have been your life's ambition. Yep. Like, oh, how right you are, William Shatner.
Kurtzman will probably use that to make Kirk buy. Oh, they're thinking about that anyway, probably.
Oh, God, please stop.
They'll do it. If they can get away with it, they will do it.
If that happens, I will devote my YouTube career to destroying every show that they make.
Almost for that.
Yeah. But so yeah, Kirk gets into a fight with Kirk, and you can't really tell what's going on because they look identical. They roll. They're wrestling around on the ground. They roll right over McCoy, which is quite funny. But that's when the guards arrive from the prison camp. And both Kirks are stood side by side, and it's like, no, kill me, no, kill him, whatever. And he just randomly shoots one of them that happens to not be the real Kirk, which is, I don't know, it could be played as a bit more of a terrifying prospect because like that could be him just vaporized right there.
Yep.
But McCoy just doesn't seem phased by it at all. He just kind of wanders over to join him. It's like, how do you know your friend didn't just get blown apart there?
I love when they're pointing at each other. You could tell that they I mean, he didn't know where to point exactly. It's kind of off a little bit when he's over there,
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. I like even the little flaws.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is after the investigation, they find out the assassins they were disposed of. And they do find the boots, but they don't fit that hand or the guy's feet or whatever it was. But they eventually, when they get Kirk and Bones back, Spock starts figuring out like what's going on. And I love how Kirk and Bones are still all kind of, they don't clean them up right away. They get right to business. They don't bother like going to take what is it, an ion shower, whatever they take. They're still all
they're all grimy and shit.
Yep. I thought that was a good, nice little touch. I like that.
Someone's made a good point in chat, actually. You can tell which one is the real Kirk because the real one's feet are still shackled, whereas the other one had slipped out of her shackles. Very, very smart. I didn't realize that.
Wow, I didn't either. Well, that's why the chat knows all.
The chat is all knowing. Well, you're always going to have at least a few people who know the answer to whatever question you've got. So it's great. You can just go to chat if you're stuck. I always noticed as well, like whatever form the changeling took, like she always had yellow eyes. So that was maybe a way of seeing it. But yeah, no, that answers that question.
Yep.
So they discovered that the two assassins have been killed with a stun phaser, like from close range. So it's like, I guess, shattered their skulls and killed them. And it's like they couldn't have vaporized them because it would have set off an alarm in the ship. It's kind of a weird one because even if you stun them and kill them, like so their bodies are lying there, they're going to get discovered sooner or later. They're in a hallway. They're just lying there.
There isn't another way to incinerate them. I mean, I guess it's very hard to get and they have that very dramatic scene where she pulls the phaser out and disintegrates the pot, and it sets off the alarm. Which was really dangerous but dramatic. And I guess that plays into what you were talking about, where she just doesn't act Vulcan all the time. She's got the flair for the dramatic, obviously. But
just a little bit just a little bit smug at times, a little bit like she reacts to things a bit too much, whereas I think Kirstie Alley got the perfect balance. She kind of understood just very limited emotion, but never mind, it's okay, I can live with it. So they find, I was going to say as well, so like needless to say, the Enterprise arrives just in time to beam Kirk and McCoy back on board, just as the guy's about to tell them who was behind everything. So bad timing there, but okay, I can live with that. Like Kirk's just like, he's getting beamed on, and like even as he comes on board the Enterprise, he's swearing and cursing and stuff because he's so pissed off.
Wait.
Even Chekhov's like, "Do you want to go back?" Like, no.
So they found the two assassins, but then Kirk and Spock trick their way.
So
leading them to believe that they are still alive, right? So when that's how they trick Valeris in there, and Spock is in the sick bay bed, and
Yep.
this scene is freaking awesome. It's awesome. I actually stopped and watched it twice.
The performance from Leonard Nimoy, wow. Like, because again, it's understated, but you can see the absolute rage in him that she's betrayed them, that she's turned against the Federation and Starfleet and everything. This was the person that he had so much faith and hope in. She was the future for him, and she's betrayed him in the worst way possible. And he turns the light on. He's like, "You're going to have to shoot me if you're logical. If you're going to follow through on this, you have to kill me." And he sits up and he smacks the phaser right out of her hand. Like, god damn, like, brilliant.
Yeah, hard. Yeah. Like, and yeah, and he's genuinely pissed. And that's when this stuff counts. That's what makes it work. And instead of having, and I think that's what Jar Jar Abrams and Kurtzman, they've only seen like the highlights. So they look at these dramatic scenes, and dude, you're talking about multiple films, multiple episodes leading up to just a small scene like this where Spock loses his temper and his human side comes out, and he's not merciful, and of course he's much stronger than a human. He smacks the shit out of that gun out of her hand, and and you feel it. You feel his disappointment, like a disappointment in a child, like your own child disappointing you in the worst possible way.
Yep.
So it's such a brilliant scene, and he's like egging her on. He's like, "You got to shoot me," and Kirk pops up and goes, "I'd rather you didn't."
Yeah, that was probably a bit unnecessary from Kirk, but it's like, it's okay,
But then,
so
go on.
Yeah, so they bring her up to the bridge so that they can interrogate her, because they need to know who's involved in this conspiracy and what's actually been going on here. And so she won't tell them, so Spock is left with no option but to mind meld with her. And I love how this scene is shot and how it plays out, because again, it's very understated. He just puts his hand on her face. But the performance that both of them give, and this is where Kim Cattrall, actually, I'll give her credit. She does great. You can see that she's scared because she knows what's coming, but she doesn't try to fight him off or anything like that. He puts his hand on to start the mind meld, and you can see that she's resisting him. She's trying not to tell him, and you can see how hard he's having to focus and concentrate to get the information he needs. And they start to get the names of the conspirators. But Kirk needs to know where the peace conference is going on, because he knows that that's where the assassins are going to strike again. They're going to kill, all the people involved in order to stop this thing. But she won't tell them, and that's where Spock has to use. This is a two-hander now. He has to use both hands to like mind meld with her, and she cries out in agony as he's doing it, and that's so well done. But she can't tell them because she's not been told herself. She doesn't know. And I love how Spock just pulls away, and he says she does not know, and it's like he's heartbroken at what he's had to do, and he's deeply like upset. There's almost like his voice is almost breaking as he says it. I just love Nimoy's performance there.
Well, and that coupled with the disappointment and basically violating her, breaking into her mind, which is wrong in every way, and it still had to be done. And it was just part of the buildup of even though there's a lot of stuff in this film that's on the nose, but it still works. Sometimes on the nose is fine. When you have an established series and you're familiar with characters like this, and you see them do different things, but not, that's the problem when they go back to a series and try to reboot. They always want to revisit too many things, and while also trying to do too many new things with it instead of taking their time with it. Subtlety. And that's what was brilliant about this. That whole scene just made the movie. It made it great. Instead of just really good, it made it great.
Yeah. I love that dynamic between the two of them. And the mentor versus the student, and this person that he'd put so much faith in. And, the way she's looking up at him, she's afraid, but kind of like almost apologetic that she knows she's how much she's let him down. Like both actors convey so much without speaking a single word. Wow, I just love it.
Yeah.
I can't criticize that scene in the slightest.
No, the only thing, I mean, this is total nitpick, but if it was Savick, the impact of it would have been kind of brilliant. But
Yeah.
not with a third different actor for the role. So
Yeah. But yeah, I think that's where Kim Cattrall does well, and it's like I
Yep.
think Kirstie Alley would have been older by that point. Like this, you're talking about a 10-year gap between,
Yeah, he was
Wrath of Khan and this. So like I imagine Kim Cattrall was a lot younger than her, and like I think that youthful aspect of her character works well because there's almost like an innocent look about her as she's having that done to her, and like I think that just plays into it great. So they fortunately they're able to get Sulu on the horn and ask him where the where the peace conference is, and so he's just able to tell them, which sort of renders that scene slightly moot, but okay, yeah, it's fine.
That's all we had to do.
Yeah, it's like we could have just saved time and done that anyway. But yeah, so they set course and off they go, and that's where you get kind of a final scene before the finale between Kirk and Spock, where each of them is facing up to their failings as characters, I guess. It's a nice quiet scene in Spock's quarters. Kirk's reflecting on how much hatred he had for the Klingons and how it never occurred to him to just trust Gorkon, that he might have good intentions. Spock is lamenting how he had so much faith in Valeris, and that was misplaced. So both of them have made mistakes, and it's a reckoning for both of them.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, and they find out that there was indeed another ship. Right. They find out it's a bird of prey that can fire when it's cloaked, or at least that's what they surmise at first. Although at first they say, well, that's not possible. Well, apparently it is now. So
yeah. This movie does two things, which I guess it's never really addressed in subsequent films. One, you can have birds of prey that can fire while they're cloaked, and two, the Federation can figure out a way to track them while they're cloaked. They can fire torpedoes at them that will home in on their impulse engines. But then it's kind of never really mentioned after that. I don't know if both sides just advance, but yeah, whatever. Continuity. Who cares?
It is. And then it's just a race at the end because they have the president. They're at the negotiations. The president's there. He's going to get assassinated by this Romulan Federation Klingon conspiracy. And both the Excelsior and the Enterprise are racing to the planet, and they have to find a way to fight off the bird of prey. Chang, and fuck, that's awesome. God, it's so good at the end. So we get our space battle at the end, and it's proper good.
So the Enterprise drops out of warp. It's almost at Camp Khitomer, which is the site of this peace conference, and they're closing in on the planet so they can get down and transport down there to stop this assassination. But before they can do it, Chang appears in his cloaked bird of prey, and I love how he takes the time to get the Enterprise on comms, and his voice just comes up, and he's like, "I can see you, Kirk. Can you see me?" And I just, the speech that he gives there is so brilliant because it plays perfectly into the whole ethos of this film, where he's talking about, you prefer it this way, don't you? No peace in our time. He's still playing on Kirk's prejudice against the Klingons and the fact that he would prefer a war to a peace that he doesn't understand, and that's his way of justifying what he's doing. It conveys an awful lot in just a few lines of dialogue,
and a lot of Shakespeare and stuff.
Yes,
I have arc.
Yeah. So the bird of prey starts opening fire on the Enterprise and hitting it with torpedoes. The Enterprise can't really respond because it doesn't know where the bird of prey is. It can't see it. And so you've set up a very one-sided battle where the Enterprise is just getting pummeled relentlessly, and Chang's just kind of toying with them, like he's taking his time picking this ship apart because he knows he can. And really, he just needs to delay them. Really, let the assassination go ahead. And it's a bit of a weird one. I never really understood this, and maybe someone in chat, or maybe you know, Gary. The Enterprise, they keep talking about how their shields are weakening and they're collapsing, but like the shields don't do dick all. Like
No,
right from the bat, they're getting hit by torpedoes and it's blasting apart the hull and causing like major damage.
that one shot through the dish, which that was brilliant. It pops through the dish. Yeah. I don't know what good their shields were doing, but I have no idea. Maybe they act. The rules change for every movie a little bit, so that's why the Star Trek canon and continuity hasn't been rock solid, obviously, forever, and that's what people constantly get on me about. And I'm never about. I don't care about that stuff that much. It's the foundation of these series. Having characters act consistently, again, to Picard, that whole series was not Admiral or Captain Picard. That's not the Picard from the films or the one from the TV show. And I agree with the assessment of a lot of people that those are two different Picards, from the films and from the TV show.
Oh, so, very much, yeah.
And that's what I care about. I care about just staying consistent with the characters and the foundation of the series, not having to apologize for Starfleet or the Federation, and not making it look an elitist organization, which they have now, which is just disgusting. It portrays everything that the show's about. But I have no idea, but it still worked. They were getting their asses beat for a little while.
Yeah, so either way, it's fine. The general setup is the Enterprise is stuck in this one-sided battle where the bird of prey is just taking shots at them and they can't really respond to it. But then they hit upon the idea of like they can track the emissions from its impulse engines. So if they fit like this tracking gear to a torpedo, theoretically they could fire it and it would home in on this bird of prey. So that's what they go and do. So it's great because there's a whole bunch of stuff all happening at the same time. You've got the battle going on, then it's intercut with scenes of this assassin going up to like a rooftop to take a shot at the president of the Federation. So he's assembling his sniper rifle, and you've got McCoy and Spock down in the torpedo bay, like making alterations to this torpedo while it's going along the rail, just getting ready to launch. So all of this stuff kind of coalesces in the space of like a few seconds, really.
Yeah.
And it's great. Like the music rises to a crescendo. Everything's getting like come down to this final moment where it's make or break time. They get the torpedo ready just as it goes into the launcher, and then Kirk just fucking clenches his fist and goes fire, and I love it. It's just perfect. Yep. If I'd been in the cinema when that had happened, I would have like been on my feet cheering. I love that scene.
And we were cheering. Yeah, when Spock and McCoy are putting it together, he's all, I need the key, and I give good money for that guy to shut up.
Yeah.
Just quoting Shakespeare.
Yeah, because Chang is just having the time of his life. He's like spinning around in his chair.
Right.
Like,
yeah, it's so cool. And then the torpedo fires and he sees it and he's all, to be or not to be.
Yeah.
And then it gets hit, and then you can see it. And then Sulu sees it, and there's fire on that ship, and they just blow the shit out of it. It was great.
Yeah. I love when they fire it and like it starts to arc round and like everyone just jumps to their feet, like all the Klingons, because they're like, oh, what the fuck? Why is it doing that? And then it's just slowly kind of spins round in space as it homes in on them. And then they realize they're screwed. And yeah, like you say, he delivers that final line and then boom, done. Yep. So they blow the shit out of this bird of prey. And incidentally, they reused that same footage in Generations, which pissed me off because it looks so out of place there.
They did. I'll have to go back and look at it. I don't remember that, but they probably did.
When the bird of prey gets blown up in that, they just reused that same shot of the miniature getting destroyed just for budgetary reasons.
Jesus.
Which is sad. That makes me feel sad. You know what? You can always tell as well when they blew up a miniature, because what you'll sometimes get is like, it blows up and all the debris goes in different directions, but then random bits will just come flying back up the way into shot. And you know what that is? It's just like things have hit the floor of like whatever chamber they shot that in and then bounced up again. That's what causes that, and it's just the side effect of shooting a miniature exploding instead of CGI. But I like it. I love seeing real models blow up.
I would take that all day. And it turns out it's it's not cheaper to do CGI. CGI is crazy expensive. It's just the time consuming aspect of building models and stuff. I miss those days.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. It just feels like, even though it doesn't look as real in some ways, like it just feels more solid because a real physical prop was getting blown up when they did that, and it's just so much more satisfying to watch.
Yep. It just feels real because it is real. You are actually blowing something up. So
yeah. So anyway, with the bird of prey out of the way, they're able to beam down to the peace conference just as the assassin's about to strike, and then more chaos as Kirk tries to rush in towards the president just as the assassin's getting ready to take his shot. And he does this incredible like flying leap through the air, which I don't know how you can do without without like a trampoline or something. Like he just goes
right at
flying.
his age.
Yeah. But anyway, he does it. He tackles the president out of the way just in time, just as the assassin fires. And then Scotty comes in and guns the guy down. And Kirk is able to save him. And that's when he delivers his little speech about change. And I think that's Kirk's final kind of realization and his final like admission of like, I was wrong. Just like a lot of people, we were all kind of afraid of the future, but this is the way forward, and we accept that now, and we were we're going to try and make up something better than what we've had before. And then you get the big applause from everyone, and it's funny because like everyone kind of like Kirk stands there, and then Sulu comes in, Scotty comes in, and they pose like they're going to get their photograph taken.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit corny, but I don't care at that point in the movie. Like they've earned that. This is Kirk's last hurrah, and you get this great like musical score that accompanies it. The soundtrack for this film is great all the way through. But that's like Kirk's kind of final act as a captain is to bring about this peace that he's been reluctant to uphold throughout the whole film. He's the one who saves the day, and what a great arc for the character to go through.
Yep. No, like I said, the ending got me, and it's the true ending of the original series. And I remember seeing it at the time. You don't want it to end, but it was so satisfying to have a proper ending. Like we're okay with it. And that's why, while at the time I was excited to see Captain Kirk meet Captain Picard, even though it was this ridiculous premise. But oh my god, I hate that movie so much. I hate Generations. It's the only non-Kurtzman Star Trek I just loathe because the way they did Kirk in that. So if I had a channel back then, that's all I talk about.
What a waste. If someone said to me like, you can write a movie where Kirk and Picard get united, my god, you could have a field day with it. There's a million things you could do that would be awesome. And it's like they chose the most underwhelming, depressing use of Kirk's character. But this is what I consider to be the proper send-off for them. And it's, with anything, there's always something poignant and moving about seeing someone, or like a group of people in this case, do something for the last time. And kind of say their goodbyes, that passing of the torch to another generation. And the way they play it out in this film, they play upon it and they use it. They don't exploit it shamelessly, but it's just the right side of sort of sentimentality that just works great. And I love the scene with the Excelsior and the Enterprise going towards the sunset, and Sulu bids them farewell. You get that little joke from Scotty about that's a big ship and not so big as her captain. That's like a little reference to like the search for Spock when Sulu's called tiny by like a security guard.
Yeah.
Because apparently that really pissed George Takei off. He was like, nope, I don't see why you would call me that. Why would you call me tiny? I don't get it. my fans don't see me as tiny. It's like, you don't understand, man. Like, he's making fun of your character, but then you get your own back on him by kicking his ass. Like, that's the point.
Yep.
But like, they get a little joke about that in here, where it's like, yeah, he's a big man now, because he's captain.
Yep. George Takei maybe
Yeah.
took himself a little bit too seriously, maybe just a bit.
I would say so.
Oh
Yeah.
my. Yep.
Oh my. And he's kind of become a little bit of a parody of himself
Yep.
in recent years. But what the hell, man? He's old as fuck, just like Shatner. So I'm not going to criticize him too much.
Yeah. All we have Koenig left and Nichelle Nichols, and she's unfortunately has dementia. I got to see her at the convention last year, and it was cool. She was the one person who was sitting like on the floor, so you could just go up and say hi if you wanted to say hi. She was charged for autographs, but you could approach her, and she was cool as hell. And then and then George Takei and Shatner.
Man, for all, like I said before, like all of these people, I would love to just be able to meet them just once and just thank them for everything they've done. I wouldn't need to have a big conversation with them or anything like that, but like, for me and so many other people who got into Star Trek with the original crew, and really kind of bought into that universe, like, and it probably had a very positive impact on so many people's lives. Just to be able to say that would be great. And I'm glad you got the chance to do it and say hello to her and stuff. I don't imagine I'll ever get that opportunity, but
it was her last appearance, and she looked great. Yeah, it's sad. It's like when Leonard Nimoy passed. I mean, that was that. I don't get too upset or anything when a celebrity passes because I don't know them, but like when it's something like Stan Lee or Leonard Nimoy or David Bowie, it hits you. It's these they were instrumental in my life in being a nerd and in the art the music I enjoyed, and the David Bowie was constantly playing in the background of my life. I didn't even like him at first, but dated a bunch of girls who liked him, got into it. But it's and also remind you of your own mortality too. And God, I can't believe that Shatner is almost 90. And holy shit.
I mean, he still seems to be going strong, and fingers crossed he'll be with us for a good while yet. But he is almost 90. Like, the people don't live forever. There's going to come a point where there's no more William Shatner in the world, and I think as long as these people are around, there's always that kind of hope somehow that they might do another one, or they might come back, or whatever it might be. I don't know. It's you just kind of always harbor that thought, and you realize now it's not going to happen. But it was always a thing, I guess, for a long time. Even after Generations, it's like, are they going to do something? Could they bring him back somehow? I don't know.
I remember he got really pissed that he wasn't in the 2009 Jar Jar Abrams one. Remember, he got mad about that. And I think he got pissed that Nimoy went back because he said he wouldn't ever go back, and he was the one guy who went back.
Yeah.
Oh, and I wish he didn't. But yeah, and it just makes you wonder, like, what can they do with this show now? And they're trying to genuinely figure that out. That was that article that came out the day after Lower Decks. This Emma Watts is like, what do we do with this? And some of the stuff she was suggesting was crazy, like Logan type spinoffs, like making an entire movie off of a premise in one of the original series episodes, or they don't know what to do. And all you need to do is put together a crew, put them on a ship, and send them somewhere. And don't make a big deal, or don't even discuss like how diverse or inclusive or political the show is. You know what? You go ahead and make it diverse as you want. It's freaking Star Trek. Nobody's going to care. But don't make that the goddamn premise. Just write a story, write a good story. And that seems impossible these days. I can't believe they're having a hard time figuring it out. But these are the same people who can't make a Superman movie right now. They feel like it's impossible.
So. I think they're wrestling with this problem of, we don't just want to do what's been done before. Like, they don't just want to do another TNG or another Voyager or something. Like, they have to come up with something that makes it unique. And so you've had shows which have gone back and done prequels like Enterprise, where it's like, oh, this is when the Federation was just getting on its feet and everything was a bit raw and unsophisticated and different. You've got like even Discovery is trying to go back to that dark kind of conflict period between the Federation and the Klingons, and they're trying to put their own sort of spin on it, but it doesn't really work. I guess I would have, if someone was to come to me and say like, look, tell us what show we can make that people will like. We'll just make whatever you want to make, and you've got carte blanche to do whatever. I would genuinely be a bit stuck. Like, what could we produce that would reinvigorate Star Trek without just being totally derivative and just rehashing the same shit over and over again? It's tricky because there has been lots of different series, like lots of different interpretations of the same thing. You had TNG, you had Voyager, you had Deep Space Nine, you had Enterprise. Like they've done the same concept a lot of times in a lot of different ways, and it's tough to produce something that's kind of new and interesting, but keeps the core elements of it intact. It would need a lot of thought and creativity, I think, to come
certainly
up.
would. There's got to be somebody out there who could figure it out. But yeah, I mean, there are immense problems. I can't remember which YouTuber brought this up. It wasn't me. There's the technology problem. Okay, so they've practically got the technology of the gods now. Even in Picard, they can make a human golem that you can download a consciousness into. That presents tons of problems. So you would almost have to do like the Voyager thing again. You would have to have a ship like on its own, and maybe it's not working properly. You'd have to, dial it back. Or they would probably want to, what they'll probably end up doing is another goddamn prequel or rebooting it again. And that did get mentioned. And I don't know if you could reboot it again. You'd have to almost reboot it from scratch, and then you have a brand new franchise. You might as well just create something from scratch.
I'm just going to say I hate soft reboots like what they did with Star Trek, where they're like, okay, well, we're acknowledging the continuity of the previous one, but now someone's made time travel happen and they've altered the timeline, so now we've got a new universe. They tried to do that with Terminator Dark Fate. That was a god-awful catastrophe of a film. They did it with the J.J. Abrams movies just so they've got an excuse to go off in a different direction with it and have their dumb action movies. All of these things I hate because I want to just have a chronology that's intact, and you can't fuck around with it. I don't want to think like, oh, well, the events that happen in Wrath of Khan or Undiscovered Country, well, that's kind of been superseded by J.J. Abrams movies now because it's all been altered. Like, oh, fuck off. No. Stop messing around with stuff that's already happened. Just leave that alone. Do your own new thing.
Yeah.
Do a new story, but like leave the chronology of the series intact. Because and there's been articles about this, like, oh, is canon important? Yeah, it's really important. If you don't have like a kind of shared universe that everyone believes in and is bought into, you've got nothing. You don't have a foundation for your story because anything could happen. There's no kind of bedrock to build your foundations of your stories on, because anything could be altered at any time. Like, no, that's not how storytelling works.
And it renders it meaningless. That's the biggest difference, if anybody ever wonders, between Marvel Comics and DC Comics. DC Comics they reset their universe multiple times. So the stories that somebody was reading in the 60s don't count anymore. And nobody wants to know, especially when you're in serialized storytelling, that their story that they were invested in and those episodes that they were, talking about with their friends don't count. Or they've changed the continuity or something. I mean,
yeah. Marvel, I honestly, I don't know how you keep track of the universes within the comic book world. I mean, I can sort of understand the necessity for every so often just pressing the reset button on it, because with Star Trek, you say you get like these 6 movies with the original cast. Okay, that's 6 movies, that's 6 stories. With comics, you've got new comics coming out every month, like every few weeks or whatever, maybe every month, say. multiply that over like a decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, 4 decades, you're going to get to the point where so many events have happened, so much has gone on with a certain character. You can't have that realistically sustained. That character couldn't have gone through all of these different things and still be the person they were at the beginning. So I can understand the necessity of doing something like that. Again, like you say, I don't support it. I don't think it's great to just have your previous events wiped away because we've decided, well, it's too complicated, an overarching story. We have to press the reset button and go back to square one again. I think they're kind of different universes and they're constrained by different problems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's, I mean, what Marvel did, it's essentially like a comic book, like a story was essentially a day. So the Peter Parker who was wearing bell bottoms is only like a few months separated from the one who, was in the 90s. It's that's how they dealt with it, and it was really loose and people accepted it, but they know their stories, and that's why the back issues for Marvel Comics are worth more money, because they still count. I don't know about now. Everything's jacked up now. It can only go on for so long. But that's why with Star Trek, you have to just stay in that universe and just stay at that formula. And what you were talking about, that bedrock, that foundation, once that's broken, you cannot put it back together, Doctor Who. And Star Trek is doing that too. Believe me, the Discovery going 900 years into the future it puts a bookend at Star Trek. You now are going so far ahead, you're going to know how the Federation and apparently the Federation fell at some point, and you're going to screw up even more. And then you have no franchise anymore, like what you just said. So they can think about it all day long. People aren't going to go to Star Trek movies anymore. They're just not. Even if you get, especially the biggest mistake with the Jar Jar Abrams one is you got this cast together, you decided to recast Kirk, Spock, but you knew they weren't going to stay around for the commitment. If you're going to do that, you needed to commit to like 6 movies, maybe some TV spinoffs. They got 3 movies out of it, barely. And what you ended up doing is just burning through the goodwill and breaking that foundation for good. And there is no going back. And the only thing they can do, the only thing they're left to do is another reboot. And I don't think I'm not going to buy into it. I don't think anybody's going to, and they can't make a small movie out of it now. This is supposedly their crown jewel, but their crown jewel is like, it's coal. It's a piece of poop now. It's just a hard piece of poop.
Yep. There's not much you could announce in terms of Star Trek that would get me excited anymore. Picard did it initially. When I first heard about it, I was like, holy shit, Patrick Stewart's coming back, man. This could be good. And then I saw what they did to him, and I was like, no, yeah, they've ruined everything. Yeah.
They couldn't have. They ruined it perfectly. Like, they really put a lot of time into screwing it up as bad as they possibly could. I mean, he's freaking dead. He's robot. It's so dumb.
Yeah.
And they did it for, from the 60s to the we'll say the mid 90s. They were able to pull it off. They were, and I just don't think there's going back to it now. So I mean, at least we have what we have, and we can enjoy that. And
we had a good run.
It was a good run, and people are still getting into the show every day. So they could enjoy the old stuff, but it's so disconnected from the new stuff. It's unrecognizable. There's a dumb cartoon now that it's not worth anybody's time. I barely want to review it.
Well, I was watching Doomcock's review and he was like, I got like 8 minutes into it and I just quit. I was like, I can't do this.
Yeah. He told me he has to stop every few minutes because he gets so frustrated with it, and I don't blame him. I just roll my eyes at it now because it's obnoxious. That's the best way to describe Lower Decks, is obnoxious. And it's got another Mary Sue, and it's got like this perfect black female captain, and then Mariner, who was just a really talkative Michael Burnham. Yeah. and she's the smart one, and she's gonna watch all the males be dumb, and they'll she'll get them out of trouble every episode, and oh boy, that's fun to watch over and over again. So but there's got to be somebody out there who can do something with it, but it would have to be drastically different.
I mean, at least within the context of this, we can appreciate these older movies, which I was kind of going to wrap up my summary of the plot for this film, just by briefly talking about the final scene, I guess, with the Enterprise on its way. They're recalled to space dock, I guess, to be decommissioned. That's when Kirk gets his moment of doubt. You can see the sadness in him. And that's when Spock just gives this great line of like, well, if I was human, I believe my response would be go to hell.
Yep.
And that just, I love the little smirk on Kirk's face when he says that. And this is I guess is Shatner's sort of final moment in the movie. And I love the camera just is on him as he sits down in the captain's chair, and he's got this just look of wonder on his face as he's looking out at space, and he looks like a young man who's just been put in the captain's chair for the first time. It's like he's seeing it through new eyes for the first time in years. And he's looking out at the sort of endless possibilities of this view stretching before him. And he just gives, like Chekhov says to him, what heading do you want? And he just says that great line from Peter Pan, second star to the right and straight on till morning.
Yep.
And that's when the music comes up. And every time I see that scene and I hear him say it, his delivery is the look on his face. Every time I see it, it just gives me a little lump in the throat. It's just so well done. And again, it goes back to what I was saying about the movie sometimes goes into sentimental territory, and I absolutely don't mind. It's earned it in spades. These guys have all earned it. They've been around at that point of this movie 20, 25 years. And if this is the way they're going out, then so fucking be it. They did it well, and they earned that. And I just love that scene.
It's perfection. We'll never see a franchise or series end like that again. And as the Enterprise like slowly goes into the way you said, the sunset, the star, and it just disappears.
Yep.
And you feel the gratitude and the loss all at the same time, right? And then the signatures and the only time I felt something equal to that was the end of Lord of the Rings. It's different circumstances, but because it was a shorter amount of time, but you still felt like, and that's when you have a perfect movie. You leave them wanting a little bit more, but it's just right.
Yep.
Nicholas Meyer when it comes to directing Star Trek, he's a genius.
Yep. I know we've obviously talked about this in comparison to Wrath of Khan. I'm not quite sure where you stand with it. I think my take would be that it's slightly beneath Wrath of Khan, just because that movie delivers such emotional punches and it's so tight. It's such good drama. This one, it's great, and it definitely gives you that emotional poignancy, and it leaves you feeling fulfilled and complete and happy. At the end, it's just not quite at that level, and I think it couldn't quite reach there, but it's still a great film in its own right. And for me, the last truly great Star Trek movie that I can watch multiple times and just feel happy with.
Totally agreed. Wrath of Khan is a movie with like no fat on it whatsoever. It's just a perfect movie, and I wasn't expecting that when we saw it, and especially coming off of the motion picture. But Star Trek 6 was I guess a pleasant surprise. I wasn't expecting it to be as good as it was when I saw it, and I went back. I went back and watched it in the theater like 5 or 6 times. And this was like at a really tumultuous time in my life. For me to be focused enough to go back and watch a movie 5 times, I don't think I paid for every one. I was really good at sneaking into movies back then. But yeah, it was good. And yeah, it offered me a little oasis in my life at that time. That's probably why I clung on to it so much too. And that's what Star Trek is. It's perfect escapism. It's not, sure, it's supposed to make you think, but it's supposed to entertain you first and foremost. And I'm grateful we got what we got. And if you think about it, it will not be equaled. What we just experienced with the MCU, that won't be equaled. Whether you loved every movie or not, it's just rare when we get something that good. Yeah. And hopefully we can get something like that again in something else. But
I think people still hunger for that, and they recognize it when they see it. And eventually, I think they'll lose interest in the kind of hollow, meaningless, dumb dross that's being put out into the cinema, and they will support whatever movies come out that are smarter and more engaging. I think Joker was a good example of that. Not done on a big budget, not a particularly it's not an action heavy movie by any example, but it's a strong character driven drama. And people were entranced by it, and they saw it in droves. There you go. It proves that the market's there, the demand's there, the hunger's there. Just give us what we want, man. It's not that hard. It
really isn't. It really isn't. But it's that adversarial thing towards fandom now, which is real. It's absolutely real. And I get it, because the people in charge of some of these franchises know the fandom knows better. And it's an insecurity that they can't deal with. And it's not a bad thing that there's people so into your franchise that they know it better than you. That's not a bad thing. You know what? Reach out to some of them.
Yeah. Look how much it's changed in the past 10 years, say. When this movie came out, if fans didn't like it, well, the worst that would happen is they wouldn't go to see it so much. But when it came to feedback and stuff, it all came from professional reviewers, like journalists, movie critics, all that sort of thing. Now, like you say, the fans of these things can make their own YouTube channels. They can talk about it on social media. They have the ability to influence the perception of a film, but they never had that ability before. So that is a new thing, relatively new, that studios and producers and directors are having to grapple with. The fact that you're the people who just the regular Joes who just watch your film can make their opinions known, and those opinions will snowball and ultimately shape the public perception of your film. And that's something to a large extent, they haven't found a way to deal with yet. I think guys like Jon Favreau have been making good noises about this sort of thing when he's been talking about season 2 of The Mandalorian. It's we're going to listen to the fans, and we're out to ultimately tell a story that pleases them. Great, Then you've got guys like Rian Johnson. It's do you accept that maybe there's criticisms of your movie that might be valid? Nope. No criticisms of my film are valid. It's fuck off. Right? That you're setting yourself up to just be hated, when you act like that.
Absolutely. And you're right. We're in this new territory. I was bringing this up in a live stream. No studio was prepared for some dumbass to be in a room surrounded by action figures or some drunk guy calling for the head of the person in charge. It's like sports, calling for the coach's head. And they're going to have to deal with that. That is their reality now. And, Jon Favreau, because, he was instrumental in starting the MCU. And he's the right guy to start this. And keep singing that song, Jon Favreau. And because these corporations are never going to come out and apologize, although they should, they won't. I don't expect that. If they just make something good and stop attacking fans, that's a good start. But it's really difficult these days because we're in this new era and we can hear the stars of these films make their political speeches or fan the flames of division. And that's going to really hurt Hollywood. It already has. And I don't know if they can come back from that. That's like a mortal blow. We've seen in sports when you get too political, the consequences with two sports here in America with basketball and baseball, their ratings are in the toilet now. Is it because there's no crowds in the stands? Probably that has something to do with it, but it probably has a lot to do with the fact that they alienated a large portion of their clientele, of their potential customers. And it's what you said. It's so simple to just not say anything, keep your politics private, like most adults used to do, and give the fans what they want. And you know what? Once you and if you start doing that, because a lot of people, because genre became so popular, there's a lot of creatives involved who are very knowledgeable about making film and television shows, but they don't know jack about science fiction or any other or fantasy. And if you give the fans what they want and then they learn, then you will eventually come to some compromise. We'll always get crappy movies. That's fine. It's way beyond just crappy writing now. It's adversive. I don't know.
You're exactly right. It sets up a climate of conflict where it's almost seen as a battle of wills between the people who've made the thing and the people who consume the thing. Whereas it shouldn't be. It should be a collaborative thing. It's not that difficult to say to the fans, like, look, we're on your side. We're going to do our best to make a really good story or tell a good story that you can enjoy. If you don't like parts of it, you can let us know, and we'll see what we can do about improving it. And it's like we're all working together here to produce the best Star Trek or the best Star Wars or whatever it might be, the best thing that we can do. Instead, they set up this environment of, we know best. We're going to tell you what you need. If you don't like it, then you are like X, Y, and Z. Every kind of bigoted thing in the playbook, and you're just not open to the awesomeness of our creation. And how do you think people are going to react to that? You're telling them they're dumb. They're too dumb to appreciate how amazing you are. Like, they're just going to tell you go screw yourself.
Yeah, when you're out there going, well, obviously they didn't get the memo on Star Trek. It's like, I mean,
talking this to people some of these people are probably been fans since the original show in the 60s.
Yeah.
It's like, they don't understand what Star Trek is. Really? Because you fucking do, who came in like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's Mike, right, from Red Letter Media. And Robert Meyer Burnett and Doomcock, they know Star Trek better than anybody.
Oh yeah,
right now. Those three gentlemen know Star Trek more than anybody producing it right now. And it wouldn't. You would have to put your ego aside a little bit, but it wouldn't kill you to reach out to like a Robert Meyer Burnett, who would be more than happy to advise, and he, I don't want to speak for the man, but some people would do it not for a lunch, for a sandwich, or just for the love of it, but it's ego, which usually prevents us from getting anything good these days from Hollywood because of the Rian Johnsons of the world. And at least Favreau's showing a little humility there. And that statement is deliberate, absolutely deliberate, and we have to praise it when we hear it. I mean, because that's a good thing to hear. It's a simple thing, to like, wow, listen to the fans. What a new concept. It doesn't mean every word they say.
It's baby steps, isn't it? That's the best we can hope for at the moment. It gives me the impression that a lot of them are much more aware of the problem than they're letting on. They just can't publicly say it. But then you get guys like Favreau who are just kind of coming out now and just admitting, like we've acted like assholes, and we've really soured the relationship, and we've created an environment where people actively hate us when it shouldn't be like that. Well, let's see if we can find a better way of doing things. It's not that bad, not that hard.
It's not, and some people really do try. You hear occasionally, like Cameron Paja, Jeremy had him on Geeks and Gamers. We had him on. He's produced actual television. He's worked professionally, and he is one of the brave people who have spoken up about this. And it, fandom, of course, I'm not talking about political thrillers, which you listen, you can have woke content out there till all day long. It doesn't matter, as long as you have entertainment that's for everyone, that's neutral, that's just there to be fun. It's amusement, it's enjoyment, it's something to be enjoyed in our leisure time. But these people, as particularly Jar Jar Abrams, they take themselves so goddamn seriously, like they're heads of state or like they're royalty, where they can come out and start, making political statements about no more white comfort. I mean, that is the dumbest thing for an entertainment property to say. Your entire business is based on comfort. You need to have people to be, people need to be comfortable. They're going to have to feel comfortable enough to go to a movie theater now. But you're telling people not to be comfortable. Shut the hell up, dude. And that guy's been poison to Hollywood, absolutely poison. And I mean, we definitely need more Jon Favreau's, and there's people who get political, but they still want everyone to watch your show. Like Seth MacFarlane, I had an actual conversation with the dude, and the producers of that show, have said things like, we cannot get rid of discourse. We need to have the civil discourse so we can all come together, because fandom is supposed to be, especially Star Trek, comic books, this is supposed to be a fun place to go where we can not think about this stuff. Sure, you can insert some messages here and there, and you could have political comic books, but as far as Captain America and Spider-Man and Superman and Batman are concerned, they're supposed to entertain everyone. And that's it.
All of these things, like Star Wars, it used to be a unifying thing. Like you could come from Canada or Outer Mongolia. It didn't matter. If you both said like Star Wars, you could have a conversation with that person about Han Solo and Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader. Yeah, cool. Now you do that, you're going to get quizzed about did you like The Last Jedi? Did you not like it? Like, are you an SJW, or are you kind of a man baby who hates change? It becomes this contentious battlefield of political ideology rather than just a fun, interesting, piece of art that people could be unified by. And that's the legacy of this kind of mindset, is division and anger and just stirring up all these resentments and petty grievances that didn't exist before.
Right. And this has real world consequences when you take away something that was a great unifier. I'm not saying like fandom, and this too, I'm just stating the obvious, that fandom has never been like this peaceful little utopia where everybody ran around kumbaya. But no, we had fun debates about what we liked or didn't like about something, but it still was a great unifier. And it's not anymore. That's been broken. Can it be fixed? Sure. But it's going to, and if it doesn't get fixed, Hollywood could collapse. It absolutely could collapse. It's not this invincible juggernaut. It requires money to go, and a large portion of your audience wants nothing to do with you right now. And there's something every day now that there's just, you're losing more and more customers. When Eric Kripke came out for The Boys and said, you got the worst thing in the world, or the most evil thing in the world, is the white guy next to you.
That doesn't give me hope for season 2, by the way, because season 1 was fairly non-woke, and I liked that. It was like, this was a fun, irreverent kind of show that was just, everyone could get into it.
Yep.
If he starts making statements like that, where the hell is he going to take the actual show?
Yeah. Umbrella Academy I love the first season, and the second season was half political and annoying.
I'm struggling with season 2, man. I'm on like episode 5 or something, and I'm like, one, I don't give a shit about the Kennedy assassination stuff. Like, that's been done a million times. Yep. It's really tired. I don't know if it's going to be a central part of the plot or if they're going to abandon it at some point. But the civil rights stuff is very on the nose and very obvious. And just like, again, with everything that's gone on over the past few months, that's the kind of shit I just don't want any more of. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I'd just rather watch a show like that and have a bit of escapism, but it's like, no, right there in your face. You can never escape it. Everywhere you go, we're going to shove this right in your face and force you to consume it. Like, oh God, give me a break, man.
Yep.
I like to have like a little break like every day where I can just enjoy something, where I don't have to be like absorbed in politics and preached to and yelled at.
Yeah, that's why I've been, and like you, I've had to just watch old stuff, and that's where I get that break. Umbrella Academy, I mean, it rallies at the end for me because it starts to become about the characters again, and everything else is just kind of a backdrop. But it's just the worst show to put that kind of to put politics into. It's not that kind of show. But yeah, and they ruined what I thought was a very good thing, and hopefully the boys doesn't do the same, but it looks like it's going to. And yeah, and we need a break. Hollywood could actually serve a very good purpose right now with all the strife and division that's going on in my country right now. We could certainly use a break, but they don't want us to have one right now. So we'll take our own. We'll end up taking our own break and go other places to, I'd rather watch a critical drinker video than anything on TV right now. And that's a fact. I'd rather watch somebody's live stream. I'd rather watch Cecil live stream than watch any TV show right now. So I guess we'll just entertain each other. That's fine.
Yeah, we're going to become the new Hollywood. It's like we'll form our own circle jerk. It's amazing. But I was going to say, we do have super chats here, and I did say I would kind of tackle them. If you're all right with that, it'd be great to go through them with you.
I am okay with that. Let's do it.
Nice one, man. Okay, Zach Zalak says here, drinker cheers. I'd love to hear your take on Sicario. Yeah, God, man, loads of people have been emailing me about Sicario to get me to review it. I've seen it. I thought it was a slow burner. It's a good movie. The characters in it are great, like Del Toro and Brolin are fantastic. It's not your typical woke, kind of movie you would get nowadays, where Emily Blunt is like the amazing Mary Sue that can do everything. She's kind of just an observer for a lot of this stuff that goes on in it. But yeah, overall, great film. I enjoyed it. Have you seen it? Or
I have not seen it.
Okay.
Go check it out. I've heard a lot of good things about it, though.
It's good at creating a really ominous kind of atmosphere, like when they go over the border and like they're approaching the city they're going to operate in. There's like gunfire going on, and like the music's really dark and ominous. There's even like storm clouds overhead. It's pretty cool. It gets you that real sense of a hostile environment. But yeah, one day I'll review it properly. Salad Cream Boy says, epic film, and Leonard Nimoy was amazing. Only thing I wish they had mentioned in TNG or DS9 was the fact that Worf was at Kirk and McCoy's trial. I don't think it was Worf. I think it was like an ancestor of his, like his grandfather or something like that.
Yeah, his great grandfather. And did they ever mention it in TNG? So they mention it in the novelization of Unification, but I don't know if they mention it in the show.
I can't remember it ever being mentioned, but yeah, it was nice to see Michael Dorn in that random appearance. And Leonard Nimoy was amazing. Brian Lemondowski, remember, you haven't truly understood Star Trek until you've seen it in the original Klingon. If I were a true fan, I'd tell Kurtzman to go to hell. Nice mashup of memes there from the show, or from the movie. Another one from Salad Cream Boy. Did anyone notice how the Klingon ship blew up in exactly the same way as in Generations? Yeah, as I said. Have I ruined Generations even more for you now?
Yeah. I've only seen it once, so that's probably why.
Well, the reason it stands out as well, the resolution changes. Like I guess Generations was shot on different film or different kind of cameras or whatever, but then you get the ship explosion and suddenly it changes to like a different film grain that you got in older films, and boom, you just see that. It's like so out of place.
Strange.
Yeah, it was just purely budgetary. It was budgetary concerns. Queen Anne's Revenge. Here's some love for my two favorite YouTubers on the same live stream. Keep up the good work. You guys are my substitute for most streaming services as of late. Cheers. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm thinking about canceling my Netflix subscription.
I did, dude. I did. I canceled my Netflix.
I want to get through Umbrella Academy, and then there's nothing really keeping me on Netflix, I don't think.
Yeah, it was weird. I thought about it for a minute, and I'm like, I can't support this at all, and I don't know what I'm gonna do because I got to cover some stuff, but like I can't let my money go towards something like that, especially when I didn't even hear the response because I slept in, and I was supposed to release my video at 6, and I scheduled it, and then it like automatically went to the 21st. I'm like, God damn it. So it came out a little late, but yeah, I didn't see the response until later, and I was like, yeah, I'm glad I canceled it then, because their response was, well, there's something for everybody on Netflix. Really? I don't think you need to make something for them.
Yeah, I think that target demographic is not someone you want to appeal to. It'll be interesting to see if they pull it. I think they probably will. The public pressures, the backlash isn't going to go away for this, so I think they'll end up pulling it. Matt G gave me a unicorn sticker, so thank you. Arthur Nzala, awesome. The two best YouTubers discussing the best Trek movie. Thank you.
Cheers.
I think for me it's possibly the second best, but it's a close one. So
close.
Yeah.
Back to back all day long. Yeah, I freaking love it. I just and it was so fun to watch it again today. And yeah, I got interrupted a couple times, but I didn't want to. I wanted to sit there and just immerse myself in it. But you got the movers coming in. Yeah, those movers still unloading stuff right now.
Oh crap. Yeah, I mean, if you need to drop off at any point, just let me know.
I'll let you know, but no, I got to stay here for the super chats.
Okay. JPRH, Hail Critical Drinker and Gary, I loved this movie when it came out, and probably go to this and maybe my third favorite of the original series cast. Cool. Yeah, I assume Wrath of Khan is one of those top three, and I don't know what the other one would be actually. If you had to pick your top three, what would you go for?
Oh, top three Star Trek movies. Okay, yeah, Wrath of Khan, Undiscovered Country, and Voyage Home.
Okay.
Yeah, the silly little whale one.
Yeah,
I like that one a lot. So.
I'd probably make Search for Spock my other one in the top three. Yeah, a bit underrated, I think. It's got some good emotional moments in it. Polaris Sucks here says, Drinker and Nerdrotic, the two best. Thank you both. Well, thank you. I hope you've enjoyed our stream that we've put on so far. Rob Aitken, hail gents, been looking forward to this one. This was the last movie I saw with my father. He died from emphysema soon after, and Trek was something that bound us together. Always a pleasure, and thanks. Man, that's a heartwarming story, man. I'm sorry that you lost your father.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess like I kind of had similar experiences with Star Trek. Like my dad was into it, and I remember watching the original movies with him, not in the movie theaters or anything. Like by that point, they were just on TV. But he was into it, and he got me into it. And yeah, I remember just enjoying watching them with him, and I've got good, pleasant memories of that. Zero Depressive. Take this money, Drinker, and invest in a moderator or more on your streams. You douche. Love you. This stream's been all right. I've not seen spamming or anything on the chat, so it's been good. I've had it once before, I think, when I did a stream with Az, and just blocked a few people, and then it was all good.
Yeah.
MK Jurgis, please shout out to my dad, Jerry Bennett. This is one of his favorite movies. I love it too, and we quote it all the time. Love you both. Keep it up. Well, nice one. Jerry Bennett, I hope maybe one day you watch this stream and you enjoy listening to it, and I'm glad you enjoyed this film. JML 2012, happy birthday, Gary. Glad to see you have something to wash your sickening taste of cuties out of your mind. Hope your day goes well.
No, it was.
Yeah.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And yes, this was perfect medicine. Like I said, I was just smiling when I was done. And yeah, I also got to avoid the stress of watching the movers like probably break my stuff or something. Like I got to avoid all that, so it's great.
Yeah.
And I do it guilt free because this is what I paid for them to bring it like all the way in and stuff.
Yeah.
Dude, it was hard to book them. It was almost as hard as the trailer.
Yeah. No,
Find
I'm
them.
not surprised.
Yeah.
You know, I remember the first time I moved house, I got this foolish idea that I would just rent a van and do it myself. Like, I got a friend of mine to help me out, and I totally underestimated the amount of crap that I had to move. And yeah, we went way over the sort of time deadline. Like, I don't know how it's done in the States, but like when someone's buying your house, the keys are usually exchanged around midday.
Yep.
And you pretty much need to be out because your keys go to the lawyers and they hand them over to the new the new owners. And it was probably 3 or 4 in the afternoon by the time we were out, and the people who were waiting to move in were raging, and they were phoning the lawyers like every 10 minutes saying like, "What the fuck's going on, man?" So I'll never make that mistake again.
Yeah. There's a time of exchange. I don't know. I can't remember. It's been so long since I bought a house. I remember when I sold my business, like Brian, the guy who bought my shop, came in early and kicked us out early.
Really?
So that does happen. It does happen.
Yeah, it's always that weird one on the day because like it's literally done as really old fashioned. Like you put your keys for the house into an envelope and post it through like the letterbox of like your lawyers, or you hand it over to them or whatever, and then they hand that over to the new owners. But like it's meant to be done by about midday.
Certain
So
time.
yeah,
That sounds so proper. I like that. I think we just give our keys to the realtors and they handle it.
Yeah. Oh, it's really antiquated in the UK, like proper traditional way of doing things, you know? It's good. But yeah, like I say, I screwed that up big time, so I'll never do that again. And I just about broke my friend having to lift so much crap, like furniture and stuff.
Yeah. You got to get him more than pizza or something.
Yeah. We had a good few beers that night, put it that way. So 200 Watt Studios says, Spock, I've been dead before. I laughed out loud at that scene. Yeah, that was a good line, actually. Because it's Scotty that says that, isn't it? We're dead. You know, they can't find out where the peace conference is, and Spock's like, I've been dead before. Yeah, that's a good one. JML 2012, drinker, here's some drinking money. Take a shot of Jack from me. I'm stuck at work right now. You know what? I'm going to drink a shot right now because I just so happen to have a bottle right next to me. There we go. Excuse me one moment.
No, take your time. Hello, chat. Hope everybody's having a good day.
Oh,
look at all those people.
Right. Michael Tynan. Hi, drinker. Hi, Gary. Oh, and thanks so much for Ryan Drake. Oh, cool. I'm glad you're enjoying my books. John. Why do you think people love the live action Witcher? It was pretty bad with some really cringy moments that betrayed the best 2 books. Well, I think it's got potential. Like, I think Henry Cavill was a good bit of casting. I think all the casting was good, actually. It's gritty. It's kind of down to earth for the most part. It's got a good bit of nudity in it. It's got swearing. All the good stuff from when Game of Thrones was still good. And I think it conjures up that vibe. The downside was that they chose to introduce this world through non-chronological storytelling, which is really confusing for people who don't know what's going on. And it took me a while to piece it all together. And I've played like some of the games, so I kind of have a working knowledge of that world. But I think it's got potential, The Witcher, and I think it's probably going to settle down a little bit into a better groove in season 2, hopefully.
I totally agree with that. I thought it was fun. I don't know anything about the game. I read a couple of the books and I liked them quite a bit, but it's all about Henry Cavill. I thought he was great casting, and I can't remember her name, but the Yennefer casting, and I know a lot of people were kind of down on it, and I don't blame them, because when you looked at their publicity shots, they were like really skinny, wafy little girls. But the woman who played Yennefer was pretty good. I think there was a little too much focus on her, but I think you're right. I think if they're smart, they're going to realize, what works for the series and what everybody goes there for. And I love that kind of storytelling. And it's so rare that we get even something semi good, but it wasn't perfect, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah. And like you say, it'll be interesting to see where they go with it in season 2. Hopefully it settles down a little bit and it's not jumping around all over the place so much.
I was confused about that too. It took me the second viewing. I was like, okay.
Yeah. I really got behind the girl that played Yennefer. I don't mean that in an inappropriate way.
I
but
do.
like, yeah, those were wild times, man. She grew on me over the course of the series, and by the end of that, I quite liked her. So, yeah,
I see why they picked her. Like her performance felt like it was right. And now, I haven't played the game yet, but I will, and we'll find out. I don't know how much is even in the game.
Play Witcher 3.
Yeah.
Especially the world that they created there is fantastic. You can lose yourself for months in that game. Really enjoyed it. Zero Depressive says, no, but for real, you need moderators. It's not a fancy crazy kids have. Every spam means a puppy is killed in South America. That's awful. I haven't really seen much spam on the chat. I'll be honest, like I've been keeping an eye on it as we've been going through, and it's all been just standard conversations. So I think we've been all right. I've had it in previous ones where I've had a bit of spamming, and I've just blocked a few people and put them in timeout or whatever, and it's been fine. So yeah, I will keep an eye though. Tesla Volta Games. I love the mystery, the characterization, and social settings based on actual reality of this film. My favorite Star Trek film, with 2 and 8 close behind. So 8 would be First Contact, wouldn't it? There's still a lot of love for First Contact, and damn, man, I don't know if I need to rewatch it and do a stream on it or something. But like my takeaway from it is just like, Picard seems a lot dumber than he was in the TV show, and like it doesn't really gel with what I know about all these characters. And it's a perfectly fine action film. There's some good space battles and some good shooting bits in it. And the bits on Earth with the first warp powered spacecraft are all very good. But it didn't really feel like it gelled with the TNG TV show.
It didn't. It was fun. I enjoyed it at the time, and it kind of tried to just, I don't know. I think it tried to be the next generation Wrath of Khan and break things down to their most basic levels. And I like the Borg Queen a little bit, but it's the test of time. It hasn't really stood with me. Maybe, I haven't rewatched it in probably a decade, so I probably should watch it again.
Okay.
But I owned it, watched it a lot when it came out, and I got it on DVD initially. I watched it a lot.
I think it was the first one where people watched it and they're like, "Oh, Star Trek's kind of cool." Because like there's lots of shooting in it, and there's cool space battles, and the Borg seemed kind of interesting. Maybe people hadn't seen them in the TV show before, and it seemed like it was bringing Star Trek more mainstream. It wasn't stodgy like maybe other movies in the series had been. I guess that was the appeal of it. It made Star Trek a bit more mainstream, and it started it on that path of doing more action rather than ideas.
Yeah. No. Yeah, and they got too caught up in that. And it's weird. They followed up with Insurrection, which was like probably the most Star Trek TNG film, I thought, but it was just an episode. It was just a really long episode.
Yeah.
That would have been like a mediocre episode in like season 4,
Yeah, and oh man, I just remember the special effects being really ropey with Insurrection. It's like they kind of just got tired and they couldn't really be arsed anymore. Like there's a bit where Picard's clambering around inside this spaceship thing that's about to set off a big bomb or whatever, and like they clearly had a green screen behind him that they were meant to put like a background over, and they just didn't bother, and it's just green. They just left it as a fucking green behind him. Yeah, let's just leave it. Who cares? That's what just the whole movie's just got that feel of like we couldn't really be bothered with this, but we had to produce a film of some sort, and this is what we gave you.
Yep.
So, yeah, a bit of a shame.
And yeah, and getting Jonathan Frakes to direct instead of maybe going out and getting, and he did a good job on that one. I mean, everybody thought like he was the answer at the time. I remember they were just like, people were fawning all over the movie, but when you look back, it did okay money, but I think it like played really well to just TNG fans at the time.
Yeah.
But
I think Frakes can't direct an action scene. Especially not a space battle scene. They always come across as cheap and like kind of dull and lackluster, and like he just that's not his forte. He's fine like just doing scenes on the bridge or whatever. It's like okay, but yeah, you need someone else to do that, and they need to use actual models rather than really cheap looking CGI. Like I guess this was 20 years ago when CGI was still quite expensive, but yeah, the spaceship battle scene's just like boring in that movie.
Yep. That's a good description.
Fat Steven Seagal says, "Hail, critical drinker and Gary. Gluten is my undiscovered country." Yeah. Well, I don't know what I'd do if I was allergic to gluten. Like, and I couldn't have bread. I couldn't eat pizza. No, life wouldn't be worth living.
No.
I would just eat it anyway and be sick.
Yeah.
Justin Foster says, "Undiscovered Country is a film that mirrors the fall of the USSR. Drinker knows all about that because that's how he was able to meet his current stripper girlfriend, a true modern diplomat." Yeah, yeah, bridging two cultures there. Tatiana still talks fondly about the USSR, but never mind. Those days are gone.
Yeah.
200-watt studio. Cartwright would have to be white if made today. Yeah, he would definitely. You couldn't have a black man making a mistake. No way. And the irony is, like, Cartwright's actually a fantastic officer, and he's been in a couple of different movies in that series. He was in Voyage Home for sure. An authoritative, like, commanding officer who knows exactly what needs to be done, and he's willing to make hard decisions, even if his reasoning is, flawed in this case. Still think he's a good character. Stuybeck B says, "The Expanse is the proper Star Trek successor. It's not perfect, but I think it's respect for the audience. Ask Nerdrotic." Yes.
Yeah.
The Expanse. I need to watch it.
It's very good. The first 2 seasons are spectacular, and the last one was really good too. I can't wait for season 5 whenever it comes out. It almost went a little intersectional in season 4, but nothing bad though. It didn't derail it. They really try to avoid that stuff, and because they present a lot of politics, but they do it normally. They present it as just, here's a situation and here's how we think it would go, and with no bias involved, even though you could tell all the creatives have bias. But they basically, in the Expanse, it's like the UN takes over the planet, right? And they show that pretty accurately. There's a lot of welfare. It's like a giant welfare state. It's a thing called basic income that people have, and you're either part of a giant corporation or the military.
Right. Okay.
Work. Yeah. So it's pretty interesting. And Earth had an environmental disaster that they don't really tell you what happened. So there's the colony of Mars that is like the hyper military colony, and then there's the Belters who are like a Teamsters union in space, and these three fight each other. So
okay. See, I like the idea of, like, sit within the solar system. It's like interplanetary politics and all that sort of thing. Like, yeah, okay, I can get into that. Yeah. I was just looking at the chat there. Brie Larson's period says, "Tatiana, in the USSR, lap dance has you." The strippers pay you to get a lap dance.
Yeah.
Oh, if only that was true. So I've lost so much money. Where, where was I? 11 Bravo Crunchy says, Howdy Drinker, you should review Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Yeah, I probably should. Nick Cage is in that one, isn't he?
No, that's Leaving Las Vegas. Fear and
Fuck.
Loathing. Fear and Loathing is about Hunter S. Thompson, and it's damn good. It's weird. It's Terry Gilliam. And,
Right. Okay.
And it's about drugs. Drugs.
All the drugs.
It's about a sports writer who goes to cover a motorcycle race in Las Vegas and ends up just tripping balls on mescaline and everything. And it is based on a true story.
I mean, it's kind of the thing to do in Las Vegas, really, isn't it?
It is. Yeah.
It'd be rude if you went there and you didn't do that stuff.
It is hilarious, though. There are moments that are some of the funniest moments in film. So,
okay, I've never seen it. Still never seen it, so I should give that a watch.
Yeah.
Joshua Trammell says, "Well, I'm sold. I'm convinced. I just bought the Blu-ray Star Trek collection of movies. Well,
nice.
Yeah, cool, man. You'll not be disappointed. They're not all amazing. They're not all perfect, but they all have charm. And that's more than I can say about modern Star Trek. Even the worst of original series Star Trek movies are still enjoyable in their own way. But I can't say that of what we have now.
No. If you could probably get it. Well, you already bought it. I was going to say you probably get a pretty good deal. I got a good deal on mine, so I think for like $40 or something at Walmart.
Emotionally Exhausted says, I wanted to love it, but I was disappointed. Meyer's irreverent approach worked for The Wrath of Khan, but not here. He seemed too confident that he had mastered Trek, but some ideas and characters were slightly off. Well, I mean, that's an interesting take. Like, I didn't get that sense from it. I always felt like he was very respectful for Star Trek. I didn't get an irreverent sense from that. The most irreverent one was, well, probably Voyage Home or The Final Frontier. Both of them made quite heavy use of humor and putting the crew in like out of place situations. But you know, Undiscovered Country played it dead serious, as far as I understand.
That's the way I felt about it, but I respect that. I mean, if you're talking about, Kim Cattrall's character, yeah. But as far as the core characters, I thought they were all really well done and consistent, but that's me.
Heather Ogden says, I really need to watch this one again. Since I was a kid, number 4 was always my favorite. The one with the whales.
Yes. That was an immensely popular movie when it came out.
It really was. I think it because I don't think 3 was particularly successful. I think people saw it as a bit flat.
Yep.
And this one really invigorated Star Trek again. And it became a movie that it was accessible for everyone, I think, because it wasn't really that heavy on Star Trek backstory. It was just, they've got to go back in time. And isn't it funny because the crew are in San Francisco in the 80s, like they're doing regular things. It's a weird one. Like I recognize why it was popular, and I recognize that it's quite a good film in its own right. I just never really bonded with it like that. I never really got that into it. It always seemed a little bit too silly, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, it was perfect for its time. So it's very much it came out in 1984. And it's very 1984. And when it came out, there was talk and there was serious conversations about William Shatner possibly getting nominated for Best Actor in that film. Didn't happen, but the critics loved it and they loved his performance. And and it's a Star Trek comedy. I mean, that's essentially what it is. And it just worked. People loved it.
I think it was nice. I can see why it was a nice change of pace for people because Wrath of Khan obviously is very heavy and dramatic.
86, not 84.
Same thing, yeah, very heavy and dramatic. But this was much more lighthearted, much more optimistic. Just a fun kind of like standalone story almost. I know it follows straight on from the previous one, but it's it kind of does its own thing. So I can see the appeal of it. I would never have said Shatner was like Oscar worthy or anything. Like he's from what I remember, he was perfectly fine in it. He was just solid Kirk in it. He was just full on Kirk mode. But it wasn't like he wasn't doing heavy dramatic lifting like he did in Wrath of Khan.
No, I think it would have been a nomination, kind of like Kevin Kline for Fish Called Wanda. I mean, that's they used to give the Oscars took themselves seriously, but they didn't have this giant stick up their ass back then. So they would throw one out once in a while to just a hot person of the year or something like that. And the talk was that, just for William Shatner's body of work, and but it never happened. But I distinctly remember, because I couldn't believe it when I heard it, even when I was 16, that they were talking about that. And it was Entertainment Tonight I was watching, and they were discussing it. So whether it was serious, who knows?
It was all those colorful metaphors that they used. That's what got them there. Peter Lambert says, single malts, peaty or malty, and why you're wrong. I don't like them particularly peaty. I have to be honest. I don't like my whiskey that smoky, because I find like it kind of overwhelms the flavor of the whiskey. Then that's all you can taste. So I prefer like a more like mellow whiskey. That's why I go for the Spacesides and stuff generally. But that's just me. You can sort of mellow it a little bit by just adding a little bit of water, just a splash of water to your whiskey, so you don't have it pure neat, and that really helps a lot if it's a very smoky whiskey. But that's, again, it's just my preferences. Your Giga. If it was modern Trek, Michael Burnham would yank Kang's other eye out of his skull while building an anachronistic machine in an hour to power the Kronos. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. Oh, God, I hate Michael Burnham.
Yep.
Angel Grunts says, a bit of role reversal. Kirk was traditionally a loose cannon who broke the rules. In Star Trek VI, he fiercely upholds his duty despite disagreeing with policy. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, he goes along with all the things he's ordered to do, even though he doesn't want to do it. And he even is willing to, surrender the Enterprise and put himself up, to be arrested rather than start a war. So yeah, he's matured quite a bit in that time, I suppose, from his original version.
Yep.
I think that's the interesting thing about Kirk in this. Like, he pisses and moans about being selected for this mission, and he obviously presents Spock for it, but he kind of does it because he's been ordered to. So he's willing to like follow orders up to this point. It always seemed like a weird thing that Cartwright was willing to throw him to the wolves on this one, because, Kirk was on his side. Kirk agreed with everything that he was doing initially. That he might have won him over potentially. Who knows? But yeah,
just
like
sacrificial lamb, I guess.
Yeah. Louis the Plank says, "Hi Gary, here's something towards the move. Hi Drinker, here's something towards a dance with Tatiana. It's great to talk about movies we love for a change." Yes, very much, and thank you for the donation. This is kind of why I do these streams, so we can talk about movies that we genuinely enjoy and share that with people. It's good for all of us. It
really is good for the soul. It's very necessary, especially after covering the last. Actually, just going through them. It's been a month, man. It's been a month. I'm not one of those people who just like, I had a bad month. I know even in months that are adverse, I still have fun. I still have good days. I don't let one thing like destroy my entire month. That's too depressing to think about. So, but it's been challenging, and I'm glad we're through it. And it was nice to do this. This was a great palate cleanser. It was enjoyable, and I want to do a whole lot more of it. I do.
Nice one, man. No, I'm glad you've been able to enjoy it. I certainly have, that for sure. Jay Trees says, I'm curious how you both feel about Star Trek Continues if you've seen it. In my opinion, it feels more like real Trek than other fan Trek or Abrams, etc. I mean, I've only seen 1 or 2 episodes of it, but I really liked it. The work that they put into it, the look and feel, great. I love it.
Totally agree. I love it. And it's the sets, and no, it's not perfect. It's still, I look at it as a fan film, but it's done with such love. And it's a spiritual successor, and it's better than anything obviously Kurtzman has done. And that's why CBS shut that stuff down, because the fans were making better projects than the actual owners of the intellectual property.
Wouldn't it be crazy if you enlisted the help of those fans in order to produce a new show? How mad would that be, eh?
Be crazy. Unthinkable. Why would you do that?
200-watt studio here. Star Trek 3 showed how much Kirk valued life. He would do anything if there was a chance that a person may be able to be saved. Also for his friendship. Hashtag Kurtzman sucks. Yeah. Right. Yeah, that movie was all about, as much as Wrath of Khan was about ultimately Spock sacrificing everything he had to save the ship. Star Trek 3 was about, Kirk sacrificing everything that he had in order to save Spock and bring him back. The line that exemplified all of that was when Kirk destroys the Enterprise and they're watching the remains of it crash through the atmosphere, and he's asking, like, "My God, what have I done?" And that's what McCoy says to him, "You've done what you always do. You turn death into a fighting chance to live." Brilliant.
That. Yep.
Lovely line. Yeah, and that's that for me. That's what the movie's all about, and it's why I like it. One day I'll talk about it properly. Christian Bassel says, at least Berman knew to listen to the fans and conceded when he was wrong. When did fan bashing become a thing? Why is it a thing? Yes, he did. He freely acknowledged that he screwed up the end of Enterprise by bringing in TNG and just making it like a framing device ultimately. And he just said it. How many directors nowadays would say, yeah, I made the wrong call there and I'm sorry. Like, how much goodwill did he get from the fans for doing that?
Oh, it's over. It ends any debate. Somebody humbly apologizes, takes responsibility, you move on. And I think how better off Star Trek and Star Wars would have been if somebody had just done that.
Yep. I think the measure of a person, like the measure of a guy's confidence in himself and his his self-respect is his ability to be humble at times when it's required, and that demonstrates it there. Like, if you've screwed up, you've done something wrong, the honorable thing to do is just acknowledge it, say, I'm sorry. I tried to do something here, it didn't work out, I apologize. Not many people are still going to be mad at you after that. But it takes a little bit of confidence in yourself to be able to take that step and acknowledge that you've made a mistake. And yeah, it just seems like very few directors are willing to do it now.
And I don't, and it's the fragility of the ego. I mean, oh my God, it's makes your life so much harder. It just does. That's the one thing I've learned through recovery is, humility and taking responsibility. And God, it's like being freed of shackles, the shackles of the ego. And it's I guess it's very difficult for some people to do, but it's weird coming out of people from at Hollywood, because they put themselves out there all the time and they get deeply criticized by their coworkers and producers who shut them down all the time. So why is it that they come a bunch of pussies when it comes to the fans? I don't get that one. It's just like, sometimes you make a shitty movie, but like everybody has, Ryan Johnson, I think it's the current climate too, but I think he probably breezed through like his film school and got his ass kissed way too much. But that guy has got, his ego is actually bigger than his head.
And that's saying something, man.
It's got its own gravitational system.
Yeah, I've said this before on streams with like Mahler and the other guys. Like, if Ryan had come out after the backlash to The Last Jedi and just said, look, I tried to do something different here, take Star Wars in a bit of a different direction and be a little bit bold with it, and maybe it wasn't for everyone. And I'm sorry about that if you didn't like it. Like, I tried my best. That would have made 95% of the criticism vanish. Just acknowledging that maybe not everyone liked it, but they're totally fine to not like it, and he understands. Hey, you can't still be mad at a person for that, but to just come out and say, "Nah, you're wrong. My movie's perfect. You're an idiot." Like, how do you think people are going to react to that? Like,
right.
Yeah.
We're just perfect. They're just perfect. That's all. And we have seen that in the past too. We also with the late Joel Schumacher admitting he did something wrong with Batman and Robin, and Sam Raimi admitting he made a mistake with Spider-Man 3, and both of those guys got instant respect when that happens. And you would think ultimately, you want to be liked, you want the fans to forgive you, apologize, and they will love you. And look what Sonic, the guy, that got all that criticism, came out, changed the character, and it helped the movie. The movie made money because that guy it's a simple thing. But yeah, maybe not.
It's integrity, isn't it?
Yep.
Integrity and respect. You demonstrate those two things, people will recognize it. It's not that hard. It just requires a little tiny bit of pride swallowing at times. That's all it is. But it's like they just don't have it because they don't have the confidence in themselves. 200 Watt Studios says in this film, both Spock and Kirk's judgment are clouded because of their children, in commas, quotation, David with Kirk and Valeris with Spock. Great character synergy. It goes back to what we were referencing, where there's a scene between Kirk and Spock, where they're both lamenting their kind of lack of judgment and how it was clouded, because they were fixated on their proteges, or in Kirk's case, the loss of his son. One was motivated by vengeance, the other one was motivated by pride in the accomplishments of their protege. Either way, they didn't quite see them for what they were or what they were doing to them. Good characters with flaws, recognizing their flaws and moving on from it without completely being destroyed in the process. That's good writing. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
That was nice when movies did that.
Those were the days.
Yeah, it was like when adults wrote movies for adults, rather than emotionally stunted children.
Yeah, God.
Scottish Nerd gave me a unicorn. Thank you. Charles Caballero. Remember when Hawk, Superman, punched that kid in the All Valley tournament, then celebrated by ripping off his shirt to flap his Hawk tattoos like an actual Hawk, like a legend? That was awesome. That was indeed awesome. And that was from Cobra Kai. And remember the single shot scene in Cobra Kai when Stingray takes out several kids with ease and gives Hawk a legendary high five? That too was awesome. Yes, I agree. And Stingray is an excellent character. Derek McManus. Stay strong, guys. Your content is amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
EC Morgan. Hey, Gary and Drinker. Nice to see a stream with two of my favorite creators. Gary, good luck with the move. San Francisco is worse than post-war Berlin now. You're lucky getting out. Star Trek 6 was underrated.
Yeah. I think Star Trek 6 was great, and getting out of San Francisco was perfect, because I think the day after I got out, there was people walking up and down the streets with megaphones telling white people to get out, something like that.
I mean, that's just what you need at like 3 a.m, isn't it?
Right.
Like, it just really helps you relax. Yeah, that's insane, man.
It's completely insane.
Athron Zala says the score for Star Trek 6 was amazing, up there with the Wrath of Khan. Yeah, I really like the score. It's dramatic and heavy when it needs to be. It's kind of poignant and emotional when it needs to be. It's There's never a moment where I'm listening to the background music and just thinking, nah, this isn't hitting it. Just ideal throughout. JPRH, did either one of you happen to catch the screenplay analysis of a Nicholas Meyer Star Trek project, SETI Alpha 5? RBM did it on a live stream and he had to take it down by CBS. I liked it. All right, so did Nicholas Meyer have a new project in mind, like about Khan on City Alpha 5?
Oh, it was going to be it was pitched previously. They were going to do it. And then he left the project, and this was around Star Trek Discovery season 1 or something like that. Midnight's Edge interviewed him, and then Robert Meyer Burnett got a hold of some of the scripts, and he talked about them on YouTube, and they shut it down.
Really?
Yeah. Set the Alpha 5.
So this is obviously way beyond the lifetime of Ricardo Montalban and stuff. This would have been like a recasting of Khan.
Yeah, it would have been recasting, and I don't know how it would have been.
Yeah,
probably not, but we'll see. Well, we'll never see, actually. But I guess it sounded okay,
Yeah. Well, everyone loves Khan, So, well, until bloody they cast Benedict Cumberbatch in the role. Yeah, I would have watched that. Makoto Shimabukuro. Sorry if I'm butchering your name. Please donate. The drinker needs to get drunk. Yeah, dude. It's 1 a.m. here, and I'm still relatively sober. Pod Racing Palpatine. Hail Drinker and Gary. Thanks for keeping me company through my night shift. I have been and always shall be your friend. Thank you, Pod Racing Palpatine. We appreciate it. John Oakletree says, I'm not surprised Undiscovered Country had cheap-looking CGI blood. They were using sets from TNG for crying out loud. Yeah, I heard about this. They definitely used the warp core from TNG. That set was straight out of TNG. The bridge, I think, was unique. That was from probably Wrath of Khan or something. It would just be redressed. But yeah, there was definitely a bit of reuse. I think as well, actually, the officer's mess was a redress of the kind of conference room from TNG. If you look at it, the table and everything's the same sort of shape and size and layout. Yeah,
I'm gonna have to go look at that.
They did blow it up though, so that kind of makes me question it, whether they just blew up like a stunt set or something. I don't know. Don't know how these things are done. Java Bean says Cliff Idleman's score is such a great departure. Yeah, it is, and I love the closing theme that they play. Sean Malley gives me a super sticker, so thank you. Casey McGregor, drinker, you fiendishly loquacious inebriate. Have you seen Prospect? Fun micro-budget sci-fi story that didn't overplay its hand story-wise. No, I'm afraid I've never seen it, and I've never heard of Prospect, so I don't know much about that.
No.
So, all right. I'll look it up after this.
Yeah.
Scottish Nerd says, Kirk knew that rules covered every scenario up to the brand new. He then thought outside the box to get back on top. It was all calculated risk. Yeah. He would obey the rules as much as he possibly could, but there was times when he was required to disobey orders or whatever. And those times he would improvise and usually come up with a good solution. That's what made him what he was. Crispy Critters, modern cinema cheapens loss of life. Pretty much. Yep. Canadian Spider-Man. Didn't watch YouTube before COVID-19. Now you both, Doomcock and Midnight's Edge, are in my life, leading the fight against SJW idiots and culture degradation. Thanks. Well, I mean, hopefully we can do our bit. It's my pleasure to be able to do this stuff.
Cheers.
Jay Fraser. Hey guys, what are your thoughts on Red Letter Media's top 10 TNG episodes? Also, shall we be seeing you gents on EFAP 100? I'll be on it. Are you planning to go on, Gary, at some point? Yep.
I will be on at some point as well.
It's running for 24 hours, and I don't think there's any real structure to it, so I'll just pop in when I can, I suppose.
Same here.
Whenever they'll have me on. I did watch their top 10 TNG episodes, and I remember them all. I'm pretty happy with most of them, if I'm honest. If you asked me to name my top 10, it would probably be different, but like I would need to properly go back and watch TNG. Like there's a million episodes to get through, and like I would need some time to pick out my top ones. But I just love listening to them discuss it because they really know their stuff. They're really passionate about the show, and yeah, like they're just they're entertaining guys to listen to.
Yeah, they do. I mean, yeah, I put you up there too, and not just because I'm on your channel, but like you, Mala, Better Media. That's kind of like a top tier for me here, at least as far as like what I subscribe to, what I watch. So I watch a lot of YouTube. So, yeah, I don't know if I could. I'd have to think really hard about top 10.
Yeah. It's hard because I mean they did 5 each basically, so they each got to name their top 5, and I don't think they overlapped with each other at any point. It's almost like they told each other beforehand, but never mind. Yeah, but it was just a great discussion to hear what they look for in a TNG episode and what appeals to them, and kind of how they can break down what the general formula is for a TNG episode and how it works, how it functions. So yeah, it was good, really interesting and really enlightening about the show. Brian Dolan, hey, have either of you gents read any of the Galaxy's Edge series? Solid military sci-fi. Check it out. I would love to see that universe go big. Galaxy's Edge. That just makes me think of Star Wars.
Yeah, I had just heard of it in a live stream a couple of months ago. I haven't checked it out though. Yeah, I thought it was Star Wars too, but apparently there's something. It's been around for a while. Yeah, I don't know why they aren't suing, but
yeah, as well. You don't. You sue Disney at your own peril, really, don't you?
Yeah, you're not going to win anyway. I mean,
yeah,
even when they blatantly rip something off, you're going to lose. They'll outspend you.
Kimberly, Killian, Shadowcat gave me a unicorn super sticker, so thank you. Big Dave K says, "What do y'all think of the Orville?" Yeah, I mean the episodes I've watched, great. They're funny. They're dramatic when they need to be. They've got the real vibe of Star Trek. Like people say, it's like the spiritual successor to TNG.
Yes. Oh, I love it. I can't wait for season 3.
Lord Thoth, love you both. Awesome chat. Love this movie. Happy birthday, Gary. If interested, Star Trek 4 chat with Star Trek 4 actor on the Spacebooks YouTube after this one.
Oh, cool. Whoa. They got an actor. Right on.
Nice.
Awesome.
Stephen Otten, if we get ticketed for swearing, then Samuel L. Jackson won't get to say motherfucker.
No, he won't.
Yeah, that's basically his whole shtick. Now, what will he do? He'll get fined so many credits.
He ruined his character in Captain Marvel. Destroyed him.
Yeah. Don't remind me of that scene where his eye gets slashed by a fucking cat. Yeah. Why did he sign up for that?
No, I don't know.
I mean, I guess he's under contract. He's got to do it, but man, there's a price on your self-esteem.
Yep.
Peter DeRosa, the scene where Chang says, "Don't wait for the translation," is another direct reference to the Cold War when Adlai Stevenson faced down the USSR ambassador at the UN when confronting him during the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. Yeah, there's loads of references to things and events that sometimes went over my head. Like there's a bit where the president of the Federation is like, "This president is not above the law." And I'm guessing that's a reference to like something that another president said, but I don't know what it is. My knowledge of American history is a bit shaky at times.
It's okay. Most Americans is too, including yours truly. I know a lot, but not. That's a good question. I could probably look that up real quick.
The other thing, because we kind of mentioned it briefly at the start, like how my version was cut down. There's a bit where they unmask the assassin. And it's like, oh my God, it's Colonel West. It's like one of the Starfleet officers is actually dressed up as a Klingon to do the assassination. I'm assuming that's a reference to Oliver North, who was like in the Iran-Contra scandal. I'm sure there's like some kind of like thing where they talk about that. It's just a direct reference to him. Instead of calling him North, they called him West.
Yep. And yes, Chairman Nadler's statement for the markup of HR 2678, no president is above the law. I don't know what it's from. Well, that might be modern. And they're just talking. I don't know if this came before. I don't know. This could be them talking about the Orange Man. Here, let me see. Yeah, I don't know if it's a older statement or not. Yeah, that's somebody talking about current day.
Hmm. Oh well.
President is above the law. Yeah, no, I can't find anything old, but maybe there is. But yeah, I say but now if you bring it up, the whole wait for the translation thing on the Cuban Missile Crisis, yes, I didn't remember that though.
So KJL, Drinker, is YouTube shadow banning you and Mauler? I have notifications on, but I haven't gotten notice for either of you in a while. Well, I don't know. I mean, I think my views and everything have been pretty much normal recently. So YouTube pulls these kind of shenanigans all the time. Like they don't notify people when certain things are coming out. When the coup first started, it was bonkers how YouTube was doing things. Like I would have a video come out and it would get hardly any views for like the first 2 days, and then suddenly it would jump way up. Like I don't know if it just wasn't notifying people or what.
That's really unusual. Yeah. I mean, it's
But
good
just
that happens still, but geez, that's got to be stressful at first.
yeah, you kind of think like, oh damn, like am I doing something wrong here? Like what am I missing? But yeah, it's just obviously it was a difficult time. But yes, I think mostly my stuff's all right at the moment. My views have been normal. It's just yeah, I think everyone should just keep an eye on their notifications and all that and make sure that they're on.
Yeah, I got your notification today. I did on my phone.
Cool. Dive Dodge donated $5, so thank you. Tad P says, Ryan Drake, book 9, please consider this a donation to the liquid creativity to make that happen. Yeah, book 9 is done. It's just gone through the final stage of editing. It's with the copy editors at the moment, so they just go through it line by line, looking for spelling mistakes and all that crap. So I don't really have much more to do with it. But it's going to come out in November. And I did a cover reveal, I think, on Twitter a few days ago. So I really like the cover for it. But yeah, I'm excited about this book because it's been 10 years in the making.
Whoa.
So long time. And much like this movie, it's me saying goodbye to characters that I've been with for a long time. So it's a little bit poignant.
Yeah. That's brilliant.
Adam Bowman says, Star Trek 6 is my favorite movie of all time. It's the best Star Trek story. Cool, man. I'm really glad that you enjoy this movie as much as we've done. Ancaris, second star to the right and straight on till morning. What a great line.
It is.
Bearded Warrior. This is where I'm going to fuck up the name. The guy who plays Odo, I think, in DS9, Rene Auberjonois.
Yeah.
I don't know how you say it, but anyway, he plays the assassin who went on to play Otto in Deep Space Nine. I love that weird crossover of actors. Yeah, I don't know why they did it, but fair enough. They just had this weird habit of reusing actors. Like we said, David Warner was in Star Trek 5, then 6, and then TNG. Fair enough. 200-watt studio. Generations. Kirk dies on the wrong bridge.
Yep. Yep.
Yes, that should not be how he went out. Adam Bowman. Star Trek 6 was my first exposure to the original series crew. Wow. I hope it wasn't your last because there's so many good movies they did.
Yep.
Crispy Critters. I would have written Strange New Worlds in the Star Trek universe, but with a horror spin. It would be easy to do and opens up the Star Trek universe. Yeah, I think they went totally the opposite direction with Strange New Worlds. They're trying to make it all optimistic and happy because, people didn't like the horrifying violence and grimness of Discovery. I don't know if it's going to work, but the trailer, when I saw the teaser for it, it's like the actors are just there like, we've learned our lesson. It's going to be good and optimistic. Please don't hate us.
That's and well, they said that before, and a lot of us remember hearing that before Star Trek Discovery season 2 as well. They cracked a joke in the first episode. That was about it.
Yeah, they brought Pike in though, wasn't it? That was meant to be the thing that elevated it. Aromatic Crispy Bat says, big shout out to the Aberdeen lockdown, the SNP and Nicola Fishlips Sturgeon. Is that still going on? Is Aberdeen still locked down? Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to put that into context, like Scotland is kind of doing all right with the whole coof thing. And we've got like the number of new cases is like 30 a day or something. It's like nothing now. But there was like a little outbreak in Aberdeen and they kind of locked down the whole city to try and like stop it from spreading. But I thought it was over now, but maybe it's still ongoing. Damn. Jonathan Rees, does Chris Eccleston coming back to Doctor Who help? Not for me. Like he's just coming back as an audiobook thing, so it's just like a big Finnish audio drama. What matters is not like which old Doctor comes back for a guest spot. It's like getting probably rid of the current Doctor and finding someone that's better, and more importantly, getting rid of the showrunner. I don't think you're not gonna save Doctor Who as long as Chris Chibnall's in charge. And honestly, I don't think you can save it at this point. The audience like interest has dropped away to nothing. I would probably shelve it for like 5 years and then revisit it.
Yeah, that's the only, and they have to completely erase the timeless child out of it, and get rid of Whitaker and Chibnall immediately, and then still you're not going to do as well as you were going to. You get some people back, but it's never going to get back to. It reached a peak, and it is now past that peak.
Yep. Primarch Vulcan. I never understood why they never made a DS9 or Voyager movie instead of doing the JJ Bad reboot. Probably because that was like the Rick Berman kind of era of Star Trek, and his movies had run their course with Nemesis, and I think there was just a feeling that they needed new blood within Star Trek. It needed to be revamped. And by that point, people like Janeway, whatever her name is, Kate Mulgrew, I think, they probably would have been too old to do a movie. They wouldn't have generated much interest amongst audiences. I think that was probably the reasons. Yeah. Shame, really, because I they could have done something interesting.
Yeah, I think that it probably was just a rumor, but they were talking about bringing like certain people from the remaining series to make a movie. That probably would have been interesting. I would have watched it. But yeah, there just wasn't enough mass appeal for any of that to turn into something, and it's way too late now. Way too late now. So.
Yeah. Soupy Columbo says, "Why is the TIE Fighter animated short made by one guy 5 years ago infinitely better than Star Trek Lower Decks?" Probably because there's like passion and creativity and imagination behind that, and there isn't with Lower Decks. Also from Soupy Columbo, thanks to you both for doing these talks about good stuff. We need more of it. I'm on board for Broken Arrow and Face Off discussions.
Oh, hell
yeah. One day.
Nice.
Would you take suggestions for more? Yeah, absolutely. Mo Diggity says, Undiscovered Country was my first and favorite Star Trek movie. It was neat to see how Klingon justice works. Worf's grandfather was the lawyer for Kirk. Yeah. Klingon justice is short and brutal, I suspect. And I'm surprised they even have trials. I thought they would just like murder people on the spot.
That was kind of the surprising thing about it, that there was defense attorneys. It's like Klingon defense attorneys, really? But they are a civilization. They have scientists, and so
I think it was done as well for the benefit of like outside viewers. Maybe within Klingon culture, matters would be handled by individuals, and it would just be blood feuds and stuff. But when it's an international incident like this, they have to like put on a show of a trial, and that's what you get.
Yeah, maybe that was the only thing. Maybe. Yeah. Now I didn't even think about that. Maybe that was their very first trial. They're like, okay, we got that pit that's got that one seat that looks like a judge would sit in, and that one guy named Katal. He's got that big, he has that big metal ball that he likes to bang around. Let's get him, and he looks like a judge, so let's get him. Yeah,
well, you could see that. You can imagine them looking up like courtroom dramas from like Earth TV shows. It's like, wait, okay, so there's a judge and there are lawyers, and like there's no jury apparently. It's just the judge who does everything. But it's like, yeah, we need guys who can argue for and against this case. Okay, that'll do.
Yeah,
Okay.
that'll work.
It's yeah, it's fine.
Yes.
Robogarda says, great stuff again. It's mad watching movies from even 10 years ago and thinking that joke wouldn't be allowed today. Makes movies safe but sterile. Yeah, absolutely. There are certain demographics that you're allowed to mock relentlessly. And wow, do they do it. But nobody else. So, yeah, if you're on the receiving end of that, like all the time with every movie and TV show you watch, it gets a little bit old after a while. Let me tell you. Jade Kind says, how do you guys feel about Star Trek Beyond? It wasn't directed by Jar Jar, but do you feel it has the same issues as New Trek? I absolutely do.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
Yeah, garbage movie. They'd run out of ideas. They didn't know what the hell they were doing with it. It was slapped together at the last minute, and it absolutely shows. Yeah, it's. I'm not going to say it's as bad as Into Darkness because it's not as offensively bad, but it's just incompetent. And it's yeah, I'll probably do a review on that one day. Actually, just pointing out all the problems with the script. I think Idris Elba, you've got a great actor in him, but like, what a wasted character.
Oh yeah, you couldn't even tell it was him, right?
Yeah.
And then the only thing I liked was, and it's not like I like the character, I just Sophia Boutella. Oh, I like Sophia Boutella.
Is she the admiral or something? Oh no, wait.
Yeah, she was the alien in it. And I like
Jayla.
Everything. Yeah, Jayla. I didn't like the character. I like the look, and I like that actress.
Yes,
but yeah,
she's fun. The character's fun. You know, she I like how she listens to music, but she doesn't really understand what it is and all that stuff. Yeah, that's cool. What was the next one? EC Cons. Tuvok from Voyager was on Sulu's ship. Yes, he was, and you got like a weird Voyager episode that kind of referenced that, and they actually recreated the Excelsior Bridge, and I think they got George Takei in for that. And it was a terrible episode because it was a flashback one.
Oh, that's right.
Brie Larson's period says Netflix, and who let Harvey Weinstein produce the remake of Footloose? Terrible. Thanks for providing quality entertainment, gentlemen. Yeah, I think we all feel the same way about Netflix at the moment. But yeah, I'm glad we can entertain people tonight. John Orchard donated $5, so thanks very much, man. I appreciate that. Oscar Meyer, what about a movie with that time travel with the black cat? Is that a reference to the original series? Where it's like Gary 7 or something, and he's like gone back to the 60s.
Yep.
My knowledge of this is a little bit shaky, so I'm kind of like they were no. I tell you what, they were originally planning to do that. That was going to be a spin-off,
yes,
but it never got off the ground. And what a weird idea! Like that there could have been a Star Trek spin-off back in the 1960s. Damn, man. What might have been?
What might have been? They could still probably do that. Oh, God, no! Don't do it now.
No, don't do it now. Just ruin it again. John Orchard, can Kirk go through the Guardian of Forever and erase the reboots in Discovery? Yeah, please do. Anything. Tracy Wilborn, God, I missed real Star Trek. We all do. Yeah. That's why watching movies like this is like sad, doubly sad in a way, because one, it's the original crew saying goodbye, and two, it's like a reminder of when I really enjoyed Star Trek and it was smart and you know, actually had something useful to say.
Yeah. Oh, look, Terry Garr was in that. Oh, the concept was interesting. So Gary 7 aside, yeah, God, it's been forever since I watched this. I rewatched season 1 of the original series. That's the one they used to replay that one all the freaking time when I was a kid. And it never made, you know, when I was young, I'm like, what's going on? And then, you know, a friend of mine told me it was supposed to be a pilot. I'm like, what's a pilot? I had no idea what it was, but like I was 6. So
is this where the cat could change into a woman? it in like the reference to this sort of time traveling thing with a black cat.
Yeah. They're fighting. Oh no, well the Gary Seven's fighting the Omegans, right? So it's they're shapeshifters that destroy the Earth in the future or take over the Earth in the future. So he's back. He's the only guy who was able to get back in time from the 24th century to fight them.
Right.
Dun, 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 dun. Terry Garr was in it. I'm going to the he manifests at least non-human feature. He is immune to the impact of the Vulcan nerve pinch. Oh, yeah. But I can't. Oh, the cat's just smart.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Wait. Okay. Yeah. No. Though she gives the appearance of being Seven's pet, Isis is more. She communicates with him through the rudimentary telepathy and understands his speech. It's a very smart cat.
Well, Laurie Wilson in chat was saying in Cat's Paw, the cat also changed into a woman. So I don't know if that, God, I don't know if that's a separate episode or something. Because Gary Seven was a recurring character, wasn't he? It was more than one episode he appeared in. I think.
I thought he was just in that episode. Did Gary?
You could be right. I mean, this is stretching my knowledge a little bit because it's been years and years since I've seen these ones.
Yeah, dude. Well, that's what happens when you get older.
There's more behind me now.
A lot more gets behind you, and there's a lot of television in between. And it's like, God, when was the last time I watched the original series all the way through all three? I never make it past the first season. When I do a rewatch, I watch the first season, and then I get sidetracked.
Yeah,
I watched way too much Doctor Who. That's what I'm watching all the time. So, yeah, that's a separate episode. The cat.
Okay. Kauftron says here, got me guys, I had to chat. Very much thank you for your coverage of one of my favorite movies ever. Thank you. It's our pleasure to be able to talk about this. Oh, yeah. Dive Dodge says, what original Star Trek movies should I watch and in what order should I watch them? I have only seen the new movies. Take a shot, drinker. I am. Cheers. Oh my God, you need to get yourself back in time, man. Yeah, abandon the new stuff. It's garbage.
Yeah.
I would say you could probably skip the motion picture. It's an interesting little experiment, but it doesn't really pay off. Start with Wrath of Khan and probably work your way forward from there.
Yeah. You're just going to do the movies. I mean, otherwise do the series, go all the way back. And honestly, like the original series is my favorite. Seasons 1 and 2 are great. Season 3 is off because they fundamentally changed a lot of the show. And I mean, there's still good episodes in there. And then just do it in order. And for the original series, because then that would be the only way you watch the motion picture, because it's just a big reunion film, and there's a lot of there's a great soundtrack. Jerry Goldsmith going no 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 no, and staring at a view screen at really bitchin' special effects for the time. Douglas Trumbull was a genius, and he did motion picture, and he did Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and of course Blade Runner.
Yeah. No, those visuals hold up even pretty well now, I would say. It's a movie I haven't watched for a good number of years. I would maybe, if I went and saw it again now, I'd have a different perspective on it. I just find it very slow, very thoughtful, and a lot of ship porn, a lot of special effects shots. The crew are a bit boring, and the bridge looks a bit boring, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, maybe one day I'll get a different view on it. But particularly, if you watch Wrath of Khan, Search for Spock, and Voyage Home, you kind of need to watch them in order because they all follow on directly from each other, and that's like a trilogy within the larger series that you kind of need to see. Yeah, you could probably skip the Final Frontier.
Yeah, but it's fun.
Yeah, it's a guilty pleasure.
Senor, I have to bug out. The missus is calling.
No problem, man. I thank you very much for taking the time to come on for this tonight. I really appreciate it. It's been awesome to talk to you about this movie. I've been looking forward to it for a while, and it was great to be able to do it. I've put a link to your channel, obviously, in the description, so I recommend anyone listening to subscribe to it. Gary does great coverage of TV shows and movies and stuff that are out at the moment. Pretty much anything sci-fi or pop culture, you seem to cover it, so it's good stuff. I certainly look forward to your new videos.
Cheers, mate.
And
Thanks for having me on, man. It's always an honor. It's a lot of fun doing this. So if we can do it again in the future, I'm open to it. Absolutely. I'll be here. And it's everybody subscribe to the Critical Drinker if you haven't already. Upper tier YouTuber. I'm not kidding on that one. That's not just kissing his ass because I'm on his channel. I truly believe that. So thanks, man. And sorry I got to bug out, but
no, I understand. I know you're kind of in the middle of moving and all the rest of it. So totally.
All right. Well, maybe I'll see you on EFAP, and I'll talk to you very, very soon. And chat, thank you very much. You guys were great. I appreciate you all. And I will see you next time, man.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Later.
Thanks, man. Bye-bye.
All right, cool. Well, it looks like it's just me. I'll work my way through the remaining super chats then, and we'll see where we're at. So, what was the next one here? Activated Complex says, "Here, give Tatiana a tip. Body glitter isn't cheap." Yeah, tell me about it, man. She complains about that a lot. So, thank you very much for your super chat. Gola82 says, "I like Star Trek 5. Why does God need a starship?" Yeah, that's a great line from Kirk. Like we were saying earlier, I think Star Trek 5 was kind of a guilty pleasure. It's definitely got a lot of goofy elements to it. I think where it really falls down is like Shatner had all these grand visions in mind for special effects shots, for monsters that they were going to fight against, and he just didn't have the budget to make it happen. And so you ended up with a really cheap looking movie, and it's such a shame. I don't suppose there's any way to redo it, really. TLS Music Production. We're out of special effects cash. Do you think anyone will notice? Nah, it'll be fine. Yeah, that's the mentality on a lot of these Star Trek movies, I think. Donald Raguma gave me a super sticker, so thank you very much. Nicholas, you put the right words to what I feel. Well, thank you. Hopefully, as we go through these movies and we talk about them, we can kind of explain why we think certain things work really well and what really appeals to us about a film. So, hopefully people can take something from that. Nano Reaper says, "You should try Clyde May's Alabama whiskey." Clyde May's? I've never tried that before. I'll keep that one in mind. Scipio Africanus. Only good movie was number 11. This was number 2, I think. This was due to the music, which was from Alexander Nevsky. The movie was totally a rip of The Enemy Below. Yeah, it kind of was. Which I love that movie, actually. Classic war film that I wish I had the time to review at some point. Ghost Rider Hawk. Someone once told me that Star Trek has always been political, from casting Uhura as the first black female to contemporary issues of the time. Do I agree or disagree? Or more realization of true liberal future? I think the difference is that Star Trek in the past, when it was smartly done, it presented a lot of political issues, but it did it from a balanced point of view. It let you see both sides of it and kind of form your own opinions without trying to lecture you too much. It presented the crew with a lot of interest in moral dilemmas. And again, it argued both sides of it fairly, whereas now it just straight up presents one side as being wrong, fundamentally wrong, and they just need to be told to shut up. And that's not smart Star Trek for me. It's not what Star Trek's meant to be. It's meant to be fair, and it's meant to get you thinking, whereas this one wants to shut down thought. So, or sorry, when I say this one, I mean modern Star Trek. Yeah, and Star Trek certainly in the past was progressive, which made sense because it's set in the future. It's what they imagined the world becoming, and humanity becoming. It appealed to our higher ideas of becoming more enlightened and putting aside all of our petty differences, and advancing to bigger challenges like exploring the universe. that's what's not to like about that. That's pretty inspirational for me. The Justice 35 says, "What FC's football clubs do you all follow? Hartford Athletic is my team, and we're killing the USL in America." Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, my local team is garbage and they keep losing, so I don't tend to support them. So I don't really have one at the moment. I'm kind of homeless. And I can't tell you what Gary supports or what sports he's really into because I don't know. But I'll ask him next time he's on. Daedalus, I'm drunk. Here's $5. Now bring me pictures of Spider-Man. I'll do my best. But thank you for the donation. Same goes for Colm Doyle, who donated $5. Thank you, sir. J.K. O'Danny, opinion on Star Trek fan films. I mean, I haven't seen all of them, so I'm not exactly well versed in it. I liked the Star Trek Continuing Journeys. I thought that really captured the vibe of the original show. And the actors that they got were pretty good. They were taking it seriously. They were doing their best, and yeah, I think it's great. I think it's great when people put their passion and their their creativity into stuff like this. And a lot of the time, they know Trek way better than the people who are paid professionally to do this. So, you know, like I said before, it would be great if some of these movie production studios would you know, take some time and talk to these people about what they do and why they do it. They could probably learn a few things from them. Son of a red shirt. We'd love to see you review all-time great man films, The Wild Bunch and Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia, Sam Peckinpah classics. Thanks for what you're doing. Well, thank you. Wild Bunch is a fantastic film. Pretty violent for the day, from what I remember as well. There's a whole lot of blood and guts going on there. Yeah, I really want to do more classic movies like that properly, like go back to these awesome films from like the 60s and the 70s. Like, yeah, great stuff. Great era of movie making. Iron Crane 2003. Go away now. Keep being awesome, drinker. Thanks, man. I'll do my best. Flicks by Cody. I never got into the original Star Trek, but you've sparked my interest. Can I jump straight into the movies, or do I need to watch the series first? Hail. Hail to you. No, you don't need to watch the series first. And like I say, you can probably skip motion picture and just start off with Wrath of Khan. Yeah, they don't reference the series all that much, so you're all right to go straight into the movies. But you'll get some great experiences out of them. They are good films. The Justice donated $1, so thank you. Jade Kind, do either of you have a personal underrated film that you'll die defending? Tron Legacy is mine. Visually stunning, and Daft Punk scored it. Yeah, I mean, I've only watched Tron Legacy once, I think when it was at the movie theater. I wasn't blown away by it, particularly because Tron was barely in it. So yeah, that it wasn't a great one for me, but like I can see why some people liked it. The one that I referenced recently was probably Watchmen, the 2009, the Zack Snyder film. You know, it's been shit on a lot over the years, but I think Snyder's style perfectly complements it, and yeah, I really would defend that movie. I really liked it, so that's my sort of underrated film pick. Brian Klein says, I figured it out. Picard needs a testosterone boost from Beverly. My wife and I watch your content nightly, critical drinker. Thanks, man. Yeah, Picard needs something. Like, he is a sad, pathetic excuse for a character and a real shadow of the man that we all used to love in TNG. So I don't know what you can do to save him. I just wish he would have a bit of authority. You know, the whole thing about having an older, experienced character is that they're supposed to have a bit of authority to them. You know, they're supposed to be able to lay down the law when they need to, and Picard never does. He just apologizes all the time, and it's sad. Let's see. The Fixer. Drinker, you should review The Wild Geese. Oh man, that movie's amazing. I love that. That's like a proper old school like mercenary film before like you got into the 80s when it was all like proper hardcore action. This was like an early version of that. Great movie. Really like it. And I would happily review that. Winter Phoenix Forest. I once fed my little dog Sophie some kefir yogurt, very slight alcohol content, and they started acting tipsy. Very cute. Do you have a dog drinker? Not at the moment, no. We always had dogs when I was growing up, and it was great. The kind of life that I've got at the moment, I wouldn't really have time for a dog, and I wouldn't be able to give it the care it needed, so I don't have one. But I love them generally. They're great animals to have, and um, I know why a lot of people who are on their own or something have companionship from animals. Like they're great when they're loyal and they're good fun to play with. Joshua Riddle, ever considered reviewing movies of 1999? Has to be my favorite. The Matrix, The 13th Warrior, Boondock Saints, Fight Club, and Galaxy Quest. Quality storytelling. Yeah, like 1999 produced some good movies, man. I am planning to talk about The Matrix, and I definitely want to talk about Fight Club, because I think that's as relevant now as it was back then. A very interesting movie. What's the next one? Soupy Columbo. I'd love to hear your take on Big Trouble in Little China. That's definitely on the list. Another Kim Cattrall classic, or any John Carpenter film from the 80s. Yeah, Big Trouble in Little China. It's one of my favorites. It's definitely on the list. Keith Tisdale gave me a super sticker. Thank you very much. Central Scrutinizer. What do you think of Prelude to Axanar and the upcoming Axanar as fan-made films, if you've seen any of them? I'm afraid I haven't actually seen them. I've heard about them, but I haven't seen them yet, so I couldn't tell you my opinion yet. Dade Murphy. Why does this have to be goodbye? Yeah, I guess a reference to Undiscovered Country. I know that was one of Chekhov's lines where he's like, "So this is goodbye." And that was pretty much the last thing he said in the film. Yeah, very poignant line. Very good way to end it. Heather Ogden, what are your thoughts on Galaxy Quest? Yeah, good fun movie. It kind of it pokes fun at Star Trek and the culture around it without being mean spirited about it, and ultimately tells a really good story. So yeah, I enjoyed it. It's a good fun film. Tracy Wilborn, have you got a spare whiskey? I want to drink after thinking about the current state of Trek. Yeah, I think we all do. I don't think any amount of whiskey can help with that. Changed Wizard, you better review Resident Evil 8, you sexy man. Yeah, damn right, I'm going to review that. I made a point of reviewing every Resident Evil game, so I'm not gonna let up with that. Matthew Wyatt, please do all the Star Trek movies. Well, maybe we will. I know Gary's up for doing more, so we'll see what we talk about next time. Excuse me. Just give me a second while I catch up with these super chats. Oscar Meyer. Big D, ever think of a collab with Jerry on a comic? Not really. I don't know enough about comics to really get into them, so I don't think I would be the guy to do that. I mean, I'm fine with storytelling and stuff, but I do it in the format of novels rather than comic books, so I'd probably write a comic that was like 1,000 pages long. And Kauftron, Watchmen, yes. Tron Legacy, yes. Favorite movie. Dogs are not my thing, but cats are cool. Well, fair enough. I've never been that into cats. I always feel like they're not really into humans. They're just using you and they're plotting against you. But yeah, I can see why some people like them. Changed Wizard says, I just bought Resident Evil 0 and Resident Evil 1. Which first? Well, I mean, 0 is the prequel to 1. It was added later, so it's kind of a weird, like, bolt-on prequel. But yeah, it's a good game. I would probably play that first, just to get that little bit of backstory. And I'm not keen on the partner switching system in 0 because I feel like a Resident Evil should always be a solo experience. In the moment you've got someone behind you who's like backing you up and giving you extra resources and firepower, it takes away some of that isolation and that feeling of oppression. So yeah, I don't like that aspect of it. But the weird thing about Zero is like you can drop items on the ground, items that you might need. So if you happen to drop something like really far back and you need it later on, you're going to have to trek back all through the map to get it, which is not fun when you realize there's like a dozen zombies in the way. But them's the breaks. But yeah, overall, I like those Resident Evil games. The ones that they did on GameCube when they still stuck to the pre-rendered backgrounds, but they were like animated and stuff. They looked amazing. Yeah, the detail and stuff was great. I think I'm caught up on super chats. I'm just looking through the regular chats as they come through. How about doing Zulu for recommends? I mean, I did Zulu in my top 5 last stands. Like the final charge is amazing, and I ranked it up there as one of the best. All right, Central Scrutinizer. If you can, Prelude to Axanar is free on YouTube. We'd love a review. It's quick but great watch. Feels more like Star Trek than Star Trek. All right. Well, you're getting me interested now. The Drinker's Thoughts on Cuties is on Twitter. Yeah, they are. Yeah, that's pretty much all I want to say about it. I definitely don't want to like watch it or anything. No way. Let's keep the chat going till it dawns in Scotland. No. I am probably going to have to wrap it up there. Unfortunately, it's 2 a.m. here, and I do unfortunately have to get up tomorrow. But honestly, I just want to say to everyone who's stuck with me all through this to the end, and everyone who's donated super chats and brought in all these awesome questions and good feedback, like thanks very much for taking part in this. Like Gary's enjoyed this. I know from speaking to him. I've really enjoyed it. I love talking about these older movies that we all enjoyed. And yeah, I just appreciate everyone taking the time to come in tonight. So hopefully you got something good out of it. But yeah, as of 2 a.m. in Scotland, that is all I've got for today. So go away now.